The world, once vibrant and full of life, has fallen into ruin. Only desolation remains. As cities that once pulsed with lights and voices now lie buried in darkness, a lone figure riding atop a monstrous beast. The ground itself is a grim tapestry of trampled corpses wherever one looks, leaving nothing else in this ravaged world. A hand, glowing with a faint purple aura, clenches in silent resolve, as if asking, "Tell me," and concluding, "That is why." He stares down at the desolate ground, a profound sense of injustice burning within him. He cannot forgive him, wondering why he had to destroy everything. The memory of the heavenly demon, his eyes glowing with malevolent power, flashes before him. He sees the figure standing amidst the devastation, surrounded by the fallen. And the rage intensifies, a silent vow that he can never forgive this monster for laying waste to their world. A faint purple aura flickers around him as he clenches his jaw, his resolve hardening. Another memory surfaces, this time of Vega, her form glowing with ethereal light, her name a soft whisper in his mind. He recalls the goddess of Lyra, a golden silhouette against a radiant backdrop. Her face etched with sorrow as she laments, accusing someone of killing everyone and destroying the world. He stares down at the ruined landscape, a question echoing in his mind. Is this truly salvation? A furious scream escapes him, rejecting the very notion of such a cruel fate. His voice cracks with raw emotion, demanding to know how this could possibly be salvation when everything died at the hands of that monster. His eyes, now glowing with a fierce purple light, reflect the pain and resolve etched onto his bloodied face. More than 10 years prior, the world had been irrevocably changed. One day, without warning, mysterious gates connecting this world to an outer realm began to appear everywhere. From these shimmering portals, unknown monsters swarmed forth, turning the world into a living hell. The monstrous creatures, like this colossal, tentacled beast, brought instant devastation, just as the world was overwhelmed by their numbers. As the world was swarmed by monsters, an infant lay vulnerable, gazing up at the encroaching darkness. Then, from beyond, a new phenomenon emerged. Transcendent beings known as constellations appeared, bathing the world in an ethereal blue light. These celestial entities materialized, their forms shimmering with raw energy. And those beings bestowed upon humanity the power of these transcendent constellations. With this newfound strength, they were given the means to fight the monsters that plagued their world. This marked the dawn of the star-obtained people, superhumans now known as metahumans. These powerful individuals quickly became the very hope of humanity. And for a time, the world seemed to have a chance of regaining its light, until he appeared. The ominous figure materialized, known only as the demon of the heavens. Quan Ojin, the heavenly demon, stands with his back to the viewer, a dark, imposing silhouette as the question hangs in the air. Initially, he was merely a normal metahuman, but with the power of the metahuman stigma, he also gained the ability of the black markers, which could even kill constellations, the very owners of those stigmas. From that point on, he began to grow stronger rapidly, becoming the heavenly demon, a force unleashed to kill the terrible monster that threatened their world. Thousands of metahumans worked together, and even the constellations, who were always competing with each other, joined forces, but it was all in vain. That monster was able to single-handedly trample and curse those thousands, shattering them into pieces and devoured them. He consumed the constellations, everyone, the kind apostles, the benevolent constellations. Not just a single one, but all of them. The world had been irrevocably scarred, a testament to the sheer power of one man, for everyone had perished by his hand. In the end, Earth itself became nothing more than a star of the end, a cosmic ruin. But even then, the demon of the heavenly end still loomed. A celestial voice then echoed through the void, addressing the one who had saved the world by finally slaying the heavenly demon. It was Li Shinhyuk, the metahuman, who was questioned, asking if he was indeed the one responsible for the deed. The voice continued, offering him a single wish, to be granted through the power of the Star of Oaths. This mystical artifact, known as the Star of Oaths, shimmered with ancient power. It was a sacred oath that could grant any desire, but only the constellations of the heavens possessed the ability to wield it. Contemplating the immense power now within his grasp, Shinhyuk resolved to save everything. He makes his choice, a single, powerful desire echoing through the ethereal space. His form enveloped in a deep purple glow, the energy of his resolve radiating outward. Vega's golden eyes widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her divine features. Her voice, usually serene, holds a note of disbelief as she questions, "Don't tell me. Your wish is to regress?" A burst of golden light erupts, reflecting the magnitude of his request. Vega, now fully illuminated by a brilliant aura, continues, her words carrying the weight of cosmic consequence. The future of the world. Shinhyuk's gaze is unwavering, his expression grim but determined, as he responds, "I know that." He is a regressor, one who goes back in time. And his conviction burns with a fierce purple light as he declares, "Because I'll be changing it." His grip tightens on the staff, his resolve unwavering as Vega explains, the only being that can rewrite history with an end that has been set in stone. She pauses, her golden eyes reflecting the weight of his request. Finally, Vega concedes. All right, I'll send you back, but you must accept the Star of Oaths. Yet, Shinhyuk has another condition, stating, this isn't a wish, Vega. This is what I'm demanding of you. His voice firm, he declares, I want you to bear the stigma of the heavenly demon upon me. Vega's composure shatters, her eyes widening in disbelief. A brilliant blue aura erupts around Shinhyuk, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as he challenges. No human can withstand my stigma. That is why the stigma of the heavenly demon cannot be with my stigma. Vega recoils, warning him. Not even you, the regressor, would be able to bear it. A confident smirk plays on his lips as he retorts. If I can't do even that, then how am I going to go back in time to begin with? Don't you know that already? He listens intently, his expression unreadable as the conversation continues. The unheavenly star confirms that the heavenly demon's stigma will be imprinted into the oath. She adds that she will also bestow the power of the Vega star and make the recipient her personal subordinate. A flicker of concern crosses his face as he considers the implications. If he returns to the past, he might lose his memories of this timeline. Vega confirms his fear, admitting that she might indeed lose her memories of this timeline. However, she quickly reassures him that she bears her own stigma and is confident she would still recognize him as a regressor, believing he is also capable of withstanding her stigma. As the words echo, a memory of Kwon Ojin flashes in his mind, and he realizes the true meaning of the stigma of the North Star. To think the Vega Star, so many regressors dream of, would happen to be the one who takes him in as her subordinate. With all the preparations complete, Shinhyuk vows to remember the heavenly demon's face. Knowing there are countless ways to uncover where he first registered as a metahuman, he just needs to wait there and find him. He promises to kill the one who took everything from him with his own hands. Meanwhile, Kwon Ojin, surrounded by glowing gears, declares his intention to execute the oath now. As a blinding golden light erupts, accompanied by a flurry of magical gears and particles, from within the radiant energy, an elderly man with a flowing white beard warns, be careful, unheavenly star. Shinhyuk stands enveloped in the same golden light and intricate gears, his thoughts turning to the things he had lost, and the things he failed to protect. He is consumed by the countless regrets he has replayed in his mind, over and over again, as golden energy swirls around him. But this time, he vows, he will definitively change them. Within the ethereal void, a voice echoes, confirming that the heavenly demon's physical body has been destroyed by this stigma, but the process is not yet complete. The Vega Star stigma has been activated. It will overwrite his existing demon stigma, harnessing the power of the heavenly demon's stigma to its fullest potential. As the power surges, a painful memory flashes through his mind, a thought of his younger brother, Lee Woo-hyuk. A bloody hand reaches out in his mind's eye, accompanied by a desperate, echoing cry, Woo-hyuk. He questions the cruel twist of fate, wondering why this had to happen. What did his brother even do to deserve such a fate? The answer remains a haunting mystery. He is consumed by the surging power, purple lightning crackling around him, his eyes glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. A fragmented memory flashes through his mind, a familiar face emerging from the swirling darkness, leaving him questioning its identity. His eyes widen, a jolt of recognition striking him as the blue energy intensifies around his face. A stark warning blares in his mind. He has entered a state of energy deviation. The raw power threatens to tear him apart, blue energy erupting from his body in violent bursts. A guttural scream escapes him as the overwhelming force racks his body with agonizing pain. His form is engulfed entirely by the brilliant, destructive blue light. Amidst the chaos, a voice echoes, questioning his sudden, violent transformation. He clutches his head, the voice resonating deep within him, a profound sense of familiarity washing over him. Overwhelmed by a surge of green energy, Shinhyuk's face contorts in pain and disbelief. A memory flashes, showing him in a moment of stark, monochrome shock, as if someone is asking if he's all right. Suddenly, the imposing figure of Kwon Ojin, the heavenly demon, appears before him, radiating a cool blue aura. Shinhyuk's mind reels, unable to comprehend how Kwon Ojin could have materialized so abruptly. A system alert blares, confirming that his energy deviation has worsened due to immense emotional fluctuations. The deviation intensifies, causing blood to stream from his eyes and mouth as he cries out in agony. Another system message warns that his energy deviation has caused the stigma of the Vega Star to go berserk. Despair washes over him as he questions how he can possibly regain control without the stigma, while Kwon Ojin remains a silent, imposing presence. The system calculates the odds, revealing a terrifying truth. The chance of regaining control is astronomically low, perhaps 1 in 100,000. A golden-clad figure appears in a fleeting vision, a silent testament to a finality. Shinhyuk's eyes glow with an unstable blue light as he grapples with a profound question, wondering why he couldn't achieve that one probability, why he had failed. Suddenly, a chilling system message flashes into his mind. Metahuman Lee Shinhyuk has died. The stark declaration echoes, leaving him in disbelief. He stands over a fallen figure, blue energy crackling around him, his face etched with a mixture of anguish and despair. A guttural cry escapes him, his teeth gritted against the overwhelming pain. An angry, desperate voice echoes in his mind, demanding that even if he were destined to die, he should have done so only after eliminating all their enemies. In a desolate vision, he stands atop a mountain of bodies, a lone figure bathed in an ethereal blue light, gazing upwards. His hand, once glowing with pure blue energy, now crackles with jagged, dark power, a sinister transformation taking hold. Surrounded by this encroaching darkness, he questions his very existence, wondering if it is his fate to become the metahuman he is meant to be. He curses under his breath, the weight of a past death pressing down on him, unable to comprehend how such a thing could have happened. His eyes glowing with an intense blue light, he pleads with an unseen force, desperate for answers about the tragic end he witnessed. He knows the metahuman he was meant to be wouldn't have perished in such a way, unless there was a deeper, more sinister reason. A strange energy swirls around his hand as he questions the nature of this stigma, a phenomenon he's never encountered before. Suddenly, a system message flashes, announcing the Black Heaven's first awakening, causing him to recoil in confusion, utterly bewildered by the revelation. Another message follows, declaring that the Black Heavens has absorbed this stigma of the Vega star, leaving him utterly shocked. His glowing eyes widen in disbelief as he repeats the unfamiliar name, questioning the very nature of this Black Heavens. He feels the world around him tremble violently, a blinding blue light emanating from his very being as he questions the nature of this sudden, overwhelming force. Engulfed in crackling blue lightning, he struggles to recall Vega's words, his body feeling as though it's being ripped to shreds. An agonizing scream tears from his throat, the pain overwhelming him. A raw, visceral torment. The torment continues, a tearing sensation echoing through his very soul. Finally, the onslaught subsides, leaving him gasping for breath, utterly spent from the hellish experience. A system window materializes before him, confirming that the Vega star stigma has been fully absorbed, its power now adjusted to fit the new host, the Black Heavens. He stares at the message, a single word escaping his lips in disbelief. As his hand begins to glow faintly, he feels his sanity fraying, unable to comprehend the chaotic events unfolding around him. He found himself standing in a vibrant, otherworldly expanse, the ground a lush green, as he gazed upward into the unknown. Above him, a luminous figure began to coalesce, her voice echoing with an ethereal quality as she mused, I was sure that I felt the power of my stigma here. The divine being, cloaked in flowing white and golden light, continued her contemplation, a profound statement hanging in the air, the fact that someone has a stigma, something I have never given to anyone before. She was none other than the unheavenly star. And she was observing the one destined to defy fate, the only savior of a world that was fated to end. Her gaze sharpened as she finally addressed him directly. You are the regressor, huh? His expression shifted to one of profound surprise, the weight of her words settling upon him. Still reeling from the revelation, he thinks to himself, he is not one of them. Meanwhile, the ethereal space around him continues to shimmer, a brilliant golden light pulsing as countless particles drift through the air. A voice echoes, accusingly, labeling him a regressor. Shinhyuk Lee's mind reels, questioning the bizarre accusation. He vehemently denies the claim, insisting he never did such a thing. The green-haired man's voice cuts through, reminding him of his humble origins. With a sudden surge of resolve, Shinhyuk Lee calls out a name, Ojin. Meanwhile, an older man with spectacles offers a cynical observation, remarking on the simplicity of deception. He advises Shinhyuk Lee to control the narrative, to show only what he wants them to see and hear, leaving the young man to ponder his words. An elderly man with a kind smile poses a question, his words hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Kwon Ojin offers a subtle smirk, a silent response to an unseen thought. His mind drifts back to his childhood, a dark period when he was just 8 years old, a time that shaped the man he would become. The memories crash over him, a wave of pain forcing him to clutch his head, as an internal voice insists on recounting the past once more. He kneels amidst glowing particles, a confused gasp escaping him, as he questions their very purpose in this strange place. Looking down at his hand, he acknowledges the location as a good place, but a dark thought quickly follows, hinting at a change in his demeanor. The elderly man from before, now visibly enraged, confronts him alongside a young woman, demanding to know if he truly wishes to die and questioning his awareness of who he's dealing with. Before he can react, a blinding white force slams into Kwon Ojin, a sudden impact that leaves him gasping in pain and confusion. As he collapses to the ground, the young woman rushes to his side, her voice filled with concern as she asks if he is all right. His thoughts drift back to a time when a young girl, Song Haeun, just 10 years old, was his sole anchor, helping him endure the hellish existence of the orphanage. He remembers the director, a man who seemed kind, assuring them they were well fed, and that he was a very nice person. At the time, he truly believed this, accepting the facade. But a deeper, more primal instinct always burned within him, a fierce resolve that he would not die a pathetic death in such a place, questioning if this feeling had been with him from the very beginning. Then, at a pivotal moment, the world changed forever. A gate tore open on Earth, unleashing a torrent of monsters. The planet transformed into a brutal battleground, even as the very essence of Earth became a living hell. Amidst the chaos, powerful entities known as constellations, wielding the might of the star signs, made their appearance. And from their influence, a new breed of humanity emerged. Metahumans, awakened through the constellation stigmata, began to appear across the globe. These individuals, imbued with extraordinary abilities, would forever alter the course of history. He had always been adept at deception, easily fooling metahumans and reaping the benefits of their efforts, finding it far simpler to survive by exploiting them. A casual smile playing on his lips, he offers a simple, "Good job today." The other man, Gino, responds with a question. "You also worked hard, right?" To which Shinhyuk simply affirms, "Of course." He had always been like a leech, clinging to others and draining them dry. His past was a tapestry woven with calculated deceit, always at the expense of those around him. He had fooled the metahumans, taking their gains, pretending to be a weak metahuman himself, and even forming a party to further his schemes. Then, after feigning assistance to secure a larger share of the reward, he would simply run away, just as he had fooled countless pushovers before. Gino asks, "You're Aquarius's disciple? If it's Aquarius, you're one of the 12 zodiacal signets." Shinhyuk, identified as Lee Shinhyuk, Pixis, simply smiles. Gino's expression shifts to one of surprise as he mutters, "Geez, there's no need for you to be that surprised." Reflecting on his past, he acknowledges that even if he isn't one of the revered 12 zodiacal signs, he is still a Pixis, remembering how he became the perfect conman. He continues, stating that as the disciple of Pixis, he is nothing compared to the 12 signs, but the other man lets out a surprised sound. Dismissing his modesty, Gino exclaims that it's nonsense, for he is Pixis's disciple, the one who controls orientation and direction, making any weapon feel like an extension of his own body. Shinhyuk chuckles, admitting that's not entirely true, while Gino proudly declares he's got him. Gino then asks if he should go get the prey, before formally introducing himself as Quan Gino and suggesting they form a party, as their meeting feels like fate. In response, Shinhyuk introduces himself, stating his name is Lee Shinhyuk. Gino expresses his understanding, acknowledging that he wouldn't be foolish enough to think Shinhyuk would want to share a party with him, as it's a little embarrassing to admit, but he's not great at using his stigma yet, making him still a noob despite being a disciple. Shinhyuk considers the information, acknowledging the concept of a star as a level that begins at 1 and continues to rise. He understands that metahumans advance their level based on the stigma of their corresponding constellation, and the sheer power of a metahuman stigma is paramount. Gino, feeling a touch of embarrassment, extends his hand, inviting Shinhyuk to observe his own stigma. A faint smile plays on Shinhyuk's lips as he recognizes the symbol, realizing it's the stigma of the 12 zodiacs, a truly remarkable sight. Gino's stigma manifests as a blade, its polished surface reflecting his determined gaze, a symbol he forged when he committed to a path of violence. He explains that it is more than just a mark, it's a symbol he painstakingly sought to understand. Shinhyuk nods, acknowledging the power before him, and declares that while he may start behind, his competitive nature will drive him to catch up quickly. Gino affirms his resolve. As a vibrant blue aura pulses between them, Gino promises to demonstrate his abilities to Shinhyuk before their first real confrontation. Standing together on a path of shimmering energy, the two look towards a distant, glowing structure, ready for what lies ahead. Shinhyuk grips a staff, ready to begin, as the star sign Aquarius activates with a sharp crackle. The staff ignites with a brilliant glow, as if a mini LED has been activated to brighten the darkness. A powerful, vibrant aura erupts around him, manifesting as Lake's aurora. He feels his body heating up, every cell awakening with the power of the Aquarius aura, a sensation akin to mixing golden paint with glass powder. Turning to Gino, he expresses gratitude for the unexpected buff, while the other man, a little shy, promises to do his best. With the buff, Shinhyuk feels incredibly light, leaping effortlessly into the air. The surge of power brings an unexpected enlightenment, prompting a fleeting thought about his own identity. Gino watches, acknowledging that his skill isn't bad, and mentions recovering Myra crystals. Shinhyuk, examining something in his hand, realizes this buff is far more potent than any Myra crystals he's gathered before. He can't help but feel a surge of power, a profound realization that the Lake's aurora skill, the Aquarius aura, is far more potent than any Myra crystal he's ever encountered. Back then, he thought he'd hit the jackpot, but this was something else entirely, and the fact that their surroundings were eerily quiet only heightened the tension. A sudden chill runs down his spine, a premonition that something was terribly wrong. Looking down, he spots them, a terrifying number of ant horns. Without hesitation, he points the way, urging Gino to follow him. The two men bolt, leaving the horde of monsters behind. As they flee, he can't help but wonder, having spent several years in these lower-level gates, he's never seen an ant horn before. What could this mean? He lands lightly in the ethereal blue mist, the ground barely registering his weight. Then, with a sudden rush, both he and Gino plummet through the air, a blur of motion. Looking up, a chilling realization dawns on him, a desperate thought escaping his lips. Behind them, a shadowy ant horn, its purple eyes glowing with malevolent intent, snarls and lunges forward. Shinhyuk sprints, glancing back over his shoulder, the monster's pursuit relentless. A grim realization settles in as he considers his defenses, knowing his current barrier won't hold. The sheer power of the creatures leaves him stunned, a silent plea escaping his mind. Suddenly, a blinding purple energy erupts, striking with devastating force. Shinhyuk recoils, a sharp cry of pain torn from his throat, the impact shaking him to his core. Overwhelmed by the dire circumstances, Shinhyuk's face contorts in anguish as he repeatedly cries out in apology. His apologies continue, even as he roughly grabs Gino by the collar, who screams back in a mix of pain and fury, calling him a son of a bitch, before Shinhyuk's desperate pleas resume. Shinhyuk flinches back, taken aback by the intensity of Gino's reaction, a shocked gasp escaping him. Dropping to his knees, he faces the grim truth. At this rate, they will both surely perish. But Gino, equally desperate, grabs him back, his own voice raw with anger and resignation, suggesting they fucking die together, as Shinhyuk's apologies echo once more. And at that moment, a strange, ethereal blue energy begins to swirl around Shinhyuk. He cries out as the luminous particles engulf him, the blue aura intensifying around his form. An unexplainable situation has occurred, leaving Shinhyuk utterly bewildered, questioning what is happening. Gino, watching the bizarre scene unfold, wonders why Shinhyuk is suddenly apologizing and what he is supposed to do about this strange turn of events. He observes the strange phenomenon, a deep frown etched on his face, as the situation unfolds in a way he has never witnessed before. Reaching out towards the shimmering blue cube, he murmurs a name, Lyra, questioning if this entity is truly a Pixis. The cube pulses with a soft glow, signaling the beginning of the first enlightenment of Black Heavens. Something entirely new has manifested, a concept known as a regressor, appearing without warning. Before him stands a radiant woman, her form framed by an intricate dance of golden gears. He considers the term, wondering if it implies a person who can travel back through time. Yet, the thought of regression is quickly pushed aside, his immediate priority to ensure his and Gino's escape from their current predicament. He looks at her with a determined expression, certain of his resolve, while she simply gazes back. For she had once claimed to possess a schema that no one else in existence could. Shinhyuk reflects on the stigma he possesses, acknowledging it as the only one he has ever truly owned, and confirming it as his own unique power. Yet, the precise reason for its nature remains unclear to him. As he recalls how the power of the Black Heavens had activated the stigma and taken it for itself, realizing it was not the stigma of Pixis or Ivy, but something else entirely. A wave of confusion washes over him, as he questions the true meaning behind this revelation. He then recalls a past version of himself, Lee Shinhyuk, and the question arises, was he a regressor? The memory continues, detailing the phenomenon where a blue cube appeared upon that Lee Shinhyuk's death, and he understands that this was precisely what occurred when he absorbed the stigma. The regressor, Lee Shinhyuk, had failed to overcome the stigma and perished as an aftereffect, and from that moment on, the current Shinhyuk's fate was sealed. This, he concludes, is how he came to possess Lee Shinhyuk's stigma. Shinhyuk's stigma pulsed, a mystery he still couldn't fully grasp, leaving him uncertain of the path ahead. But as he considered the implications, a new resolve began to form within him. Vega, observing his internal struggle, had initially dismissed him as not being a regressor, sensing only the unheavenly star power, but then conceded that he was right about something deeper. He still had no idea what the unheavenly star truly was, but one thing became clear: he needed to become a regressor. With unwavering conviction, he declared he was a regressor. His form glowed with newfound resolve, solidifying his decision to embrace the path of a regressor. He would achieve his goal, even if it meant deceiving a god. Vega watched him, her expression unreadable, as if processing his audacious claim. She acknowledged his connection to the unheavenly star, and when he confirmed it, he was utterly shocked that she actually believed him. He had declared himself a transcendent, one who possessed power beyond human comprehension, and had even managed to deceive a god. Observing his conviction, Vega simply hums, a soft "oh my" escaping her lips, though she yearns for every detail of his future journey. He finds himself distracted by the growling, shadowy figures that now stand in his way, annoyed by their persistent interference. Vega, however, remains focused, her gaze unwavering as she declares her anticipation. She is truly looking forward to what comes next. She eagerly awaits the moment she can witness the true limits of his unheavenly star power. Meanwhile, Shinhyuk stands bathed in a brilliant golden aura, poised above the shadowy horde, a silent declaration of his intent. This means he must now act. And with a surge of purple energy, he plunges into the fray, his movements a blur as he engages the beasts. A smirk plays across his lips, wondering if she truly expects him to prove his worth right now, yet he also senses the playful encouragement in her words. A voice echoes, expressing a keen anticipation to witness the terror of an unheavenly star. Standing upon a glowing platform, surrounded by golden magical energy, Vega lets out a low growl, her expression unreadable. Another voice responds, promising to handle the situation. A chilling chuckle escapes Shin-hyuk Lee, his face contorted into an unsettling grin as he urges his opponent not to be afraid, but to fight. Yet, a moment later, his expression shifts to one of distress, a desperate cry escaping him as he denies being a regressor. Meanwhile, a chilling wind sweeps through the area, revealing a gathering of shadowy figures in the distance. Their glowing red eyes pierce the darkness, emitting guttural growls that promise imminent danger. Taking a deep breath, Shin-hyuk Lee grips his staff, his expression now resolute as he prepares to face the encroaching threat amidst a swirling blue and purple aura. As blue energy crackles around his legs, Shin-hyuk Lee prepares for the onslaught. His eyes glowing red with determination, even as he acknowledges the unprecedented challenge before him. He may be a regressor, but this is his first encounter with a true metahuman, and the fight is already draining his powers, leaving his body feeling impossibly heavy. With a surge of will, he unleashes a focused burst of blue energy from his hand, striking two shadowy, wolf-like figures that lunge from the darkness, before sweeping his staff in a wide arc, shattering multiple shadowy forms into dust. He stands amidst the dissipating remnants, staff held firm. As from above, a golden-eyed figure with flowing white hair and a radiant halo observes his struggle. "Oh," she murmurs, a soft sound escaping her lips. Shin-hyuk Lee, still wreathed in blue energy, maintains his determined stance, ready for whatever comes next. A sudden impact sends a shockwave through the air, causing Shin-hyuk Lee to recoil in surprise as blue energy crackles around him. Despite the raw power he wields, he acknowledges the unsustainable nature of his current fighting style, his hand glowing with unstable energy. Yet, with a surge of determination, he unleashes another devastating blow, tearing through his shadowy opponent with surprising ease, blood splattering across the dark space. As he lands, his hand is stained with the remnants of the battle, the impact still echoing around him. Suddenly, a system message flashes before his eyes, announcing the acquisition of the Pixis' Spear artifact, a development that catches him completely off guard. But the victory is short-lived, as a wave of dizziness and pain washes over him, leaving him clutching his head, disoriented and questioning the sudden onset of his suffering. Through the haze, his grip tightens on a staff, a familiar object that seems to ground him. The scene shifts, revealing a younger version of himself under a starry sky, clutching the same staff and declaring his inability to give up, even when faced with overwhelming odds. His youthful resolve burns brightly as he vows that if he stops now, he will never catch up to Woohyun. A memory is playing, a fragment from someone's past, as a powerful blue energy erupts from the figure at its center. But a question arises, an internal whisper asking, is this truly his own memory? A scar, unfamiliar and stark, mars his cheek, confirming that this vision cannot be from his current timeline. The thought spirals, wondering if these are memories from his first time, or perhaps even glimpses of the future. Within the fragmented vision, a younger version of him moves with a purple aura, wielding a glowing spear with deadly precision. He engages a shadowy, spiderweb-like entity, his skills unbelievably potent, yet the internal voice questions the reality of what it witnesses. The vision shifts again, showing a much younger Shin-hyuk Lee in a dark forest, confronting unseen threats with glowing eyes, as the narration notes that a mere one-star regressor shouldn't possess such strength. The vision intensifies, his eyes glowing with a fierce yellow light, his hand crackling with purple energy, as a commanding voice echoes, "Stop." He stands with his back to the viewer, holding the spear, a silent question hanging in the air as the vision concludes. As the cosmic gears spun around them, Vega's voice cut through the ethereal space, questioning if he was merely putting on a performance for her amusement. He looked down, a hint of surprise in his expression, repeating her words in a soft query, "A show?" Her gaze remained steady, her glowing eyes fixed on him as she pressed further, asking if he wasn't using his stigma, a concept that left him utterly bewildered. Holding a glowing spear, he asserted his connection to the power, declaring himself the rightful wielder of the stigma. A moment of realization dawned on him as he looked at her, the pieces of her explanation beginning to click into place. Vega, observing his comprehension, mused that even for a regressor like him, it must be incredibly challenging to wield a newly acquired stigma, comparing it to a child learning to walk. He watched her, a flicker of surprise and dawning understanding in his eyes, realizing that her words were making perfect sense of his chaotic experience. A confident smile spread across his face, his determination solidifying as he declared that he wanted to try out his new power immediately. Vega returned his smile, her expression warm and encouraging, agreeing that it was her role to help him take his first steps with this new ability. As the blessing began, a gentle glow emanated from Vega's hand, a soft light surrounding the golden belt at her waist. With a faint, almost imperceptible sound, the system confirmed her divine intervention. Lyra had bestowed the blessing of a stigma. Shin-hyuk Lee's eyes narrowed, a familiar name echoing in his mind, as another system message appeared, announcing a temporary boost to the stigma's proficiency. The power surged through him, raw and untamed, erupting in a violent, jagged blue aura that cracked the very ground beneath his feet. A guttural cry escaped his lips as he struggled against the overwhelming energy, the chaotic blue light swirling around him, threatening to consume him. Yet, Even amidst the struggle, his hand clenched, a fierce determination burning within him to master this power, no matter the cost. Kneeling, engulfed in the swirling blue aura, he demanded more, pushing his limits further, craving absolute control. His hands glowed with the intense energy, a testament to his unwavering resolve. Finally, the chaotic energy coalesced into a powerful, controlled aura around him, a confident grin spreading across his face as the system confirmed an increase in his stigma proficiency. This was how a true warrior fought. He cries out in agony, the raw power surging through him. A system message confirms the activation of Blue Thunder Level 1. Blue energy crackles violently around him, swirling into a chaotic maelstrom. Before finally settling, Shin-hyuk Lee stands, staff in hand, his expression grim. A frustrated curse escapes his lips. He stares at the system window, processing the information, wondering if all that effort was truly for such a small gain. Then, a sudden thought strikes him. He considers the need to emulate the metahuman capable of such feats, the one known as the Unheavenly Star, or rather, the S-Star, wondering what purpose Lyra's stigma could possibly serve. A figure of ethereal beauty, with long, flowing white hair and golden adornments, manifests before him. A look of dawning comprehension crosses his face as he murmurs, "Right, the notification just now said Vega." The celestial being smiles, observing his rapid perception, acknowledging him as a regressor whose understanding grows remarkably quickly. She then questions the term, "Weaving Woman Star?" With a gentle smile, she asks if he called her, while a system message confirms her identity as the Weaving Woman Star. A look of profound shock washes over his face as he exclaims, "No way," realizing there are tens, no, hundreds of constellations. Though all are transcendent beings, constellations are ranked by their differing power and authority, their influence determined by their inherent rank. And among them, exist supreme beings that even the 12 zodiacs dare not look down upon. Still reeling from the revelation, he looks up at the celestial beings, recognizing the names Polaris and Deneb. The blonde woman, Vega, stands before him, her presence commanding. She is a constellation of immense power, so high in rank that even other constellations must bow their heads in her presence, a fact emphasized by the intricate, glowing mechanism behind her. And this supreme being is actually right here, beside him, a shocking reality. A frantic internal voice questions his distress, as he grapples with the terrifying realization that he is actively scamming this high-ranking constellation. He debates confessing, but quickly dismisses the thought, knowing it's a terrible idea and far too late to change anything. The weight of his actions crushes him. A mere mortal ridiculing such a powerful entity would surely face immediate and severe consequences. Unaware of his internal turmoil, Vega's golden eyes gleam with an unreadable expression. Still grappling with the immense power of the constellation before him, he finds himself caught in a strange dilemma, wondering if she truly has no recollection of him, and what that could possibly mean. Reaching out a hand, he speaks to her directly, expressing a sentiment of longing, which is met with a surprised query from the constellation. With a soft, ethereal glow, Vega steps forward, her divine presence filling the space between them. Suddenly, a different hand gently takes his, and a new voice introduces itself as Kwon-ojin. His hand remains clasped, a faint purple energy swirling around his arm as the voice continues, expressing a profound relief at seeing him again. Now kneeling before the radiant constellation, he hears her voice, filled with relief, yet her next words are a stark question. "Who are you?" He processes her words, a silent question forming in his mind. Did she just say that to me? His eyes flash with a vibrant purple light as a sudden realization dawns on him, a breakthrough in his understanding. A knowing smile spreads across his face as he looks up at Vega, a hint of triumph in his voice as he asks if she currently holds no memories of him. He tries to convince himself that it's nothing at all, that he's truly fine, but a deeper part of him knows it's not nothing. He resolves to tell her their true relationship. But she interrupts, promising to tell him in the future. A wry smile plays on his lips as he thinks of all the lies he's had to endure. Vega acknowledges his words, then muses about eventually becoming a real angel, a thought he quickly dismisses internally. She confirms her understanding, adding that all constellations, including herself, will likely be devoured by the black heavens and disappear. Shin-hyuk Lee, still smiling, dismisses her concerns, believing that as long as she likes him, all the constellations will be safe. His expression shifts to confusion, then shock, as her words fully register. He gasps, demanding to know if she just said black heavens, a sudden, heavy beat echoing in the air. Vega's words echo in his mind, confirming the terrifying truth about the black heavens and the destruction that awaits if they are allowed to fully manifest. A wave of realization washes over him, and Shin-hyuk Lee can only manage a soft gasp. The black heavens are beginning their first flowering, and the only way to stop them is to eliminate the constellation at their core. With a determined glint in his eyes, he reminds himself that he has returned, and he will not let history repeat itself. He makes a silent, desperate pledge, swearing that she will not be devoured by the black heavens. Unaware of his internal turmoil, Vega walks away, her form serene against the cosmic backdrop of gears and stars. He resolves to protect her, no matter the cost, even if it means taking drastic measures. Meanwhile, the constellation continues her journey, her gaze fixed on an unseen horizon. As a faint purple aura emanates from his hand, the horrifying truth solidifies in his mind. The constellation destined to become the core of the black heavens is Vega herself. With a click, a new resolve settles within him. Shin-hyuk Lee acknowledges that he started this, and now he must see it through to the end, even if it means deceiving her. As a holographic notification rings out, he receives confirmation that the weaving woman star, Vega, has appointed him as an apostle, while the black heavens continue to absorb mana from the stars, fulfilling the conditions for his second awakening. Meanwhile, Kwon Ojin dismisses the idea of becoming an apostle, finding no point in such an endeavor. His gaze falls upon a small, unconscious child lying on the ground, prompting him to wonder about their identity. Shin-hyuk, recalling his past life, remembers that this child died within a few years, yet was an extraordinarily talented individual destined to acquire immense power in the future. Kwon Ojin, still observing the child, reflects on their shared nature, acknowledging that they are both the essence of darkness. Shin-hyuk, watching Vega glow with an ethereal light, considers the necessity of eliminating future evil before the reappearance of chaos, a task only he, the regressor, can accomplish. Vega, radiating power, seems to be grappling with a final, crucial thought, a soft groan escaping her. Observing her, Shin-hyuk wishes he could retract his decision, but understands that the constraints of the black heavens have already begun. As blue energy crackles around his hands, Shin-hyuk Lee considers the implications of the commandments he has just received. Vega, her golden eyes glowing, admits that she is unaccustomed to such constraints. As a goddess, her own commands are usually absolute, but this new feeling is different. She then instructs him to leave now, and to return in a week to the sanctuary where she resides. The goddess, radiant with her ethereal wings, watches him depart. Shin-hyuk walks away from the celestial structure, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the quiet. Later, overwhelmed by the rapid succession of events, he curses the chaos unfolding around him, feeling as though he might lose his mind. He slumps to the ground, a heavy sigh escaping him, his frustration palpable. Yet, a new thought surfaces, a surprising realization. He has attained the stigma of one of the 7-star constellations. A small smile plays on his lips as he concludes that, despite everything, it's not entirely bad. He reflects on the profound shift in his existence, acknowledging that his life has taken an unexpected turn because of recent events. Now, with the title of Regressor firmly attached to his identity, Shin-hyuk Lee looks up, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. Under the vast, star-dusted canvas of the night sky, the city lights twinkled, a sprawling tapestry of human endeavor. Even in this bustling metropolis, the simple pleasure of a meal came at a steep price, with 2 burger sets from W.C. Donald's costing a hefty 15,000 won, as a cheerful voice bid customers a good day. Making his way through a quiet alley, Shin-hyuk couldn't help but muse on the exorbitant cost of those burgers. His footsteps echoed softly as he ascended a set of outdoor stairs, heading towards his residence. With a soft click, he unlocked and pushed open the door. The door creaked open, and he announced his return, a casual greeting hanging in the air. Stepping inside, his eyes widened slightly as he registered a presence, a surprised realization dawning on him. His initial greeting now laced with genuine astonishment, he repeated, "Hey, I'm back," his voice tinged with disbelief. A familiar voice greets him from within his apartment, noting his late arrival. It is Song Habin, the woman who became his manager. She continues, wondering why he didn't hurry home if he knew she was waiting and what he was doing. Shin-hyuk Lee leans in, a slight smirk on his face, accusing her of talking nonsense the moment he arrived. Habin, however, is unfazed, reminding him that she's been waiting for him since morning and that he should have called. He then presents her with a bag, announcing that he bought some burgers. Habin takes a burger, reflecting on how she's not an Instagram user, but she's currently seeing red and blue in both eyes, and how she's now the one taking care of him, just like he did when they were younger. As they sit together, eating, Habin thinks about how he's still the same, even after all this time, and how he's still the person she can rely on. Although the situation is clearly messy, Song Habin's thoughts are evident, prompting a questioning glance from Shin-hyuk Lee, who simply asks, "What?" She continues, explaining that she'll just go ahead and eat, because the price of convenience store food is surprisingly high. Suddenly startled, she asks if he's hurt or if a monster has hit him in the head, her concern evident. He calmly reassures her that he has some money, clarifying that the burgers aren't so expensive that he wouldn't normally be able to afford them. He pauses, about to explain his true motivation, simply stating, "Because." He then reveals his desire to earn even the slightest bit more money, driven by something he needs to buy at all costs. Looking at him with a puzzled expression, Song Habin simply questions his statement. She asks if he truly has money, to which he chuckles, prompting her to repeat her question in surprise. Shifting her focus, she playfully demands to know where the sauce is, as he lets out another laugh. Song Habin, still concerned for Shin-hyuk Lee, assures him that he looks even more handsome when he smiles, and promises to prepare him 3 full meals from now on, rather than just frozen ones. Shin-hyuk Lee, however, seems preoccupied, muttering about the cost of a burger and something else that happened on his way back. Later, in a quiet room, Song Habin looks at him with a knowing gaze, sensing a shift and stating that something significant must have occurred. Her expression is one of deep concern. And Shin Hyuk Lee, looking away, simply confirms her intuition with a quiet, yeah. He realizes he can't hide anything from her. With a serious demeanor, he finally reveals the truth. He has become a metahuman. Song Habin's eyes widen in utter disbelief, a single word escaping her lips. What? The revelation hangs heavy in the air, underscored by a visual of shattered, glowing fragments, perhaps remnants of the power that now courses through him. He swings high into the air, a rare moment of levity amidst his growing concerns, thinking to himself that he finally gets to have some fun. Yet, the weight of his new reality quickly returns. As he muses, it's already difficult enough to explain things to her, so perhaps it makes sense for him to also be the regressor. He wonders how he'll ever explain that he's essentially scamming someone and that he's a regressor, especially after her shocked realization that he's now a metahuman. A quiet realization settles over him as he processes the enormity of his situation. Coming back down to earth, he decides to tackle these challenges one at a time, landing with a soft thud. His innate abilities, known as Black Heavens, are detailed. State 1 is Star Enlightenment, followed by the Soul Absorption ability, which allows him to absorb and store enemy souls. The power of Black Heavens grows stronger with each soul it contains. Further information explains that Black Heavens originated during the final battle and is a power gained by defeating another Black Heavens user. His identity is linked to Pixis Vega, the representative Sigma, and this mysterious power is a part of his Lyra Sigma. Deep in thought, he ponders who was the one who put his formerly Black Heavens into his body, and why. He knew he had started this path, and now he had to finish it. The weight of his secret pressing down, he realized he had to deceive her, no matter the cost. A new innate ability, Black Heavens, had manifested within him, a power he was still trying to comprehend. This formidable power was currently in its first state, known as One-Star Enlightenment. As he floated amidst swirling, ethereal energy, the true nature of his awakening began to unfold. He gazed upward, contemplating the mysterious source of this immense gift. Putting all other thoughts aside, he questioned what he could do to truly appear more like a regressor. A vision of Pixis, also known as Vega, appeared, confirming his suspicions about the power's origin. To achieve his goals, he knew he needed to hurry and raise the rank of Lyra's Sigma, aiming for at least a 2-star by next week. Shin Hyuk Lee considers his current state, his hand glowing faintly as he acknowledges the stigma already overflowing within him, wondering what else could possibly remain. He stands by a window, gazing out at the city lights, a quiet thought passing through his mind about needing to rest tomorrow. Turning from the view, he decides it's time to head to sleep now, walking away from a deserted playground. As he walks, he pulls out his smartphone, the device sliding smoothly into his grasp. He scrolls through the news, recalling an article about a ban on trading in A-rank and above abnormalities, and the confirmed casualties. The association was urging people to avoid gates due to the potential emergence of mutants, a detail that sparks a sudden realization within him. His gaze sharpens as the word mutants echoes in his mind, a term he knows well. These are the monsters that mutate, changing their forms and growing stronger with alarming frequency. While some mutations might result in weaker forms depending on the environment, they are typically far more powerful than their original counterparts. Shin Hyuk Lee sits, still engrossed in his phone, a troubled expression on his face as he reflects that he never encountered anything like these mutants in his past. Reflecting on the past, Shin Hyuk Lee wonders if he missed crucial details during his previous life, acknowledging he wasn't in an optimal state to worry about them then. With a determined smile, he declares his destination now decided, as a notification on his phone signals the return of something significant. Meanwhile, a young woman introduces herself, proclaiming to be Joyan, a 3-star metahuman actively seeking a party. Her voice carries, filled with ambition, as she declares her intention to become a metahuman and hunt mutants, catching Shin Hyuk Lee's attention. Later, navigating a dense forest, he observes that despite warnings to avoid the area, more people than usual have gathered. He ponders their motivation, wondering if the metahuman association's valuable crystals are driving them to seek quick riches. Though confident in his ability to face mutants alone, he considers the strategic advantage of moving with a party, even if it proves to be an annoyance. With his decision made, he sets off, a lone figure moving into the vast, misty landscape. He moves deeper into the forest, his hand instinctively tightening around the hilt of his sword with a soft rustle. Each step is deliberate, his boots crunching softly on the forest floor as he presses onward. His eyes scan the dense undergrowth, the blade now drawn and ready, as small, shadowy forms begin to stir in the periphery. Suddenly, a chorus of guttural growls erupts, and several wolf-like mutants, their eyes glowing crimson, burst from the shadows, closing the distance with alarming speed. One snarls, its fangs bared, a grotesque parody of a predator. A determined grunt escapes him, his jaw clenching as he prepares for the inevitable clash. With a swift, powerful motion, he swings his sword, a blur of steel and intent. The blade connects with brutal force, cleaving through the mutant's head with a sickening thud. He continues his relentless assault, his spear crunching through the first mutant's leg. The creature snarls in agony, a guttural growl escaping its maw. But Shin-hyuk Lee remains focused, his eyes sharp and determined. As the first beast collapses, he moves with blinding speed. Without missing a beat, his spear arcs through the air. Another wolf-like mutant is struck, sending it reeling from the impact. From the shadows, a hooded figure watches, startled by the sheer speed of his movements. Before they can react, he closes the distance, seizing their arm in a firm grip. Standing over the figure, Shin-hyuk Lee demands to know their purpose. Shin-hyuk Lee stands poised, his dark boot planted firmly on the cracked earth. Before he explodes into motion, a powerful kickoff sending purple energy rippling around his leg as he launches himself forward. The sheer force of his departure shatters the ground beneath him, leaving a crater in his wake. His eyes burning with resolve, he declares that his targets will pay the price for their actions. Extending an arm in a commanding gesture, he demands that they come closer, his voice laced with fierce determination. A small, shadowy wolf-like creature recoils in sudden terror, its wide eyes reflecting the approaching threat. The air itself distorts as he closes the distance with impossible speed. Nearby, a trio of similar creatures huddle together, their forms trembling with apprehension. Then, with a blinding flash, a powerful blue energy explosion erupts, engulfing the terrified monsters. The immense power he unleashed still reverberates through the air. A shimmering afterglow of his devastating attack. He muses on his unique abilities, recognizing that his physical prowess far surpasses that of other metahumans. Anyway, he considers the weight of the defeated ant horns, each carcass a hefty 80 kilograms. It's no easy feat to simply pick them up and toss them aside with one hand, he thinks, observing the fallen wolf-like beasts. Crouching, Shin-hyuk Lee wonders about the value of his spoils, his gaze falling upon the ant horn's mer crystals, glowing faintly in his grasp. A soft, ethereal light emanates from the crystal. This must be a rare and special item, he concludes, understanding why so many aspire to become metahumans. With a quiet resolve, Shin-hyuk Lee prepares himself for what comes next, a faint blue energy shimmering around his feet. A smirk plays on his lips as he questions if anyone truly believed he was afraid to handle the situation, dismissing any notion of fear. Suddenly, a low, guttural sound echoes as a monstrous, red-eyed creature with a dark aura looms into view, and he watches the beast, its shadowy forms shifting behind it. The creature's glowing red eyes narrow, confirming his suspicion. This is no ordinary foe, but a mutant, letting out a low growl. A fierce snarl rips from its maw, its red aura flaring as it lets out a guttural roar. Unfazed, he simply smirks, questioning its direct approach, and taunts the now fully revealed, wolf-like creature, wondering if it lost its intelligence during its mutation. He knew he had started this confrontation, and now he had to be the one to finish it, needing to outwit his opponent no matter the cost. With a soft hum, a system prompt flickered into his vision, announcing the activation of a skill. His eyes flared with an electric blue glow as the system confirmed. Thunderbolt Level 1 activated. A smirk played on his lips as he declared, "I guess you'll just have to take the hit." With a deafening crackle, a torrent of brilliant blue lightning erupted from his form, surging forward with destructive force. The raw energy pulsed, illuminating the forest in an ethereal glow. It intensified with each passing moment, a concentrated blast of pure electrical might. With a final, resounding impact, the lightning struck its target, shattering the ground with explosive force. As the dust settled, Shin-hyuk Lee turned away from the devastation, a silent testament to his power. The sheer power of the attack leaves a lingering question. Could it have ended so swiftly? Shin-hyuk Lee considers the situation, a thought echoing in his mind, wondering if his plan had truly succeeded. As he plummets through the dark, cavernous space, the air rushes past him with a heavy thud. Reaching the bottom, he looks down at the ground, a casual greeting escaping his lips. Before him, a group of shadowy figures emerges from the gloom, their forms indistinct as he stands ready, staff in hand. A voice from above cuts through the silence, challenging him to eliminate Nyx's minions before she arrives. His eyes widen in surprise, a sudden realization dawning on him. A system message flashes before him, announcing that Lyra's stigma has leveled up to 2-star. As if in response to the upgrade, a brilliant, triangular pattern of blue energy flares around him. He reflects on the rapid growth of Lyra's stigma, acknowledging the immense power now coursing through him. A power he can distinctly feel flowing through every fiber of his being. Having successfully subdued a mutant, he settles down, a faint sound of energy dissipating around him. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence, asking if he managed to capture a mutant, his eyes glowing with an inner light as he looks towards the speaker. He maintains a composed expression, observing the newcomers. 2 men stand before him, one remarking on his solo capture of the mutant, while the other acknowledges his considerable skill. They stand together for a moment, the air thick with unspoken intentions. One of the men then introduces them as 3-star disciples of the Cain's Venatusai, extending a casual greeting. Shin-hyuk Lee's eyes glow with suspicion as he considers their presence, realizing they wouldn't normally be in such a place, and wonders if they are specifically seeking him out, noting their unusual demeanor. He realizes his true concern isn't the mutant he just subdued, but the two men standing behind him, the ones he needs to be careful of. The blonde bearded man remarks on the strangeness of the situation, asking if these are the same individuals they saw earlier. While his dark-haired companion echoes the sentiment, then the blonde bearded man concludes the development is unfavorable. As the two disciples approach, their footsteps echoing, Shin Hyuk Lee confirms his suspicion. They are indeed a couple of thieves. The blonde bearded man's gaze sharpens, and his dark-haired accomplice smirks. But their expressions quickly turn to shock as Shin Hyuk Lee's eyes flare with an intense purple aura. He knows he has no choice but to act. And with a sudden, decisive move, the dark-haired disciple is sent sprawling to the ground, crying out in apology, claiming he didn't know. He reacts with a sharp intake of breath, a sudden realization dawning on him. His eyes widen in surprise, the implications of the situation becoming clear. A smirk plays on the blonde-bearded disciple's lips as he acknowledges, "Well, looks like you're quick. You grasp the situation." But before the words can fully register, Shin Hyuk Lee is forced to recoil, a swift, almost imperceptible movement indicating a sudden, unseen threat. Yet, in the same instant, a devastating counterblow lands, blood erupting from the blonde-bearded disciple's chest. The impact is so swift it blurs the world, the blonde-bearded man's defiant words cut short by the overwhelming force as he curses. "Why ask go tell your mother in hell I said hi?" A chilling, almost maniacal grin spreads across Shin Hyuk Lee's face, his eyes glowing with a fierce purple light. He stands over the now incapacitated blonde-bearded disciple, who can only manage a choked gasp, while the other disciple lies fallen nearby. The remaining disciple, witnessing the brutal efficiency, screams in terror as Shin Hyuk Lee turns his attention to him, delivering another swift, decisive strike. Moving with incredible speed, Shin Hyuk Lee becomes a blur of motion, a vibrant purple aura trailing behind him, his form blurring as he closes the distance. Meanwhile, the dark-haired disciple curses in fury, while the blonde-bearded one groans, clearly in severe pain. Suddenly, in a different setting, Shin Hyuk Lee reacts with intense anger, demanding to know what chaos is unfolding in his personal space. Responding to the intrusion, he unleashes a concentrated burst of crackling purple lightning. His body crackles with immense electrical power as he channels the raw energy, surrounding himself in a brilliant blue-white aura. The devastating electrical attack lands, eliciting a pained cry from an unseen target. After the powerful discharge, he stands with a serious, unwavering expression, surveying the aftermath. He finds a moment of calm, the silence a stark contrast to the recent chaos. With a slight smile, he resolves to return to his true purpose, to the place where he truly belongs. Yet, a new path emerges, one tied to the mysterious black heavens within the black curtain, prompting him to look back with a sense of unease. Now in a dense forest, he considers the risk of his next move, a question hanging in the air. A vision of Vega appears, her voice echoing a stern warning. It would be disastrous if anyone were to discover his actions. Her words reinforce the secrecy surrounding the black heavens and the black curtain, a forbidden power he now seeks to wield. Undeterred, his hand reaches out with a decisive motion, making contact with a shimmering line of blue energy on the forest floor. Electrical currents begin to surge and crackle around his fingers as the energy is drawn into him. A system notification confirms the process, revealing that Black Heavens is now absorbing the Kane's fanaticized stigma. A system notification confirms that the conditions have been met to unlock the second level of Black Heavens, initiating its second enlightenment. As the process begins, a pained gasp escapes him. His body convulses with the surge of energy, electric blue light arcing around him as his eyes glow with an otherworldly intensity. The strain twists his features, a silent scream etched onto his face as the power continues to course through him. A guttural cry escapes him, the system confirming that the records of Lyra's stigma are now being read through Black Heavens. Despite the successful absorption, the system warns that the enlightenment level of Black Heavens is still low, restricting the amount of records that can be accessed, even from the awakened Lee Shin-hyuk. Then, his eyes slowly open, a voice questioning, "Are you up?" He stands tall, his gaze now clear and focused, ready to face whatever comes next. He slowly regains consciousness, his mind struggling to grasp his surroundings, realizing he is in a hospital room. A doctor stands over him, informing him that he has been unconscious for 2 weeks, prompting him to question the duration of his slumber. The revelation of such a long period of unconsciousness leaves him stunned. As the doctor confirms the time frame, Shin-hyuk Lee's mind races, wondering if the fragmented images he's experiencing are his own memories, or perhaps something else entirely. Woo-myuk, the doctor, expresses his exasperation, chiding Shin-hyuk Lee for his repeated accidents, reminding him of previous warnings to be more careful. Shin-hyuk Lee simply responds to Woo-myuk, musing that he thought becoming a 1-star would be enough to avoid such predicaments, a hint at his recent power-up. Woo-myuk looks at him with a questioning gaze, clearly puzzled by his patient's statement. Meanwhile, in a different location, a female guild master sits at her desk, while her male subordinate asks her what is on her mind, sensing her preoccupation. She then mentions a new individual who arrived from another room, describing him as the type, and notes that Changhun SSI is having a difficult time with him. As fragmented memories surface, Shin-hyuk Lee finds himself in a hospital room, observing a past version of himself on a bed, while Vega questions if Chung-hyun was responsible for something, receiving a simple affirmation. The scene shifts, placing them all on a reflective, watery surface, and the dark-haired disciple remarks that what was said felt a bit strange. The water around them ripples, distorting their reflections, as the memory begins to fade. Back in his own mind, Shin-hyuk Lee's eyes glow with a faint purple light, a dark, spiky aura flaring around him as he curses the persistent memories of another Lee Shin-hyuk. A sharp, internal shock reverberates through him as the memories fully integrate. The system confirms the successful inheritance of the unanalyzed memories of Lee Shin-hyuk, specifically noting the acquisition of Pixis Spear Arts. His Pixis Spear Arts skill instantly levels up from 4 to 5, and he also learns a new, rather peculiar skill, Lame Excuses, level 2. Looking up at the sky, a profound confusion washes over him, as he grapples with the realization that he will gain more of Lee Shin-hyuk's memories the more powerful he becomes. Sitting in contemplation, a new system message appears beside him, revealing that a new gate had appeared in Mokdong on the 15th. And so, the system reveals the nature of a holy relic, referring to artifacts that concentrate the immense powers of the stars within them. Some of these possess such power they can even cross decades, and to summarize, there's one such holy relic in the gate that will open in Mokdong in 8 days. Processing this critical information, Shin-hyuk Lee considers the implications. A faint red mark appears on his cheek as he acknowledges, that's truly great information. He decides he'll be able to use it to his advantage, rather than just for fun. With a new objective in mind, he walks away, phone in hand, towards a towering building. As he approaches the counter, a soft murmur escapes the attendant. She explains that the gate expenses amount to 20% of the total, which comes out to 200,000 won. Shin-hyuk Lee pauses, a question in his voice, asking for clarification. The attendant quickly dismisses his concern, assuring him it was nothing. Internally, he rages at the 20% tax, feeling utterly robbed. His exaggerated, inner reaction shows his shock and disbelief, a silent scream of protest. Despite his outrage, he forces a smile, resigning himself to the situation, knowing this is simply how things are. Later, he sits alone in a waiting area, patiently awaiting his turn. His attention is caught as a voice calls out ticket number 57, and he responds with a clear affirmation. As he approaches the counter, the attendant asks for his constellation affiliation. A slight frown creases his brow as he considers her question. The attendant, seemingly not hearing his initial response, asks again, requesting him to repeat his constellation. Her eyes widen in surprise, a sudden realization dawning on her. He calmly states his affiliation, Lyra. The attendant recoils, visibly startled, her expression a mix of disbelief and awe. He urges her to hurry, and she quickly agrees, leading him forward with a newfound urgency. Her reaction is precisely as he anticipated. He muses to himself that it would be convenient to continue smuffing around for his own benefit in the future. He knew he had started this, and now he had to see it through. But that would be too slow, he mused, understanding that fame itself was a powerful currency. A determined glint entered his eyes as he considered his next move. Approaching the exclusive area, he thought, just wait for me a bit, please. Inside, he found a blonde-haired man standing casually by a bookshelf, and a silent acknowledgement passed between them, a subtle tension filling the air. Without warning, the blonde man's foot lashed out, sending him sprawling to the floor. Looking up from his new position, he could only utter a surprised, "What?" The blonde man stared down, his voice dripping with disdain as he demanded, "What are you staring at? Look, down." His dark hair obscured his expression as he remained on the floor, the command hanging heavy in the air. As he stares forward, a wave of disbelief and anger washes over him, the question echoing in his mind. Who exactly is this assailant? Shin-hyuk sits before his computer, a quiet intensity settling over him. He mutters to himself, let's forget it. We must be able to see the information. A faint smirk plays on his lips as he processes the data, thinking, wait, that. Desperately, I only prepared for this. But the realization quickly turns to anguish, a tear or drop of blood tracing a path down his cheek as he questions, are things all free? I was so afraid of the unheavenly star that I couldn't even look back when I was a regressor. His eyes widen with renewed determination. I can't hold back on this. No, I shouldn't hold back on this. Reaching for a cup of instant noodles, he ponders the cost of his resolve. How much is all of this? Despite his recent internal turmoil, Shin-hyuk devours his meal with an almost desperate intensity. Even as a part of him acknowledges he should probably eat less, a thought quickly followed by the realization that someone else would be pleased by his current indulgence. His expression hardens, a sharp internal question forming about his own seemingly insatiable appetite. He pauses, the silence punctuated only by the sounds of his chewing. His companion, a blond man seated opposite him, watches with a mixture of fascination and growing irritation, barely able to believe the sheer volume of food being consumed. Finally, the blond man can no longer hold back, asking Shin-hyuk why he insists on smacking his lips so loudly, ruining his own appetite. The only response is the continued, rhythmic sound of Shin-hyuk's eating, echoing in the quiet room. Observing Shinhyuk's vigorous eating, the blonde man remarks on his rather daring appetite. Unfazed, Shinhyuk responds that it is good to see his cells full of energy, a slight smile playing on his lips. The blonde man, however, continues his criticism, pointing out the recklessness of eating without considering the consequences. He then questions Shinhyuk's manners, asking if he had ever learned proper eating etiquette. Shinhyuk, looking up from his meal, simply asks who he is. The blonde man thinks to himself, frustrated that he couldn't discern Shinhyuk's identity, and observing his crude manners. Shinhyuk then retorts that if the blonde man runs the VIP room, he should surely know who he is. A subtle sound of agitation escapes the blonde man as his hand, still holding a fork, shifts slightly. He flinches, taken aback by Shinhyuk's statement, a vein throbbing as he wonders what he means. As Shinhyuk continued to eat with an almost unsettling indifference, the blonde man couldn't help but wonder who exactly he was. His composure, despite the situation, suggested he must be someone whose name or face was widely recognized, yet the blonde man couldn't place him. Shinhyuk, however, simply dismissed his companion's earlier comments, remarking that his way of speaking sounded like that of an old man. A sudden thought struck the blonde man, a flicker of realization in his eyes. He pondered the implications of Shinhyuk's words, struggling to recall any information that might shed light on the situation. The pieces began to fall into place. Shinhyuk's comment about his body getting younger, and the fact that he was the only one guided to the VIP room. With a newfound suspicion, the blonde man leaned forward, demanding to know which guild Shinhyuk belonged to. Shinhyuk merely offered a terse, almost dismissive reply, simply stating, "Your words." His cryptic response left the blonde man utterly bewildered, his face a mask of confusion. Shinhyuk's expression tightens, a thought flashing through his mind that the man before him has been speaking informally since they first met. Then, to his surprise, Shinhyuk voices the thought aloud, accusing the blonde man of speaking informally since their first encounter. The blonde man recoils, stammering out a name. Park Young-woo of the Tanning's Guild? Shinhyuk, meanwhile, slumps in his chair, a frustrated thought echoing in his mind. He's completely screwed. He scratches his head, trying to deflect, claiming the informal speech is simply Changpuk's way. The blonde man, still bewildered, presses on, asking if Shinhyuk knows his guild master. Shinhyuk emphatically denies it, though his internal thoughts immediately contradict him, confirming he knows the man well. He continues, reminiscing about a shared past, describing how back in his day, they ate, went to saunas, and even drank together. The blonde man can only sweat drop, his mind reeling at the implication that this youngster Park has somehow become a guild master. He listens intently as the blonde man expresses regret for not investigating him sooner, then asks for permission to visit the guild master's office, to which Shinhyuk, internally intimidated, agrees. The blonde man then introduces himself as Kwon Jino. A tense silence hangs in the air, before Shinhyuk profusely apologizes for his earlier rudeness and for causing trouble. A sly smirk playing on his lips as he thinks to himself that this is the moment he's been waiting for. He then dismisses Kwon Jino's apology with a casual wave, stating that young people are bound to make mistakes. Kwon Jino, however, insists that he has made a grave error. Shinhyuk then asks if Kwon Jino can do him a favor. Kwon Jino, clearly desperate, agrees to do whatever is asked of him. Shinhyuk's thoughts echo, acknowledging his initiation of the scheme and the necessity of seeing it through, knowing he must deceive his target no matter the cost. A small coin clinks softly as it falls, landing with a finality that seals his resolve, and he concludes, satisfied, that everything is proceeding as planned. Later, as he sits, refreshing his phone screen repeatedly, he finds himself disappointed by the lack of any positive updates. Across from him, Jino hesitantly suggests he should probably head back for now, his gaze cast downwards. Shinhyuk, feigning concern, asks if he's still planning to take the re-exam, to which Jino replies with a quiet admission of not feeling well. With a slight bow, Jino turns to depart, as Shinhyuk offers a seemingly kind, yet dismissive, farewell. As Jino leaves, a subtle, satisfied smirk plays on Shinhyuk's lips, his eyes glowing faintly with a predatory gleam. The glow in his eyes intensifies slightly as he confirms his success, having effectively removed the nuisance. With a soft rustle, he then pulls out his wallet, his next move already forming in his mind. He considers the money he'd taken earlier, a small smirk playing on his lips, knowing he was the future of Korea's metahumans. Holding up a small card, he notes the substantial amount of cash now in his possession. His thoughts drift to mutants' crystals. As he examines the card more closely, he wonders about its significance. He muses that mutants are rare, and their crystals are even rarer, making them incredibly difficult to obtain. A new question arises: why would such a valuable item be found in his wallet? Suddenly, a notification sound pulls him from his thoughts, causing him to look down at his phone. As he stands before a door, his reflection visible, a voice from the other side calls out, "Excuse me." A man in a suit, Jin Young, introduces himself as the team leader of the Awaken Management Bureau, apologizing for the wait and mentioning the recent disaster at the Cataclysm's disaster management headquarters. "Why are you lying to me, Shinhyuk?" Jin Young's voice cuts through the air, demanding an answer. He then extends a card, prompting Shinhyuk to question how his hidden revelation was discovered. A faint purple aura begins to emanate from Shinhyuk, as the man's inner strength is described as incomparable to even someone like Park Jin-woo. Jin Young presses him further, asking about his constellation, to which Shinhyuk replies, "I'm a Taurus star metahuman." The narrator reveals that Jin Young is a G-rank hunter, one of the 12 astrological signs, and truly incredible. A moment of silent contemplation passes over Jin Young's face, before Shinhyuk, with a hint of annoyance, asks if it's true that Jin Young doesn't possess a stigma. Shinhyuk senses the other man's skepticism, realizing he doesn't believe his words. The team leader looks down, his expression unreadable. Shinhyuk wonders if he is truly the first to ever refuse a stigma, before declaring his intent to prove himself. A thoughtful hum escapes Jin Young. Shinhyuk then offers to undergo the stigma examination himself, a decisive sound echoing his resolve. The team leader questions the proposal, surprised that Shinhyuk would volunteer. Shinhyuk maintains a resolute gaze. The two men stand together in the office, the conversation having reached a new point. He moves with practiced ease, the stick a blur in his hands. As Gino watches, questioning if it's truly all right for him to be present during the search, but quickly reassuring himself that it is. A 6-star metahuman, he muses, the thought lingering as Shinhyuk's stick connects with a soft thwack. Honestly, he's curious, wondering if even Lyra's incredibly powerful stigma can bridge a 4-star gap, especially when considering a stigma that ranks among the strongest astronomical bodies. Well, that, engulfed in a swirling vortex of blue energy, he plummets through the air. While below, a voice echoes with fierce determination, proclaiming that some things must be seen to be truly understood. The observer, Gino, clenches his jaw, a low grunt escaping him as he watches the spectacle unfold. Still falling, Shinhyuk's descent accelerates, a silent exclamation marking the intensity of his power. His form now wreathed in crackling blue lightning, he becomes a living conduit of raw energy. The air around him shimmers and tears, filled with the violent discharge of his power. As the lightning peaks, Gino's eyes glow with an intense blue light, reflecting the sheer power he witnesses. Suddenly, Shinhyuk Lee is engulfed by a torrent of crackling blue lightning, the raw energy surging around him. As the intense electrical discharge fills the air with its vibrant glow. Watching the spectacle, Gino recoils sharply, his eyes widening in stunned disbelief. He can barely comprehend the sight, wondering aloud, "No way. A 2-star metahuman is this powerful?" As if in response, Shinhyuk Lee's form glows with an even more intense blue aura, causing Gino to flinch back further. Before the protagonist vanishes in a blur of motion, leaving only a vibrant blue energy trail in his wake. He unleashes a blinding burst of blue lightning, crackling with raw, untamed energy. The sheer force of it makes Gino recoil, a pained grunt escaping him as he struggles against the overwhelming aura. He can only stare in disbelief, the power before him truly insane. Then, in an instant, Shinhyuk Lee appears before him, asking calmly if he's all right, to which Gino replies that he is. With a confident smirk, the protagonist suggests they continue. Gino, despite his earlier shock, regains his composure, declaring he's still able to fight. Shinhyuk Lee stands ready, a blue aura swirling around him, his eyes glowing faintly. Gino, however, can't help but voice his doubt, wondering if his opponent is truly as confident as he seems. Responding to the challenge, Shinhyuk Lee lets out a powerful roar, unleashing another devastating wave of blue lightning. With that resolve, Shinhyuk Lee unleashes a devastating burst of blue lightning, engulfing Gino in its raw power. The force of the impact sends Gino reeling, his face contorted in shock and pain as the crackling energy surrounds him. A sharp streak of blue energy moves with blinding speed. As he manifests a glowing lightning sword, Shinhyuk Lee declares, "I'll show you the strength of a regressor." He brings the crackling blade down with immense force, shouting, "Right now." Gino can only manage a pained grunt, struggling against the relentless assault. The sheer power of the lightning explosion cracks the very ground, engulfing the area in a blinding blue light. Shinhyuk Lee stands triumphant amidst the crackling energy, looking down at a defeated Gino, who kneels before him. Despite his defeat, Gino's eyes begin to glow with an eerie blue light, as he feels an unknown power surging within him. As the mysterious power surged within him, Gino gritted his teeth, pushing for just a little more, unaware that his lightning skill had just leveled up. A guttural scream tore from his throat, as the raw energy threatened to overwhelm him. Blue lightning crackled violently around his form, his body racked by the surging power. His eyes, now glowing with an intense electric blue, reflected the sheer force he was struggling to control. The aura around him visibly strengthened, expanding with each agonizing breath. His entire form became enveloped in a radiant blue glow, as he pushed his limits even further. With a final, desperate surge of will, he channeled the overwhelming energy. A powerful roar escaped him, as the blue energy erupted outwards in a blinding flash. Gino unleashes the full, raw power of his enhanced lightning skill, a torrent of blue energy and crackling electricity erupting from his form. His eyes glowing with an intense purple light as he channels the immense force, sending out a destructive wave that tears through the very air. The sheer exertion contorts his features, but he pushes through, maintaining the devastating release. A massive ring of blue energy expands outwards, its impact rippling across the landscape. The destructive force continues its relentless spread, obliterating everything in its path. A sudden realization dawns on him. He used too much strength without even noticing. Now, utterly drained, Gino stands amidst the newly formed debris, a faint aura still clinging to his exhausted form. The aftermath reveals a landscape utterly devastated, with massive fragments of rock floating eerily in the air. As the aftermath of his power use takes its toll, Gino plummets from the sky, a desperate cry echoing for him. His body falling rapidly, urgent commands are shouted to bring a medic immediately. And not just any aid, but potions as well. Meanwhile, Shin-hyuk Lee quickly brings a potion to his lips, swallowing the restorative liquid. An older, muscular man expresses his relief that Shin-hyuk Lee is unharmed, while the young man offers a quiet apology. The thought of the potion's exorbitant price crosses his mind, easily costing at least 10 million won. The glowing bottle, now empty, rests in his hand. Bowing deeply to the muscular man, Shin-hyuk Lee reiterates his apology, taking full responsibility. Finally, a relieved smile spreads across his face, his eyes closed in contentment. He acknowledges that he started this situation, and now he must be the one to end it, knowing he has to deceive her no matter what. Meanwhile, Gino asks if this means they are done, to which Shin-hyuk Lee simply affirms, yes. Gino then declares, Vega Star's spell is off. Shin-hyuk Lee internally marvels at Gino's power, thinking he is far more incredible than he had ever imagined. He looks at Gino with a questioning expression. As Gino continues, I know I shouldn't be saying this, but I made a big mistake, I know, but... He then asks Shin-hyuk Lee, may I have a word with you? Shin-hyuk Lee, surprised, responds, all right. As the conversation continues, the question hangs in the air, whether he would consider joining the association. Shin-hyuk Lee considers this, a thoughtful hum escaping him, as Gino assures him he would be of great help. Internally, Shin-hyuk Lee muses that Gino is clearly trying to recruit him. He acknowledges that simply being an awakened isn't enough to advance, and joining an organization is the only way to increase his rank. He continues, stating that he has no other organizations or guilds to join, making this offer a practical necessity. A soft tack sounds as he reaches for his teacup, his decision solidifying. Considering the various organizations, he decides it's time to conclude the meeting. Gino, however, quickly interjects, assuring him that their association welcomes all, regardless of background. He adds, with a persuasive tone, that Shin-hyuk Lee would still receive a salary even without active work. Gino continues his pitch, explaining that the benefits would be far less compared to Shin-hyuk's potential ranking, prompting Shin-hyuk to question what he means by that, while internally wondering how he could possibly get money without doing anything. Gino clarifies that it's exactly as it sounds. Shin-hyuk would only belong to the association in name, free to do whatever he wants. He even adds that they could provide him with work if he desired. Shin-hyuk's expression shifts to a smirk as he internally questions if this isn't just a total scam. A flashback or internal reflection shows him in disarray, surrounded by papers, lamenting his inability to find a single job, feeling like a total loser. Yet, a determined glint enters his eyes as he realizes that with the association on his side, he wouldn't need to worry about sharing profits from jobs, which seems utterly insane. He then asks Gino if he needs to join the association, to which Gino confidently replies that he knew Shin-hyuk would come around. As shadowy figures seem to surround him, Shin-hyuk reflects on a life lived like a dog, resolving to use them for his own gain. He acknowledges his new status, recognizing that he is now becoming a master. A subtle smirk plays on his lips, as he considers the additional perk, being excused from paying taxes on top of everything else. Beside Gino, his large, black, dog-like companion lets out excited barks, its red eyes glowing with enthusiasm. Gino confirms the arrangement, stating that Shin-hyuk Lee will now live as a member of the association, to which Shin-hyuk Lee replies, I look forward to working with you. With the conversation concluded, Shin-hyuk Lee turns and walks away. The city street stretches out before him, a bustling backdrop to his new path. He continues his journey down the street, leaving the encounter behind. A voice echoes, promising a meeting in a week's time, within a sanctum. Within this vision, a regal, blonde-haired figure looks down upon him, as if from a throne. He feels the weight of the moment, acknowledging that the time has come, and despite his thorough preparation, a deep nervousness still gnaws at him. A moment of confusion washes over him, as if disoriented by the sudden shift in his surroundings. The vision continues, showing a desperate crowd kneeling, their voices rising in fervent prayer to a figure they call Great Ezekiel Nim, begging for power. Their faces contorted in anguish, they plead for the power of the metahuman to be bestowed upon them, mere insects. Back in the present, he observes a bustling crowd, a low murmur of conversation filling the air. He muses on the widespread rumors of many individuals becoming metahumans through these mysterious sanctums. In such challenging times, he concludes, becoming a metahuman is perhaps the only path to survival for these people. A soft, ethereal blue light begins to pulse, growing in intensity. as the shimmering energy expands to reveal a distant figure within its depths. Shinhyuk Lee looks up, a slight gasp escaping him as he realizes the sheer height of his ascent. He muses that there must be hundreds of these places scattered across the world, deciding to simply proceed for now. Enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, he floats effortlessly amidst a field of distant stars, his gaze drifting downward into the cosmic expanse. A sudden realization dawns on him, the truth of his location echoing in his mind. This is a sanctum. As he looks up, a magnificent golden energy begins to bloom around him, forming a radiant, tree-like structure. Its brilliance captivating his attention. He gazes upon the glowing form, struck by its beauty and the profound thought that it feels as if a free man has made a contract with heaven. He continues to drift through the cosmic expanse, the golden energy tree a beacon in the distance, as a thought echoes in his mind. He must find Vega. A soft, rhythmic sound accompanies his steps, as if walking on an unseen path. He approaches a figure bathed in a soft, golden glow, her presence radiating warmth. With long, flowing white hair and eyes like molten gold, Vega turns to face him, a serene expression on her face amidst a backdrop of intricate, glowing gears. Her voice, clear and resonant, greets him with a familiar title, acknowledging his return. A soft thud echoes, as if a heavy weight has been lifted. His eyes, wide with a mixture of surprise and relief, reflect the profound impact of her presence. A genuine smile touches his lips as he confesses how much he has missed her. With a soft rustle of her flowing gown, Vega turns and begins to walk away, leaving him to ponder their reunion. As the conversation continues, a soft hum escapes her lips. Vega considers his words with a thoughtful expression, while he, looking away with a hint of regret, offers a quiet apology, acknowledging his own lack of foresight. He knows he must maintain this facade, a necessary deception to protect her, even if it means uttering words he doesn't truly believe, words that might hurt her. A soft, ethereal glow emanates from him as he continues, explaining that his actions are not a betrayal of faith, but a desperate attempt to ensure she remembers him, to keep their connection alive. But her response is immediate and unyielding, a stark refusal that cuts through his pleas. His expression tightens, a pang of sorrow crossing his features as he realizes the weight of their shared memories and the impossibility of his current deception. Vega, however, remains composed, her voice carrying a hint of self-awareness as she states that she has always been perceived as beautiful, a fact that seems to hold little sway in this moment. Intricate, glowing gears spin in the background as she continues, explaining that despite his flattery, there is nothing she can do to help him. Shinhyuk, his resolve hardening, acknowledges her words, knowing he has a compelling reason for his actions, even if she cannot understand it yet. Resolved to deceive her, Shinhyuk Lee knew he had to end what he started, no matter what. A soft metallic chime echoed as Vega's slender fingers reached out, gently touching his chest. A faint glow emanated from the point of contact as she spoke, expressing her surprise that he had become a star in just 1 week, a feat she attributed to him being the unheavenly star. The blue light intensified around his chest, a silent testament to her words. He responded, trying to maintain his composure, asking if they were finished here, to which she simply replied, so. Her gaze unwavering as she sat amidst the glowing, intricate gears of her domain, then requested to hear the details of the path he had traveled. She continued, her voice calm and measured, explaining that in order for her to help him, she needed to know what had happened in the future. A wave of frustration washed over Shinhyuk Lee as he realized the depth of her insight, muttering to himself, fuck, here it comes. He swallowed hard, steeling himself for the confession, and began, firstly. Standing alone in the vast, star-filled expanse, he revealed, existence known as Dragon will appear. The question hangs in the air, a soft inquiry about the heavenly demon. Shinhyuk Lee's mind races, realizing he'd fabricated the entire concept of a demon that possesses the black heavens on the spot. Vega, seemingly unaware of his internal panic, muses that she hadn't known such a demon existed. He quickly explains that the heavenly demon had hidden its power so effectively, no one could have known. His thoughts drift to the specifics, wondering if the entity even had a race or was truly human. Vega presses him, asking if even he, with his knowledge of the future, was unaware, to which he simply replies, no, having tried and failed to find any information on it after returning. A thoughtful expression crosses her face, finding his lack of knowledge strange. If he truly knew the Star of Destiny was the heavenly demon, she reasons, then he must have been the one to kill the Black Heaven's power, and therefore, should have known its face despite having never met. As Vega's probing questions continue, he can only manage a bewildered, pardon. Internally, a surge of panic rises as he grapples with the implications of her words, wondering, what the fuck is the Star of? Even after his death, the face of the one he killed remained unconfirmed, leaving a lingering question. The implications of possessing his powers, he muses, mean that Lee Shinhyuk truly succeeded in ending him. Yet, a deeper question arises. Why did this individual appear in the first place? He quickly dismisses the thought, realizing that is not what truly matters in this moment. If he shows any hesitation, Vega will surely suspect him, so he must navigate this situation as smoothly as possible. He recalls the moment of the kill, when the body turned into black dust and scattered everywhere. So absorbed in the moment, he was already too deep to notice anything else. Vega, with a gentle smile, acknowledges the situation, remarking that this is how things unfolded. Meanwhile, Shinhyuk Lee, looking up at the cosmic expanse, asks if there is a way to locate the unheavenly demon, who he knows is right in front of them. He then adds that, currently, there is nothing more to do than wait for the unheavenly demon to make its move. Vega, still serene, inquires when the unheavenly demon will begin its movement. Shinhyuk Lee responds that from what he has gathered, it will be in 3 years, which is enough time to prepare and find a workforce. He then resolves to become as strong as he can, all while looking for the unheavenly demon. His hand clenches, a silent testament to his determination. With a focused gaze, he questions if he should gather these things. Vega then states that new gates will open in 3 years, and she will go there first. Information about the future, gleaned from Shinhyuk Lee's memories, begins to coalesce within Vega's mind. She realizes that if this knowledge becomes reality, she can finally be free from suspicion. Such profound insight could only be known to a regressor, confirming the unique nature of Shinhyuk Lee's existence. A serene smile graces her lips, as the implications of this revelation settle within her. Opening her eyes, she acknowledges the truth, declaring that she will now claim the rights only a regressor can enjoy. With a soft, ethereal glow, Vega begins to ascend, her form becoming less tangible. She affirms that only those who truly know the future can grasp the world's ultimate truth. Looking down at Shinhyuk Lee, she declares that they shall become her wings. As her form fades into the cosmic expanse, she reminds him that the true fate of the world rests on his shoulders, and cautions him not to overexert himself. Even his soul felt a warmth from her touch, a sensation Vega openly acknowledged, her golden eyes fixed on him. He knew he should keep his distance for safety, but found it increasingly difficult to do so. Still, the warmth persisted, a silent testament to their connection. Internally, he committed to his plan, thinking only of her. Vega, for her part, declared her unwavering resolve, ready to do anything. Yet, a sudden comment from him caught her off guard, leaving her flustered and questioning how he could speak so casually. Observing her reaction, he noted her surprise with a subtle satisfaction. He considers his actions, acknowledging that he initiated this complex situation, and now he must see it through, determined to deceive her no matter the cost. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he thinks, okay, not bad. Suddenly, Vega's voice cuts through his thoughts, her tone firm yet questioning. I will go back with you. His composure shatters as he stares at her, utterly bewildered. Pardon? What do you mean? Vega glows with an ethereal light, her resolve radiating as she reiterates. It's as I said. I shall manifest in this world and travel with you. The declaration hangs in the air, a sudden, heavy weight. Shinhyuk Lee's face contorts in utter disbelief, his mind reeling. What the hell are you saying? What do you mean, manifest and travel? Vega turns slightly, her voice softening as she explains the limitations imposed by other divine beings, a bit for to restraints of the other goddesses, constellations can't. Cutting her off, Shinhyuk Lee pulls her close, a confident, almost arrogant smile gracing his features as he challenges her. Ho ho, who do you think I am? True to her word, Vega's ethereal form glows brightly. As she begins her manifestation, though she warns that her power and time will be limited. Still, with this method, it is possible to some extent, a revelation that surprises Shinhyuk Lee. He watches, bewildered, as the goddess rapidly shrinks before his eyes, her form condensing into a tiny, almost chibi-like figure amidst a burst of light. Shinhyuk Lee exclaims at her sudden reduction in size, as she then offers him a glowing pendant, explaining that if he wears it, she can manifest in this state for a few hours. He considers her words, recalling his earlier boast about doing anything for her. He finds himself unable to remain passive, his mind racing with the implications of the situation. A memory of Vega's words echoes, reminding him of the dark and lonely path alongside you. Initially, a flicker of excitement crosses his thoughts, but it quickly gives way to a grim realization. He is utterly doomed. His face contorts in a mixture of shock and despair. A frustrated curse escapes his lips. Suddenly, a new voice cuts through the air, demanding to know what. He stares, utterly bewildered, recognizing the name, but questioning the reality of it all, wondering if Vega NM. I thought constellations only appeared because of rumors, or whatever. Before he can fully process his thoughts, the red-haired woman grabs him by the collar, her expression fierce as she declares, "Your words are a mess." He stares, a mix of shock and irritation on his face, as the red-haired woman stands before him, demanding to know why he's there. A slight frown creases his brow as he mutters that her tone is far too informal. Later, under the soft glow of the evening, they find themselves in a cozy setting. A wave of pure delight washes over the red-haired Vega as she savors the taste of human food, finding it truly astonishing. Shinhyuk Lee watches her, a hint of disbelief in his voice as he wonders aloud if constellations are even capable of eating. The red-haired Vega simply replies that there's no reason why they can't, though a smaller, ethereal golden blonde Vega nearby adds that it's specifically human food they usually can't consume, before the red-haired one finishes her meal with a satisfied hum. She muses that human food is a first for her, and perhaps accepting it is also a first. Turning to him, the red-haired Vega questions why he chose Chow for her, clearly annoyed by his choice and wondering what he could possibly know about her preferences. The golden blonde Vega declares there is no one else in this world more special than him, child. Shinhye questions what she means by such a statement. As the golden blonde Vega continues her pronouncement, her foot resting gently on a patterned surface. She declares that one day he will become a great being, a thought Shinhye immediately dismisses as the words of a great scammer. Later, the red-haired Vega, now seated across from him, echoes a similar sentiment, stating that he is also special. Her intense gaze pierces him as she waits for his reaction. Shinhye, looking troubled, realizes the implication of her words. Vega can also perceive that Heian is a metahuman. Still in the ethereal space, Vega's red-haired manifestation questions if he is truly not aware of something important. She offers a cryptic solution, suggesting she could help him understand if he would only open his eyes. The golden blonde manifestation of Vega, looking distressed, dismisses the idea, declaring it meaningless. The red-haired Vega acknowledges her own slip, admitting she spoke carelessly. She then announces her need to sleep now, explaining that prolonged manifestation in her current state would only worsen her restraints. The golden blonde manifestation lets out a pained sound, struggling against an unseen force. With a final, ominous statement, the red-haired Vega declares, "Then my curse will find you tomorrow." Back in his own reality, Shinhye Lee is suddenly enveloped in a vibrant blue aura, glowing particles swirling around him. He kneels on his bed, the intense blue energy continuing to emanate from him, a clear manifestation of his awakened power. A soft, resonant chime echoes, as if from a distant, crystalline source, and Shinhye Lee's thoughts race, acknowledging his role in the unfolding situation and resolving to outweak the being before him. With that resolve firm in his mind, he faces Vega, who observes him with a knowing gaze, remarking on his continued unawareness. His own thoughts, however, are focused on her, a silent address to the constellation. Then, speaking aloud, he simply instructs her to take a seat. Vega complies, settling onto the bed, and immediately makes a playful demand to use his knees as a temporary resting place. A brief, almost imperceptible shift occurs, as Shinhye Lee takes his own seat on the bed, allowing the red-haired manifestation to comfortably rest her head upon his lap. She sighs contentedly, declaring that using him as a pillow is indeed the best, and playfully asks if he enjoys it too. A soft, knowing smile graces her features, her eyes closed in apparent comfort. His internal monologue continues, a firm resolve hardening his expression as he thinks, "You're not fooling me." He then observes the object in his hand, noting how incredibly light it feels, as if there's nothing there. Meanwhile, Vega, resting comfortably, feels a strange annoyance stirring within her, wondering why she's experiencing such a feeling. Shinhye Lee then gently commands her to sleep, before a fleeting thought crosses his mind. Then what about me? A soft, rhythmic breathing sound emanates from Vega as she drifts off to sleep on his lap. Shinhye Lee watches her, a subtle, knowing smile playing on his lips, as he silently wishes her sweet dreams. Shinhye Lee sits quietly on a bed, his gaze distant as if lost in thought, the room around him still. A soft, ethereal glow then fills the space, as if the very air around him shimmers with unseen energy. 2 days later, following Lee Shinhye's memories and the recollection of the unheavenly star, the gate finally opened, and he stepped inside. Inside, a glowing crack pulsed with energy, and Vega's voice echoed with surprise. "Wow, this is the first time for the crack that you could see, huh?" Shinhye walked deeper into the dark, cavernous space, his sword held ready as he processed her words. He turned to her, a hint of surprise on his face, as she continued, "Why? You said you'd be surprised if the gate opened up." A slight frown creased his brow as he thought, "She's so clueless, huh?" Before responding, "Well, I thought I'd be a regressor or something, but it's not that much." A mischievous smile spread across his face as he admitted, "I was thinking of some way to get rid of any surprises she might have." "Huh, well, this is good." He concluded internally, "This is good for me." With his glowing sword, Shinhye stood ready, prepared to face whatever lay ahead in the mysterious depths of the gate. As he steps into the newly opened gate, Lee Shinhye's thoughts immediately turn to strategy, considering the potential for solo hunting and the valuable potions he could acquire from the monsters within. Even if the potions proved expensive, he knew the profits would be substantial. He resolved to secure Aquarius, knowing it would bring him immense wealth. As he continued to ponder the lucrative possibilities of selling potions, a shadowy, serpentine form began to emerge from the murky depths of the gate. His eyes widened in sudden realization, a gasp catching in his throat. A faint purple aura briefly flickered around him, as he stared down at the unexpected threat. The shadowy form resolved into a massive appendage, prompting an incredulous cry of tentacle. He mused on the bizarre nature of the creature, wondering what other unexpected beings might lurk within this gate. With a surge of resolve, his eyes glowed electric blue and a vibrant aura flared around him, ready to face the challenge, even as he remembered Vega's presence beside him. He unleashes a surge of vibrant green energy, striking the monstrous tentacle with immense force. But as the attack connects, a sudden realization dawns on him. This isn't a normal monster. Instead of being destroyed, the creature detonates in a blinding flash of green light, its essence exploding outwards. He recoils from the noxious burst, a wave of profound disgust washing over him. The lingering, unpleasant aura of the explosion hangs heavy in the air, a testament to the bizarre nature of his foe. From a distance, the goddess observes the unfolding chaos, her expression thoughtful. She finds the entire situation quite interesting. Meanwhile, Shinhyuk surveys the environment, his gaze sharp and assessing. The goddess wonders aloud, questioning the sudden proliferation of such unpleasant creatures in this place. The noxious green energy from the defeated monster slowly dissipated into the air, leaving behind a faint, unsettling residue. Lee Shinhyuk grimaced, realizing they were proving far too difficult to handle. A surge of brilliant blue energy began to coalesce around him. As he made a firm decision, he would have to employ a more potent ability. He recalled the long-range skill he had utilized in the past. With a crackle of raw power, a glowing blue staff materialized, humming with potent energy. The exertion of the skill proved too much, and he collapsed to the ground, the staff lying spent beside him. As the immense power surged, Vega, observing from her ethereal plane, could only watch the unfolding spectacle with a gasp. A system message confirmed the activation, as Spear Lightning LV.1 erupted with a thunderous roar, signaling the unleashing of devastating electrical energy. The air crackled with raw power, as brilliant blue lightning consumed the space, exploding outwards with blinding intensity. Arcs of electricity danced and pulsed, sending shimmering particles scattering through the air as the skill reached its peak. The sheer velocity of the attack left only a blur in its wake. Through the settling dust and echoes of the blast, a figure moved, the sounds of their hurried steps barely audible in the dark, cavernous space. His face streaked with exhaustion and a fresh cut, Shinhyuk could only utter a relieved declaration of success. He reflected on the technique, a powerful ability he had only been able to access while under a divine blessing. Meanwhile, Vega continued her silent vigil, her expression a mix of concern and surprise at the display of power. A faint glow emanates from his hand, a residual energy from the power he just wielded. He stares at it, a sense of unease washing over him as he realizes he cannot consciously recall anything about the technique he just used, a strange phenomenon he knows is part of its nature, yet still difficult to accept. Meanwhile, the celestial being observes him, her thoughts drifting to the intermediate technique of the weaving stars enigma, a complex art she understands intimately. She assures him that there are aspects of the technique he can refine, but the spear lightning he just employed is already quite formidable, a fact she finds amusing. Then, with a knowing smile, she reminds him that he already possesses knowledge of all these techniques and promises to instruct him further in the future. He turns away, a deep frown creasing his brow, unable to accept her words. He admits that while certain aspects of the technique remain clear in his mind, his memories are intertwined with the weaving stars enigma, creating a confusing blend. He gazes at the glowing energy once more, questioning why he cannot recall them distinctly. A deep uncertainty settles over him, as if crucial segments of a film have been edited out, leaving him with fragmented, incomplete recollections. He considers the possibility that his memory loss, particularly regarding the Spear Lightning LV.1 technique, might be a side effect of some skill he possesses, a skill he can't consciously recall. After all, a regression caused by the Star of Oaths shouldn't typically result in any memory loss. Vega listens intently, her expression shifting as she processes his internal struggle. He continues to ponder, realizing that if his powers are indeed cutting off his memories, then the intermediate technique of the weaving stars enigma must be the key. With a determined glint in his eye, he resolves that since the commandments are so overwhelmingly powerful, he should be able to manipulate them to his advantage. Vega's eyes widen slightly in surprise, then narrow with a knowing smile, acknowledging his audacious plan. She muses aloud. Yes, that's not impossible, but I haven't told you what's truly important, so what's there to be too concerned about? He looks back, a hint of confusion on his face, as she continues. What's that, for example? I know it's like my memories are cut off from you. As he walks away, the weight of her words settles on him, leaving him to grapple with the implications of their intertwined memories. A soft, almost imperceptible sound escapes Vega, her golden eyes widening slightly. She then playfully chides him, asking how he could say such a thing, before a small, knowing chuckle escapes her. He knew she would react exactly like that. Ignoring her antics, Shinhyuk's expression turns serious as he senses a profound, unsettling energy, an ominous presence filling the air around him. Vega's ethereal form appears, her voice echoing with a similar premonition, finding it hard to believe, but feeling a strong sense of unease. Shinhyuk simply questions the unfolding situation. His hand glows faintly as he confronts the source of the energy, a mutated insect-type monster unlike anything he's seen before. A wave of shock washes over him, realizing this is yet another mutation. Clenching his fist, he internally laments that such creatures shouldn't be so common, holding back angry words he can't voice to those responsible, feeling that something is profoundly off about the situation. His eyes glow with a faint purple aura as he observes the monster, noting its unusually high-grade black color, a detail that reminds him of a previous encounter with a regressor. As he considers the implications of the mutated monsters, Shinhyuk tells Vega that he needs to go further to find out more about this escalating situation. He wonders what exactly a stigma of crystal could be, a concept so obscure that even a constellation like Vega doesn't seem to fully grasp it, as these strange situations continue to occur. A shiver runs through him as he feels the unsettling presence, a sensation that has been building for some time, as if they've already been wounded before the fight even began. If his suspicions are correct, he knows he might have no choice but to use the stigma of crystal he absorbed for himself. His expression hardens with resolve, but then his face twists in disgust as a foul, putrid smell assaults his senses. The stench is overwhelming, making him recoil from its intensity. As the overwhelming, foul smell led him deeper into the unknown, he called out, "Vega, it's this way," his footsteps echoing softly through the cavern. A soft, unsettling rustling sound accompanied their descent. And with a soft thud of his foot, he mused, he was sure there was a reason for the profound quiet, necessitating extreme caution. Carrying his staff, he continued to navigate the dark, winding passages, the ethereal form of the goddess trailing faithfully behind him. Vega's expression grew troubled, sensing the oppressive atmosphere of this ominous place. She looked down, her voice laced with concern, remarking on the strange and malevolent aura permeating the air. Undeterred, the two continued their journey into the cavern's depths, the oppressive silence growing heavier with each step. Suddenly, Vega's eyes flared with a brilliant glow, her expression shifting to one of profound surprise as she wondered, could that be? Before them, a faint, creeping sound accompanied the sight of a glowing purple relic, a chalice radiating an ancient power. As he gazes upon the newly discovered glowing purple relic, Shinhyuk's eyes widen with an almost manic excitement, declaring the find to be utterly insane. His thoughts immediately turn to its market value, wondering aloud just how much such a treasure could possibly fetch, estimating it to be at least 1 billion won, if not more. Imagining piles of gold and overflowing chests, he considers the possibility of it being an S-star relic, which would make its worth truly incalculable. Still fixated on the glowing object, he questions if it truly is a relic, his eyes still gleaming with dollar signs as Vega looks on with a slight frown. Vega, noticing his unusual expression, comments that his eyes look strange, but he is too consumed by the thought of quickly acquiring the treasure. With a determined smirk, Shinhyuk prepares to move, unaware of the low rumble that begins to emanate from the relic, a sound that Vega clearly registers with growing apprehension. The low, guttural rumble intensifies as dark, shadowy energy begins to swirl around the glowing purple artifact. Now actively reaching out, the relic's shadowy tendrils stretch towards Shinhyuk, who remains focused on his prize, while Vega watches with palpable worry. The dark tendrils continue to expand, spreading further into the cavern with an unsettling, squelching sound. He observes the unfolding situation, a familiar weariness in his thoughts, acknowledging that outrageous things are once again happening around him. Yet, a confident smirk plays on his lips as he reassures himself he had already anticipated such an outcome, so there is no need to fret, even if the number of monsters turns out to be unexpectedly high. As dark, shadowy tendrils begin to writhe and stretch from the relic, he dismisses the growing threat, convinced that the sheer number of adversaries makes no difference to his resolve. With a determined glint in his eyes, he vows to take down every single one of them himself and claim the relic. The shadowy entity continues to expand, its form growing more monstrous and indistinct, prompting a thoughtful hum from him as he observes its rapid transformation. The shadowy tendrils intensify, swirling with dark energy, their ominous presence filling the space with a palpable sense of dread, until he stands ready, weapon in hand, facing the now fully manifested entity, wondering aloud, "What's this?" It suddenly grew. A deep, resonant thrumming echoes through the air as the shadowy mass continues its terrifying transformation, revealing a monstrous, green-skinned face with glowing eyes and razor-sharp teeth. Standing firm against the looming threat, Shinhyuk grips his newly manifested, glowing red weapon, even as the ground beneath them cracks and splinters from the sheer pressure of the entity's presence. He assesses the creature before him, a confident smirk playing on his lips as he acknowledges its immense power, thinking to himself that it looks incredibly strong. Turning slightly, he addresses an unseen presence, a hint of playful exasperation in his tone, remarking that they must have known it would turn out this way, yet feigning ignorance. As the monstrous entity lets out a guttural roar, he maintains his distance, deciding to observe without interfering just yet. He reaffirms his commitment to this dangerous pursuit, considering it as vital as his own life, before confidently declaring to Vega to count on him. A wide, determined smile spreads across his face, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. A wave of dread washes over him, leaving him to wonder what he should possibly do in this impossible situation. As a thin, glowing purple line descends from above, threatening to ensnare him, he feels utterly trapped. The air around him crackles with faint, shimmering particles, and the grim realization hits him with full force. He is truly and irrevocably screwed. More glowing motes drift around his form, emphasizing the ethereal nature of his predicament. A massive, green-skinned monster, its body rippling with muscle and adorned with sharp spikes, crackles with raw energy, its yellow eyes glowing ominously. Li Shinhyek stands before it, a lone figure in the vast, dark cavern, his gaze fixed on the colossal threat. A wave of apprehension washes over him. He's never faced anything this immense before. Gripping his staff, the wood glowing faintly in his hand, he grapples with the realization that he might have become a regressor because of the holy relic, wondering what kind of world he's truly been thrown into. Despite the overwhelming odds, a fierce determination hardens his expression, and he moves with a blur of motion, knowing he still has a chance to win. His eyes ignite with a purple glow, and a dark, shadowy aura erupts around him, signifying the black dragon's full power awakening within. The monster recoils, its multiple glowing barriers shimmering under an unseen force, a guttural cry escaping its lips as it realizes its invincible defenses are being challenged. Shinhyek stares intently, a flicker of recognition in his gaze, as he identifies the creature he once defeated. He reflects on his return, finding a strange satisfaction in his regressor status, then unleashes a furious declaration, his fist connecting with explosive force. The monstrous creature roars in pain, its massive form recoiling from the impact. The sheer power of the blow sending it reeling. A louder, more agonizing shriek tears from its throat as the attack continues to take its toll. Shinhyek lands lightly, his aura still blazing. Then, with a confident command, he reveals his true depth of power, manifesting a glowing spear, ready for the next phase of the battle. He grips the newly manifested spear, its blue energy crackling, as a firm resolve settles within him. He started this, and now he must finish it, even if it means deceiving someone important. With a guttural cry, he unleashes his ultimate attack, a torrent of brilliant blue lightning erupting from his form. The air itself seems to tear apart as the raw power of the blue lightning surges forward. Enveloped in the crackling energy, he charges, a living conduit of destructive force. The attack closes the distance in an instant, and the monster lets out a deafening, pained shriek as the lightning connects. A blinding explosion of blue energy engulfs the creature, its form momentarily lost within the brilliant discharge. As the light begins to fade, he stares at the aftermath, a look of exhaustion, or perhaps surprise, etched onto his face. Li Shinhyek's blue lightning crackles around him, but his direct attack seems to have little effect on the monstrous foe, leaving him to acknowledge the limitation of his current approach. The creature's massive maw gapes open, its sharp teeth glinting as it absorbs or deflects the energy. A guttural shriek echoes through the cavern, a cry of pain or defiance. Before he can react, a massive limb from the monster slams into him, sending him recoiling with a pained grunt. Mid-air, he twists, channeling his momentum into a powerful kick, driving his foot into the creature with a sharp impact. The blow connects with a sickening crunch. However, the force of the exchange sends him plummeting downwards, a trail of blue energy following his rapid descent. He falls further into the depths. With a desperate gasp, Shinhyek manages to grab onto a thick vine, halting his uncontrolled fall just above the monster's body. As he plummets through the air, the remnants of the struggle, a tangle of vines and roots, blur past him. He curses the monster's unexpected resilience, thinking, "Damn it, I thought it was a low-rank something. I would have died if I hadn't prepared for something like this." Still, the fall continues, sending him hurtling directly towards the creature's waiting maw, a cavernous opening lined with razor-sharp teeth. Yet, even as he descends, he prepares his next move, a determined glint in his eyes. The monster, sensing his intent, lets out a guttural roar. "A million bolts, you bastard." But before it can react, Shinhyek's body ignites with a brilliant blue aura, his eyes glowing with raw power. A torrent of lightning erupts from him, a blinding flash of energy. He strikes downwards, engulfed in the massive electrical discharge, aiming directly for the monster below. The air crackles with raw power. As he unleashes a devastating bolt of blue lightning directly into the monster's gaping maw, eliciting a pained cry. A surge of purple energy erupts from the creature's form, sending him hurtling backward through a cloud of dust. Landing hard, his eyes glow with fierce resolve, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He clutches his arm, a sharp gasp escaping him. But a triumphant thought echoes in his mind. He had managed to kill a monster he once believed impossible to defeat, while Vega cries out in alarm, warning him of the continuing danger. He is caught completely off guard as a swift, vine-like appendage coils around him. The monstrous tendril tightens its grip. A powerful, blue-tinged impact erupts. The sheer force of the blow sends him violently backward. He gasps and coughs, struggling for air, his body momentarily surrounded by a faint blue energy. The creature, far from defeated, lets out a guttural roar, its form now grotesquely transformed, eyes burning crimson. Shinhyek stares in stunned disbelief, realizing the foe he thought vanquished has not only survived but evolved into something far more menacing. Vega, her luminous eyes filled with grave concern, acknowledges the dire situation, knowing she has no other choice but to act. With fierce resolve, Shinhyek's own eyes glow blue as he demands a blessing. As the blessing began, A soft glow emanated from the pendant in his hand, while Vega's golden eyes fixed upon him. Surrounded by a verdant aura, she affirmed the transfer of power. With Vega's blessing of the stars now bestowed, Li Shinhyuk felt an immediate surge, blue lightning crackling around him. He gasped, the proficiency of Lyra's stigma temporarily increasing as the electrical energy intensified. The sheer force of it twisted his features, a struggle to contain the overwhelming power evident on his face. This time, the effects felt far stronger than any previous blessing, energy visibly surging through his outstretched hand. The blue energy swirled around his legs, glowing particles dancing in its wake. He cried out, barely able to handle the immense power, the ground beneath him cracking from the sheer force. Finally, a towering column of purple and white energy erupted upwards, signaling the culmination of the blessing. He strains against the overwhelming surge of power, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light as the energy threatens to consume him. The raw force of it streaks across the air, shifting from vibrant blue to a deep, pulsating purple. Engulfed by the swirling maelstrom, he is tossed and turned, a mere speck within the tempest of power. But then, with a surge of will, he channels the raw energy, lightning crackling from his outstretched hands as he rises. His gaze sharpens, focused on the immense power now flowing through him, his hand glowing with concentrated blue light. With a guttural cry, a massive column of blue energy erupts from below him. The sheer force of the discharge obscures his form, the blue light intensifying to an unbearable degree. Finally, the overwhelming power culminates in a blinding, explosive burst of blue and purple energy. He channels a concentrated blue lightning punch, the energy crackling around his hand. As he floats mid-air, surrounded by a swirling blue aura, he acknowledges the rapid drain on his mana. But the consumption doesn't matter. His focus remains absolute, knowing his mana is currently endless. A guttural scream escapes him as the power surges, distorting his features. His hands crackle with raw, untamed blue lightning, the energy building to a critical point. Enveloped in the brilliant blue light, he strikes a dynamic pose, a silhouette of pure power. The expanding energy forms a massive ring, a testament to the overwhelming force he commands. With glowing eyes and unwavering resolve, he pushes for just a bit more. Still pushing for just a bit more, he feels the immense power surge through him. His eyes glow with an intense blue light, reflecting his absolute focus. Suddenly, an urgent voice cuts through the surge, commanding him to stop. Shinhyuk reacts with a jolt of surprise, his concentration broken. The voice declares that it's already over, the channeling complete. The vibrant blue energy around him begins to sizzle, dissipating rapidly. He looks down at his hands, questioning the sudden cessation of the immense power he had just wielded. A wave of intense pain washes over him, forcing a pained gasp from his lips as his body recoils. Another voice, filled with concern, questions what could be wrong, fearing the worst. He resolves to see his plan through, knowing he must deceive her. A strange sensation washes over him, his stigma reacting with an unexpected surge. A system notification confirms the unexpected surge in power, Lyra's stigma reaching 3 stars, and his lightning ability advancing. His blue lightning skill also progresses, leaving him stunned by the sudden growth. Meanwhile, Vega, witnessing the phenomenon, notes the North Star stigma also responding. She muses on the impossibility, barely a month having passed since she herself achieved a 3-star rating. Such rapid advancement should be utterly impossible. Her gaze sharpens, a question forming on her lips. A profound realization dawns on her, as she utters a single, bewildered word. A desperate voice cuts through the silence, urging someone to awaken. A white-haired woman gasps, her red eyes wide with alarm, a sound of distress escaping her lips. As light particles shimmer around him, the name Ojin is cried out, revealing a figure falling or lying prone. A soft, ethereal voice gently calls out, Jean. A serene face, eyes closed, suggests a peaceful slumber. As the gentle rustle of fabric accompanies a soft, almost imperceptible sound, a sudden jolt of awareness brings a questioning thought to mind. What is this? A dream? A groan escapes him, followed by a gentle inquiry from the white-haired figure. Golden eyes open, a knowing smile gracing her lips. As she holds him close, her words echoing his confusion. What? What did you just call me? Still disoriented, Shin-hyuk Lee struggles to form words, his mind reeling from the recent events, as he realizes he's resting on a soft lap. Vega, holding him gently, encourages him to rest a bit longer, noticing his attempt to stir. His eyes glowing with a faint yellow light, he observes that she too seems to have overexerted herself, recalling how she collapsed right after the battle concluded. Vega simply looks down at him, before remarking on his surprisingly aggressive nature. She then gently warns him to take better care of himself, addressing him as Jean and reminding him that even as a regressor, he remains human. Looking up at her, he acknowledges her words, though a silent thought lingers in his mind. Vega, with her arms crossed, inquires if anything is troubling him. His eyes still glowing, Shin-hyuk Lee internally muses that despite her calling him Jean, her demeanor feels more maternal than romantic, even with the aid of her blessing. He considers his options, acknowledging that he started this situation and must now bring it to an end, knowing he has to deceive her no matter what. As he processes this, he hears her voice, a soft chime, asking if he hadn't just called her by her name earlier. His mind races, a flurry of question marks surrounding him as he tries to recall the exact moment. She leans in, a knowing smile playing on her lips, assuring him that she isn't scolding him, but if he wants to keep calling her by her name, he can. Her eyes sparkle with amusement, a faint blush dusting her cheeks as she suggests they are intimate, aren't they? He recoils internally, a tiny, chibi version of himself screaming in denial as her words hit him. Flustered, he turns away, muttering about how this is too much for him to handle. She continues, her voice a playful tease, asking if he means they were casual earlier, but not anymore. He finds himself pulled upward by an unseen force, his body reacting instinctively. Looking at Vega, who smiles knowingly, he hears her playful suggestion to proceed with caution from now on. Her voice, light and teasing, confirms her approval, finding his current state amusing. Shin Hyuk Lee, still processing the implications of their interaction, feels a familiar sensation begin to stir within him. As blue energy crackles around Vega, her form shimmering, he realizes the reflections have begun once more. He calls out to her, a hint of desperation in his voice, as she apologizes, suggesting this process might take some time. He reflects on the immense power he has recently gained, a strength far beyond that of a mere deity. Vega, now radiating with an intense blue aura, reassures him that no apology is necessary. He acknowledges the unique nature of the monsters he faced, then expresses gratitude for her words, before questioning how she managed to heal him. A profound lightness washes over him, a sensation he can barely comprehend. As he notices the empty potion bottles scattered around him, a sudden realization dawning on him. All of them are completely drained. His eyes widen in disbelief, a silent thud echoing his shock. He can't fathom why they're all empty, each one costing millions of won. Vega, observing his distress, holds up a single potion bottle, questioning his decision to use them all at once. The thought of the immense financial loss weighs heavily on Shin Hyuk Lee as he calculates the staggering amount of money he just wasted. He tries to dismiss the idea as a joke, a desperate attempt to deny the truth, silently commanding himself to stop thinking about it. Falling to his knees, he looks up at her, a gasp escaping him as he demands to know how she managed to heal him. Vega remains silent, her form crackling with faint electrical energy, offering no immediate answer to his urgent question. Still crackling with electrical energy, Vega attempts to dismiss something, but Shin Hyuk Lee remains utterly confused by her cryptic words. Deciding he's had enough of the enigma, he declares his intention to leave. As he turns to go, a faint blue energy shimmers around him. Suddenly, a luminous blue orb materializes in the air. He stares at it, utterly bewildered. Shaking his head, he dismisses the strange occurrence, deciding it's not important for now. Instead, he focuses on the task at hand, resolving to organize the spoils of his recent battles. A small, glowing blue gem now rests securely on his belt. Meanwhile, Vega remains, her form still enveloped in crackling electricity. He moves through the dark space, his form faintly outlined by a familiar purple glow. The glow follows him as he descends deeper. A thought crosses his mind, acknowledging the significant effort expended for this one acquisition, and he wonders about its true capabilities. His hand firmly grasps the mysterious object, its surface cool and unfamiliar. Deciding it's time to leave, he hopes this new find will prove more valuable than his previous disappointments. As he turns, the ornate hilt of a weapon is visible at his side. Suddenly, a swirling, smoky distortion appears before him. His eyes widen in surprise, a gasp escaping his lips. A wave of shock washes over him as he demands to know the nature of this unexpected phenomenon. Enveloped in a swirling vortex of dark energy, he resolves to see through what he has started, knowing he must deceive her no matter the cost. As a resonant clang echoes through the space, a system message confirms that Black Heaven is now absorbing the power of the Dark Star within the holy relic. The energy pulses with a heavy thump and crackle, completely engulfing him in its dark embrace. Moments later, another message appears, declaring the power of the Dark Star successfully absorbed, and announcing that Black Heaven's trait is evolving. A sharp gasp escapes him as the system reveals that the Black Heaven trait will now not only conceal its aura, but its entire presence, an effect he can control at will. He looks down at the now inert blue orb in his hand. A look of profound surprise on his face as he muses aloud. I didn't know Black Heaven could absorb power from holy relics. I'm feeling an enormous amount of. His gaze drifts to the blue pendant resting on his chest, a single word escaping his lips. He stares at his phone, a sudden realization dawning on him that the presence of Black Heaven, which had always been a part of him, is now completely gone. A deep, thrumming sensation reverberates through his chest, leaving him gritting his teeth in discomfort. He looks up, a chilling thought echoing in his mind. There are no rules for the regressor, no limits to what he can do or what might happen to him. Slumping forward, a more mundane, yet equally pressing concern surfaces, his money. He stares down, realizing the situation is far more dire than he had anticipated, worse than anything he had experienced before. A tearing sound echoes through the silence. As a cloaked figure with long, light hair emerges from the shadows. their hand glowing with a soft, shimmering energy. As they ponder the identity of the bastards responsible for the disturbance, finding himself face to face with the mysterious cloaked figure, Shin Hyuk Lee listens as the man declares the situation rather difficult. As Shin Hyuk Lee holds a small, glowing object in his hand, the cloaked figure insists they desperately need it, questioning why he doesn't simply hand it over. Shin Hyuk Lee, with a hint of challenge, asks if the man intends to forcibly take it, then quickly adds that he might be able to pay for it instead. Internally, Shin Hyuk Lee believes his ploy has worked, musing that such direct confrontation isn't truly his style. The cloaked figure then calmly states that life is more valuable than money, posing the question back to Shin Hyuk Lee. A smirk plays on Shin Hyuk Lee's lips as he confidently asserts that business is all about attitude, implying he holds the upper hand. Suddenly, the cloaked figure lets out a surprised exclamation, as if something unexpected has occurred. Shin Hyuk Lee stands firm, still holding the glowing object, the tension between the two palpable. A wide, unsettling grin spreads across the cloaked figure's face, followed by a booming, triumphant laugh. Kwon Ojin's unsettling laughter continued to echo, a sound Shin Hyuk Lee dismissed, confident that his opponent hadn't yet realized the true nature of the item, one belonging to his guildmaster, Liba. Internally, he hardened his resolve, knowing he had to see this through and deceive her, no matter what. A slight smirk played on his lips as he considered the situation, thinking it was all just a bit too dramatic. The cloaked figure, however, seemed to mock his internal musings, dismissing his understanding as utterly misguided. Shin Hyuk Lee's expression turned serious, a deep certainty settling within him, as he definitely felt it. The clear murderous intent emanating from the cloaked figure, which he had sensed the moment the holy relic was drawn, now confirmed his suspicions. A dark, swirling mist began to coalesce around the cloaked figure, an ominous aura growing. Shin Hyuk Lee watched, realizing that this power of the star, was far more significant than he initially believed. The cloaked figure finally lowered his hood, revealing the crimson eyes and dark purple hair of Kwon Ojin, who declared with a chilling smile that he already possessed the holy relic. The shadowy figures confirm their agreement, as Shin Hyuk Lee offers his payment, hoping the mer crystals are sufficient. He muses on the crystal's worth, realizing this amount alone is easily valued at 500 million. A closer look at the glowing blue gem reveals its immense size, likely pushing its individual value to 400 million. With the exchange complete, one of the hooded figures dismisses him, and he expresses his gratitude for the favorable transaction. Alone, Shin Hyuk Lee can barely contain his excitement, marveling at how such simple mer crystals could be so valuable, truly feeling like he's hit the jackpot. He considers the alternative, a broken leg, but then reflects on his inability to simply abandon those he cares about. Shin Hyuk Lee, cloaked in shadow, acknowledges the burden he carries, knowing that since he initiated this path, he must see it through to its conclusion. He resolves to deceive someone, no matter the cost, as he stands in a cavernous space, a new weapon in hand, reflecting that while he has found the relic, there are simply too many unpredictable variables at play. A dark secret weighs heavily on his mind, a truth he carries as the regressor. His gaze sharpens with resolve. The title of his journey is clear: I am the regressor. He reiterates his concern about the relic, acknowledging the many variables, and that these uncertainties are causing him to hesitate. Gazing at the glowing artifact, he recalls his own memories, which dictate that this relic should only be discovered 90 days from now. A profound question echoes in his mind. Why was it found now? It's almost as if someone knew exactly when he would appear. The realization dawns on him that the future's course is already in motion, irrevocably changed. He knows he started this, and now he must see it through, determined to hunt down his target. Meanwhile, in a desolate, rocky landscape, a cloaked figure stands before a glowing light, questioned by an unseen voice demanding to know why the target was not eliminated. The voice presses further, uttering the name, Ojin. As another hooded figure stands nearby, the unseen accuser reiterates the command, I told you to kill him. The blonde-haired figure, now revealed to be Vega, responds with cold finality, I told you I wouldn't explain myself to you, prompting a sudden, submissive agreement from her interlocutor. Her eyes glow with a fierce, golden light, a silent testament to her unwavering will. For the age of the stars is drawing to a close, and soon, the dark stars shall claim dominion over the heavens. Vega, arms outstretched, radiates a vibrant purple aura, declaring that all unworthy gods will face retribution for their transgressions. As her followers prostrate themselves before her, she bestows her blessing upon the dark stars, her gaze unwavering. A sinister smile plays on Vega's lips, her light hair now almost silver white, as she continues to contemplate the dark stars and their purpose. She declares that any unworthy gods must be eliminated on sight, then questions if the Baal, a creature they encountered, was brought as expected. One of her cloaked subordinates confirms, of course. As a sound of crackling energy fills the air, Vega raises a hand, a surge of purple power gathering around it. Her subordinates immediately bow in deference, acknowledging her power with a resounding, yes, sir. A brilliant blue aura erupts from the ground, causing one of the cloaked figures to exclaim, ah, right. Turning to a specific subordinate, Vega asks if they recall the face of the man she previously warned them not to engage with. Her voice rings with cold authority as she issues a chilling command. Go after him and kill him. Her eyes now glow with an intense, menacing blue, her smile widening into a truly sinister expression as she seals Kwon Ojin's fate. As the chilling command echoes through the dark chamber, the cloaked figures respond with immediate, unwavering loyalty. Their voices unified as they declare, obey your orders. One of them adds with a low chuckle, haha, we'll go and report to the bailiff then. A faint, ethereal blue energy swirls in the air. As Shin-hyuk Lee steps forward, a soft rustle accompanying his movement, reflecting on the situation. So this is how it turned out, huh? He pauses, a quiet sound of fabric against fabric. His thoughts drifting back to a conversation where someone had stated, the future didn't change. He recalls the details, specifically the part about the relic. The relic that Lee Shin-hyuk had was already snatched by those guys. Yet, a lingering feeling persists, but somehow, it was strange. The memory continues, with another voice explaining. That's why they said something was weird. Shin-hyuk Lee looks towards a swirling blue energy, a question forming in his mind. He then, guys, what did you say right? He ponders, and they said. He continues to ponder the bailiffs, confirming their shadowy and untrustworthy operations. His mind drifts to a serene stone statue, perhaps a representation of a forgotten deity or a powerful entity. He questions if this image is connected to the relic they left behind, wondering how Black Heaven will respond. Observing no reaction from Black Heaven, he considers the grave implications if the true bailiff is secretly siphoning power from the shadows, a glowing blue crystal clutched in his hand. A memory flashes, depicting a younger, jubilant version of himself, celebrating a past triumph, the acquisition of both a Pyxis crystal and a relic. His expression hardens, the recollection fueling his resolve as he affirms this achievement brings him significantly closer to his ultimate objective. A silent moment passes, his thoughts coalescing. Meanwhile, in a dark, rocky expanse, an unseen voice urges action, demanding they pursue the human who is diligently working towards their own ends. Still searching for his elusive target, Shin-hyuk Lee curses under his breath, wondering where the individual could have gone. He had scoured every inch of the area, yet found no trace, not even the smallest sign of their presence. A grim determination settles over him, knowing he has to find them, or else face dire consequences. Suddenly, a surge of energy crackles around his staff as he reacts to an unseen presence, his frustration boiling over into a furious challenge. His eyes widen, glowing with an intense blue light, as a sudden, overwhelming force strikes him. He grits his teeth, struggling against the unseen assault. Where else could he be? He shouts, his voice laced with shock and defiance. I'm right here. A chilling voice echoes through the darkness, taunting him with a playful, yet sinister, peek boo, brat. Shin-hyuk Lee is sent flying, gasping in pain and disbelief, unable to comprehend how he was so easily overwhelmed. Still reeling from the ambush, Shin-hyuk Lee tastes blood, his mind racing with a fierce resolve. He knows he started this, and now he must end it, even if it means deceiving her. A sharp, metallic clang echoes through the space, and he steels himself, knowing he must prevail. As he struggles, a voice cuts through the darkness, observing that he seems worried about something. But the metahuman refuses to yield, his eyes flaring with electric blue energy as a powerful aura erupts around him, declaring that he will be the one asking the questions. His defiance is met with overwhelming force, however, as his nascent power is instantly crushed, sending a wave of searing pain through him, forcing a guttural scream from his lips. From the shadows, Kwon Ojin emerges, his form indistinct but his crimson eyes glowing with malevolent intent, offering to tell Shin-hyuk Lee anything about his life. The antagonist's voice drips with condescension, adding that Shin-hyuk Lee should start begging. His glowing red eyes fixate on the subdued metahuman, demanding every single piece of information he possesses. Above, the moon hangs shrouded by clouds, casting a pale, ethereal glow upon the world. High above a dark, forested mountain range, the night sky stretches endlessly. A lone eagle perches on a branch, silhouetted against the vast, star-dusted expanse, as if awaiting a signal. Then, a voice cuts through the silence, asking, "Did you bring the goods, Woojin?" The question is directed at the Dark Star Society's bailiff, the 11th in rank, an elderly man with a long white beard and flowing robes, an owl perched calmly on his shoulder. He is known as the Owl King, Cheon Doiden. With a gentle smile, Cheon Doiden receives the confirmation, "Yes, bailiff." The Owl King's expression remains serene, his eyes holding a deep, knowing calm. Suddenly, a crackling sound fills the air as a figure begins to manifest a powerful, vibrant purple energy, surrounding themselves in its ethereal glow. The energy swirls violently, causing their robes to billow and dance, a clear display of immense power. The Owl King looks down, a soft sound escaping him, as he stands amidst a gathering of cloaked figures in a moonlit clearing. One of the silent observers steps onto a glowing, intricate magic circle etched into the earth, while Cheon Doiden himself holds a cup radiating a soft, blue light. As Quan Ojin approaches, the Owl King declares that the brilliant light will now be covered by darkness, a crackling sound accompanying his words. He then commands, "Now look." With arms outstretched towards the full moon, he calls for the darkness to shower down its blessings. A deep, guttural cry escapes him as the ritual intensifies, culminating with him surrounded by the cloaked figures under the watchful eye of the full moon, a profound calm settling over the scene. As the ritual concludes, the ornate goblet lies discarded on the ground, a silent testament to the powerful magic that has just been unleashed. Suddenly, a cloaked figure recoils in horror, their eyes wide with an unspeakable terror. The realization dawns on them, a chilling truth they desperately try to deny. Their voice trembles with fear as they call out, barely able to utter the name of their leader. Before them stands Cheon Doiden, the Owl King, now a towering, spectral figure with glowing red eyes and a skull-like visage, emanating an oppressive aura of dark power. A low, echoing sound reverberates through the dark, narrow passage, where Quan Ojin floats above Shin Hyuk Lee, revealing that the Dark Star Society is an organization created to hunt down constellations. Lee, looking up at him, senses another presence, wondering if someone else has arrived. Ojin continues, explaining a time long ago when all stars were swallowed by darkness, and that the constellations born from that era are the Dark Stars constellations. Shin Hyuk Lee, enraged by the revelation, demands to know how Ojin possesses such knowledge, threatening him if he doesn't explain. Ojin, unfazed, simply asks what Lee wants from him. Lee, still furious, points out that Ojin's group is about to kill them, then demands to know the location of their base. Shin Hyuk Lee's thoughts race, acknowledging his responsibility to finish what he started, and resolving to deceive someone, a metallic clink echoing as he concludes, "Great. In that case." He considers the situation, believing that others would never reveal their secrets to someone they perceive as a failure. Holding a cloaked figure by the collar, he expresses his genuine confusion about the unfolding events. The cloaked figure, looking distressed, questions why he is being observed in such a remote place, dismissing others as useless, just like his interrogator. A subtle smirk plays on Shin Hyuk Lee's lips as he looks down at the figure. His eyes widen in sudden realization, a single word escaping him, "He's." The cloaked figure then reveals, with a tone of despair, that Ojin Nim has brought great strife upon them. Now bound and helpless, the cloaked figure lies at Shin Hyuk Lee's feet. Shin Hyuk Lee's face contorts in disbelief, still reeling from the revelation. He knew he had to finish what he started, even if it meant deceiving someone important. It was a difficult task, but he resolved to fool her no matter the cost. Later, standing over a bound, cloaked figure, he demanded answers, knowing that this world was now full of people who had awakened their powers, even within their own families, and that many organizations were now operating in the shadows. He pressed the captive, asking how their systems were still functioning so badly. He promised to make it easy for them, if they would just tell him everything. The captive, bound and terrified, pleaded for mercy. With a faint glow in their eyes, the figure begged not to be killed, revealing they had a daughter. They then confessed to being part of the Dark Star Society, adding that Ojin Nim had brought them nothing but trouble, a revelation that left Shin Hyuk Lee utterly stunned. He processes the information, the idea of a daughter, and the chilling thought of what would happen if he were to disappear. The thought echoes in his mind, a stark reminder of vulnerability. An orphan, he muses, could never survive in this cruel world. He knows that truth all too well. Then, his tone shifts, demanding a name. What is her name? He presses, confirming it as Choi Yerin. She's only 7, he notes, too young to live on her own. He continues, asking for her birthday and favorite food, receiving the answers, December 19th, and chicken. His questions persist, demanding her height and weight, before the bound figure finally asks why he needs to know such details. He presses the bound figure, his blue aura faintly shimmering, demanding to know why. The glow intensifies around his chest, as a thin, crimson line of energy extends from his hand, connecting to the kneeling man. His expression hardens, a chilling command echoing in the silence. Answer my questions backwards again now. The kneeling man's eyes widen in silent agony, a choked gasp escaping him. Unrelenting, Shin Hyuk Lee lists the details he demands: weight, height, favorite food, birthday, age, and name. Go on. Still, the man struggles to resist, his body trembling under the unseen torment. A desperate scream tears from his throat. Wait. As Shin Hyuk Lee's hand glows with renewed red energy, the man finally breaks, pleading, I will tell you everything. Please, just stop. Quan Ojin screams in agony, purple energy tearing at him as he desperately cries for help. His face contorts in terror, pleading not to die. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk Lee's hand glows with the same ominous power, demanding, last thing, where was your branch again? Held firmly by the collar, Quan Ojin finally breaks, revealing Chianwan, Bongwang Mountain Peak. A final burst of energy erupts, splattering blood. Shin Hyuk Lee calmly confirms, all right, so at least that part was true. His arm is stained with blood, but he simply lets out a quiet phew. He then turns and walks away, leaving Quan Ojin slumped and bleeding against a tree. Shin Hyuk Lee reflects on his recent actions, acknowledging that he initiated the current situation and must now bring it to a close, determined to outwit his opponent no matter the cost. With a new resolve, he turns, deciding to address this immediate concern first. A faint, ethereal glow emanates from his hand as a stigma begins to form, accompanied by a sharp, cracking sound. Purple energy crackles violently around his arm, intensifying the activation. A system message confirms that Black Heavens is absorbing Owl's stigma, though the amount is noted as too small to fully activate a stigma. With a final, bright flash, the absorption process concludes. As he continues his journey, Shin Hyuk Lee muses that this newly acquired power should be sufficient to sustain the Dark Star Society for a short period. His expression remains grim, his gaze fixed on an unseen future. A sudden, alarming thought crosses his mind. 50 people have already been killed, and he realizes his enemies won't simply let this go, necessitating immediate preparation. In the desolate quiet of a dark, textured chamber, Cheon Doiden walks away from the viewer, leaving behind only the serene glow of a full moon in the night sky. Later, in a moonlit forest clearing, he stands facing Shin Hyuk Lee, a tense silence hanging between them. The elder's face etched with concern, Cheon Doiden questions, "Yoon, what are you doing?" Shin Hyuk Lee's expression remains cold as he retorts, "If the other regressors had known, they would have killed you long ago." Before the old man can react, a crackle of purple energy erupts around Shin Hyuk Lee, and he moves with blinding speed. The air itself distorts from the sheer force of his attack, leaving only streaks of white light in his wake. A sickening crunch echoes through the clearing as the blow connects. With a grunt of exertion, Shin Hyuk Lee stands over the defeated Cheon Doiden, who lies bleeding on the ground. "Do not provoke me yet again." The elder, humbled, can only respond, "Yes, sir." Kwon Ojin, surrounded by his hooded subordinates, declares his loss of interest in the current situation, deciding it's time to return. A low, guttural chuckle escapes him as he prepares for his departure. With a soft, fluttering sound, a blue energy begins to swirl around him. The energy intensifies, creating a vortex of light and sound as he vanishes from the spot. A low growl accompanies the lingering blue aura, marking his successful teleportation. His subordinates look up, one of them hesitantly calling out, "Eugene." Kwon Ojin turns to them, his voice sharp with irritation, demanding to know the whereabouts of the other individual who had accompanied him. His subordinates exchange worried glances, confirming they had lost contact, leaving him to exclaim in disbelief. Without hesitation, he issues a direct command to his group, ordering them to find the missing person immediately. Shin Hyuk Lee's face contorts with raw fury, his voice a guttural roar as he demands, "Find that son of a bitch, you useless pieces of shits." His hand clenches into a tight fist, the sound of a frustrated grunt escaping him. A week has passed since his return from the new gate on Jeju Island, and Shin Hyuk Lee confirms he hasn't visited any other gates, having remained at home. The reason for this intense focus is clear. He launches into a powerful, mid-air kick. His expression resolute as he continues his rigorous training, leaping effortlessly through the urban landscape. He lands on a rooftop, exhausted, pushing his body and mana to their limits to get used to the new mana and body. After his intense training, the device he used had explosively improved his strength, far beyond what a regular beam could achieve, leaving him to ponder its true capabilities. Later, the soothing spray of a shower washed over him, a brief respite from the physical exertion. Yet, even in his downtime, his mind raced, contemplating the immense power of Lyra's stigma, which he knew to be frighteningly overpowered. He emerged from the shower, drying his hair, his thoughts still consumed by the intricacies of such abilities. A quiet escaped him as he considered the complex question of how to fully utilize the stigma and its unique skills, a puzzle he was determined to solve. A soft tapping sound announced Lyra's presence as she walked towards the bed, entering the quiet space. They lay in bed, backs turned to each other, the silence between them heavy with unspoken thoughts. Lyra eventually broke the quiet, asking why he was so subdued, to which he simply replied that he was tired. But his hand, clenching tightly, betrayed a deeper frustration as he muttered, "Shut up." Still in bed, Shin Hyuk Lee finds a moment of quiet solace, thinking to himself how truly nice it feels. Lyra leans over him, asking if it feels good, to which he groans a dramatic, "I'm gonna die." A faint purple aura flickers around him as he closes his eyes, his exhaustion evident. From somewhere nearby, a light clatter sounds, followed by Lyra's exasperated voice telling him to stop being so dramatic. Later, sitting on the bed with a fan blowing nearby, Lyra sighs, "Ugh, did you forget who you are? Your strength is the strongest in the world." As Shin Hyuk Lee looks away, deep in thought, his gaze remains distant, his mind clearly elsewhere. He offers no immediate response, lost in his own silent contemplation. As he sits across from Vega, a soft, almost imperceptible sound escapes her lips. His gaze drifts, his mind consumed by the weight of his inherited stigma, a power that could transform him into something else entirely. Yet, despite the danger, he acknowledges that she has become an unexpected ally, a helping hand in managing his burden. A flicker of concern crosses his face as he wonders if his silent brooding has inadvertently hurt her feelings. He finally breaks the silence, calling out to her softly. Vega, without missing a beat, confirms his suspicion, stating that he had indeed hurt her feelings quite a bit. A faint, knowing smile plays on her lips, her eyes closed in a moment of quiet understanding. Opening her eyes, she looks at him, a hint of surprise in her voice as she asks if he truly means it. Shin Hyuk Lee, left to his own devices, resigns himself to the situation, deciding to simply go with the flow. He stands with his back to her, a quiet tension filling the room as she speaks, her words carrying a subtle accusation. His gaze falls, a silent admission of his internal struggle, knowing he must deceive her to protect them both. Vega looks down, her hands clasped, a quiet sadness in her posture, as if sensing his true feelings despite his efforts. He turns, a question forming on his lips, trying to understand the depth of her perception. Her thoughts race, a flurry of emotions from anger to playful mischief, before she settles on a teasing response, a small pang-pang of playful impact echoing her words. Suddenly, the moment is broken by the insistent ring of a phone, an incoming call from team leader Han Quan demanding attention. He glances at the screen, a flicker of recognition in his eyes, then answers, acknowledging the caller as team leader. Meanwhile, Kwon Ojin stands outside, phone pressed to his ear, his voice calm as he greets Chun SSI and states his need to speak. Back in his room, Shin Hyuk Lee listens intently, the gravity of the situation settling in as he learns of an urgent quest. As the urgent quest notification came through, Shin Hyuk Lee's mind raced, grappling with the implications of such a sudden mission. He knew this wasn't the time for hesitation, especially considering the Dark Star Society's potential retaliation, and he couldn't afford to just stay put until Vega regained her physical form. A quiet apology formed in his thoughts, knowing he couldn't accept any rewards for this task, as the mission itself was the only payment he sought. On the other end of the line, Kwon Ojin's voice boomed with urgency, exclaiming that the situation was dire and demanding immediate action. Considering the gravity of the situation, Shin Hyuk Lee decided to head to the location right away, ready to discuss the details upon arrival. He confirmed his intent, his voice firm with resolve. A brief pause followed, as the scene shifted. Arriving at a towering skyscraper, a familiar voice greeted him, remarking on the time that had passed since they last met. The voice continued, indicating there was something important to discuss. The man across from Shin Hyuk Lee begins, stating that he will ask a question before they delve into the quest itself. With a soft slide, he pulls out a tablet, its screen glowing faintly. Shin Hyuk Lee's eyes widen slightly as the man poses a question about whether he has ever encountered something called forgotten stigma. A flicker of surprise crosses the man's own face as he pauses, seemingly reconsidering his approach. He rises from the couch, extending the tablet for a clearer view of its contents. The screen displays intricate text and the image of an owl, hinting at ancient knowledge. Looking at Shin Hyuk Lee, he asks if he knows about them, before clarifying that they are referred to as forgotten stigmas. Shin Hyuk Lee repeats the name, a thoughtful expression settling on his face as he processes the new information. The images on the tablet shift to reveal three ethereal, glowing figures, their forms radiating immense power, as the man explains their presence on Earth. He continues to absorb the information presented on the screen, which details the existence of forgotten stigmas, entities that once had records but have since vanished without a trace. Turning to his companion, he inquires if any records explain their disappearance. He muses that the forgotten stigmas must have existed for a very long time, wondering how society could have simply forgotten them. The information on the screen clarifies that these were not a new organization. A shadowy, hooded figure appears as a visual representation of the mysterious group. Shin Hyuk Lee acknowledges that this is crucial knowledge he should have possessed, resolving to research it thoroughly. His companion then asks where he obtained this sensitive information, to which Shin Hyuk Lee replies that he encountered some individuals during a recent skirmish at the base. The man reveals that these individuals identified themselves as the Dark Star Society, prompting a surprised reaction from Shin Hyuk Lee. He considers the matter, acknowledging the need to investigate both the current situation and the enigmatic Dark Star Society. As the conversation shifts, he inquires about the specifics of the quest at hand, his gaze falling upon a cup on the desk. Learning that the client hails from the Valhalla Guild, a name he admits he has never encountered before. The Valhalla Guild, it's explained, has been rapidly gaining prominence, with rumors circulating that every single one of their members possesses exceptional talent. He considers this information, acknowledging their formidable strength. His attention then shifts to a screen displaying details about a powerful hunter, clearly not an easy target for the average individual, and the name, the Seven Stars, appears prominently. The screen then presents a visual of this elite group, simply titled the Seven Stars. They are described as individuals who have transcended human limitations, wielding the greatest influence across the entire world. He recalls a rumor that one among them is a regressor, before steering the conversation back to the core objective of the quest. He listens intently as the other man explains the objective, to locate a specific individual for a date, which is the very reason they have been awakened. A scoff escapes him, finding the situation tiresome, as the informant details a 2 billion reward for the person last seen on November 11th, with no exact location known. Meanwhile, a third individual, presenting information on a tablet, suggests the missing person is most likely somewhere within the Z-Star gates in Incheon. The mention of Incheon catches his attention, as it's his hometown, a place he's been meticulously scanning for others over the past few years. Confident in his abilities, he declares he can complete this task within 3 days. The presenter continues, detailing the missing person's profile, a male in his 20s, 182 centimeters tall, with brown hair and a fit physique. As the description concludes, the two men sit in silence, the weight of the information settling between them. Then, the informant reveals the name of the missing person, Lee Shin-hyuk. A stunned silence follows, broken only by the informant's query, asking what he thinks, to which he can only manage a surprised grunt. A sudden, stark realization washes over him, leaving Shin-hyuk Lee with wide, disbelieving eyes and a cold sweat beading on his brow. The weight of the truth settles heavily upon him. The man known as Lee Shin-hyuk, the one they had met at a low-level gate, had been on the verge of death. He was the true regressor, the only person the speaker had been searching for, the one who had been missing for so long. And he was likely the guild master of the very guild the speaker was destined to join. Now, Lee Woo-hyuk, his younger brother, lay in a hospital bed. The speaker understood the situation now, realizing that what he had originally thought was a lie, was indeed the truth. However, with Lee Shin-hyuk's death, the future had irrevocably changed. Now, the question remained, what would he do, and would he accept the job? He feels a strange fuzziness, a lingering disorientation as he considers the implications of the Dark Star Society's movements and the recent events surrounding Lee Shin-hyuk. His thoughts drift to the intertwined fates of Lee Shin-hyuk and his younger brother, Lee Woo-hyuk, their pasts and futures now irrevocably altered. And looming over it all, the shadowy presence of the Dark Star Society. A sudden realization sparks in his eyes, a dawning understanding that he might just be able to leverage this chaotic situation. A quiet determination settles over him as he thinks he can use this to his benefit. A faint, knowing smile plays on his lips, a silent acknowledgement of the path he's about to take. Across the table, a man in a dark suit questions him, wondering if he truly won't accept the offer. The man in the suit presses further, incredulous that Ojin would ever refuse a deal worth 2 billion. Meanwhile, a tablet displays a profile, confirming the man's identity as Kwon Ojin. He hesitates, expressing uncertainty about accepting the offer, even as the man across from him suggests joining the association. Instead of the association, he proposes joining the Valhalla Guild's hunter group, a suggestion met with an agreeable, "Okay then." A new chapter begins, heralded by an ominous declaration, "Let the hunt begin." At the newly formed Moxidon Gate, a hunter wonders aloud why nothing is emerging from the crackling blue energy. With a casual yawn, he stretches his hand, seemingly unconcerned by the delay. Still, the question lingers in his mind, as he then firmly states that he told them to come out. With a soft footstep, he turns and walks away from the silent gate. Walking away from the newly formed gate, his thoughts were clear. He had started this, and he would be the one to finish it. He had to deceive her, no matter the cost, before Vega awakened. As he continued through the city streets, a young woman walked beside him, seemingly unaware of the heavy burden he carried. Suddenly, a chilling red glow ignited in his eyes, a palpable killing intent radiating from his very core. His aura intensified, shimmering with a dark purple hue, a silent declaration of his deadly resolve. Surrounded by a group of men in dark suits, one of them sensed the shift, questioning the sudden, overwhelming killing intent that now filled the air. One of the suited figures, a man in a fedora, spoke urgently into his phone, his expression grim as he relayed the unexpected development. A smirk played on Shin-hyuk's lips, his voice a low, satisfied murmur as he acknowledged their presence. Before they could react, he moved with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he launched himself into the group, striking one of the men with brutal force. His assault continued, a whirlwind of precise, powerful blows, leaving the remaining suited figures scrambling to defend themselves against his relentless attack. Under the pale glow of a full moon, a secluded forest path stretches into the night. Sunlight, or perhaps moonlight, filters through the dense canopy, as a voice echoes, wondering where he could have gone. The suited man, panting heavily, insists he saw his target run in this very direction, his frustration palpable. From the shadows, a familiar voice breaks the silence, admitting he was worried they might give up, but acknowledging their unexpected persistence. A smirk plays across Shin-hyuk's lips, a silent chuckle escaping him as his plan unfolds. He steps fully into view, a faint blue aura shimmering around him and a staff in hand, declaring that he had lured them into his trap. The suited man's eyes widen in sudden realization and surprise, the ambush now clear. With a dismissive tch, Shin-hyuk stands over the now fallen man, sarcastically remarking that they had caught him. Shin-hyuk finds himself momentarily overwhelmed, purple energy coiling around him. He grits his teeth, a fierce resolve hardening his gaze, as the oppressive aura makes him question if this is truly the power of the devil's stigma. But having now grasped the nature of the attack, he decides it's time to end this encounter. With a surge of power, he unleashes a devastating spear lightning, the blue electricity crackling violently. As he lunges forward, engulfing his shadowy opponent in a blinding flash of raw energy. The impact reverberates through the air, leaving only streaks of residual force. He sits, reflecting on the recent battle, knowing he initiated this conflict and must now see it through to its conclusion. He walks through the forest, a quiet determination settling over him, feeling roughly prepared for what lies ahead. The previous opponent may have been a mere henchman, but the sheer mana he wielded was terrifying, meaning the true bailiff must be even more formidable. Still, that doesn't matter, as he pulls a device from his pocket. His gaze fixed on the path ahead. On the screen, a spectral blade shimmers with an ethereal glow, its form solidifying with a soft, metallic chime. The device pulses with a vibrant energy, reflecting in his eyes, which now burn with an intense, otherworldly light, a smirk playing on his lips as he declares, "Because that person will handle them for me." The air around him crackles with unseen power, a silent promise of impending action. A tall, modern building stands illuminated against the night sky, its windows glowing with a cool, blue light as a soft beep echoes. Inside, a woman with dark hair pulled back in a ponytail speaks into a phone, confirming receipt of a message from the Valhalla Guildmaster. She attempts to connect with the Guildmaster directly, but is informed he is currently unavailable for calls. Meanwhile, a different man, his face partially obscured by his dark hair, speaks into his own phone, delivering a crucial update. "I found Lee Shinhyuk." A sudden, sharp bang reverberates through the air. The Guildmaster, a stern-faced man in a sharp suit, stands in a spacious office, his back to the viewer as he turns to face the woman from earlier, demanding to know what has happened. His dark eyes bore into her, an intense expression on his face as she stands close by, her own gaze filled with concern. The phone slips from his grasp, clattering to the ground. He holds another phone to his ear, his voice laced with disbelief and urgency as he asks, "You found my brother?" The voice on the other end of the line clarifies their position, stating they are holding him. Lee Woo-hyuk listens intently, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, Vega, standing amidst the trees, questions the claim, dismissing it as nonsense, but then offers to provide proof. A soft tap on the screen reveals a blurry image. And Woo-hyuk's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent gasp escaping him as the implications sink in. The image on the phone screen sharpens, clearly showing Shinhyuk. A triumphant laugh echoes through the phone, confirming his sudden understanding. Vega, her expression now firm, demands to know the identity of her caller. A subtle smirk plays on Woo-hyuk's lips as he listens, the sound of his grin almost audible. He knows he started this, and now he must finish it, determined to fool her no matter what. His thoughts turn to a powerful ally, a hound who will rip out the enemy's throat on his behalf. With a chilling resolve, he declares it's time to unleash that hound, before finally revealing his name. Is Eugene. Meanwhile, a powerful roar echoes through the forest, as glowing blue particles erupt into the air. Yet, the truth remains, his name is Lee Woo-hyuk. In his younger days, his older brother seemed to excel at everything. Woo-hyuk would watch, amazed, as Shinhyuk effortlessly kicked a soccer ball into the net, only for him to dismiss his own skill with a casual, "It's nothing much." Whether it was baseball or any other challenge, what felt impossible for Woo-hyuk, his brother accomplished with ease, appearing almost superhuman in his eyes. A faint smile played on his lips, a testament to his effortless talent. But that was then. A terrifying, fiery monster suddenly materialized, its presence eliciting desperate cries for help. A brilliant blue energy erupted, pushing back against the encroaching chaos. A powerful blue energy flares around him as Shinhyuk moves with purpose, his thoughts consumed by a singular objective. He started this, and now he must see it through. He knows he has to deceive her, no matter the cost, a flicker of resolve hardening his gaze. A sharp, almost pained gasp escapes him, as if recalling a difficult memory. He reflects on a time before his current reality, when the emergence of real superhumans irrevocably altered the world, shifting the very foundations of power. A wry smile touches his lips as he recalls the concept of a disciple, and specifically, the name Leon's. He remembers himself, as a human or a constellation like Leo, standing beside Kwon Ojin in a cosmic expanse, while his older self, the Hyung, remained unchosen by any constellations. The memory brings with it a profound sense of shame, the indignity of being protected by someone he should have been caring for. The weight of that past burden caused his older self to grow sick, a heavy toll on his spirit. Now, with blue energy swirling around him once more, he acknowledges his absolutely transformed self. He only realized their relationship had grown distant, a realization that came far too late. A hand reached out, but it was as if the connection was already severed, leaving only silence. He understood his brother's feelings, having also struggled with an inferiority complex before his own awakening. That was how their relationship slowly grew distant and awkward, a painful memory echoing his brother's name, Woo-hyuk. He remembered receiving Pix's stigma, and in that very process, his older brother had awakened. He had truly believed their relationship could return to how it was before, and in those moments, he had been genuinely happy. Woo-hyuk's voice, filled with surprise, asked, "What is this?" as he presented the sword, explaining it was a present he had worked hard to have manufactured. It was an E-rank crystal sword, but to him, it was the greatest sword he owned. His brother, Lee Woo-hyuk, accepted it with a grateful, Thanks, Hyung, promising to use it well. A voice on the other end of the line asks if he's seen the picture, then challenges him, demanding to know if he believes them now. The caller, a man with striking blue eyes, waits for a response, a smirk playing on his lips as he holds the phone. What he's referring to is a magnificent weapon, a silver spear blade, adorned with a vibrant green WYRM crystal. It's a unique artifact, truly one of a kind, a spear specifically crafted for Hyung. The man on the phone watches the reaction to his words, his blue eyes gleaming with anticipation. Meanwhile, in an office, a young man sits before a screen, hearing the conversation, and asks what the caller wants. His frustration boils over, cursing at the unknown voice on the line. The caller, with a chilling smile, finally introduces himself, declaring his name is Eugene. Far away in a lush forest, Shin-hyuk holds his phone, his expression unreadable as he hears the question, "What do you want?" The voice on the other end of the line continued its demands, insisting on 3 billion won in cash by the deadline, to be delivered personally to the peak of Baedun Mountain. With a heavy sigh, he simply replied, "Then, see you then." Meanwhile, in a pristine office, Woo-hyuk stood, his expression tight with concern, the weight of the unfolding events clearly pressing down on him. Back with Shin-hyuk, a sudden, invisible force slammed into him, sending a jolt of searing pain through his body as he screamed out. He was violently thrown backward, his form streaking through the air amidst shimmering trails of blue energy. Another impact sent him reeling, a desperate cry escaping his lips as the vibrant blue aura pulsed around him. Pushed back once more, he desperately called out, "G-Guild Master." Outside, the same intense blue energy flickered, visible even through the closed blinds of a nearby window. A faint, ethereal sound echoes as a glowing, ornate emblem shimmers into view. Within the Vanilla Corporation, a man in a crisp suit stands, his gaze fixed downwards, contemplating the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Lee Woo-hyuk, his expression tight with urgency, demands immediate contact with the association. His voice firm, he orders all available hunters to be summoned to the post for battle. Later, in his office, Woo-hyuk receives a report from a subordinate, who confirms that this is all the information they have on Yoon. The subordinate thanks him, stating he will personally deliver the findings to the guild master. Alone once more, Lee Woo-hyuk muses to himself that his own reaction speed was faster than anticipated. He acknowledges that he had expected to be contacted by the association eventually, but not within the same day. Lee Woo-hyuk considers the implications of the situation, realizing that someone might suspect a regressor's involvement if his name were revealed, and that a powerful figure like Shin-hyuk would back him. He knew he couldn't move, trapped by the definite evidence of the spear, but also that he probably had no choice but to act. Not to mention, there had already been requests for support, and he had requested support himself. Shin-hyuk had told him he needed help with coordinating forces around the entry point of Baegun Mountain, adding that Woo-hyuk didn't have to participate directly. Despite the offer, Lee Woo-hyuk declares his intention to participate. He reflects that he needed to head to Baegun Mountain anyway to adjust things, so it worked out. With that settled, Shin-hyuk asks if they should depart. Shin-hyuk then mentions the Woo-hyuk SSI meeting, with a slight smirk. In a dark, desolate space, a chilling memory surfaces, a cloaked figure standing silently over a fresh pool of blood. The air hangs heavy with unspoken dread. As dark, feather-like objects flutter down through the gloom, a soft, unsettling sound accompanying their descent. Then, a piercing scream rips through the silence, the cloaked figure still unmoving amidst the horror. The scene shifts to a mysterious man with long, white hair, his face partially obscured by a hood, as he states, "I'm the one who told you to go to a meeting." An unseen voice questions, "I'm a member of a guild? What guild?" The hooded man continues, explaining how he supported the regressor by claiming he was a metahuman, backing up the assertion with evidence, which forced the association to accept his departure without protest, though it now means he is being targeted. As the mysterious figure walks down a dimly lit, ornate hallway, the unseen voice ponders, "Oh ho, then was he a member of the association?" The hooded man pauses, his expression thoughtful, admitting, "I'm not sure if he's a member of the association." The voice presses, "What do you mean?" Footsteps echo down a grand staircase, as the unseen voice suggests, "What if he's a member of one of the association's branches?" He reflects on the situation, acknowledging that he initiated the chain of events and must now bring them to a close, even if it means deceiving someone. A voice from below cuts through his thoughts, wondering aloud, "That's so suspicious. Just who is he?" The cloaked figure remains silent, a sense of foreboding settling over him as he thinks. This feels ominous. Another voice calls out to him, "Nim." He observes a figure in the distance, noting the approach of someone who resembles a regressor, and considers the question, "Someone who looks like a regressor is approaching. Shall I deal with him myself?" With a decisive internal response, he concludes, "Nope, I was in a bad mood, so I'll deal with him myself." A shimmering, almost ethereal energy ripples through the air. As the cloaked figure descends the stairs, a faint sound of surprise escaping him. "Huh." Nearby, a formidable, dark-bladed sword with a glowing green core rests against a pillar, its presence hinting at the power about to be unleashed. As he continues his descent, the mysterious cloaked figure grips his staff, its intricate carvings glowing faintly in the dim light, a thought passing through his mind that he can address certain questions later. Above, a full moon casts its pale glow over a dense, silent forest, illuminating the path ahead. The cloaked figure moves with a quiet determination, his footsteps barely disturbing the forest floor, leaving behind the structure he had observed from. He pauses, looking down as if contemplating the gravity of his next move, a soft exhale escaping him. His face, partially revealed from beneath the hood, shows a grim resolve as he mutters, coming in alone. I can do it myself. A moment of silence hangs in the air, a silent acknowledgement of the impending encounter. Suddenly, Shinhyik's eyes snap open, glowing with an intense, purple aura as he senses the arrival, a stark realization dawning on him. So it's you. Deep within a dense, ancient forest, the gnarled bark of a massive tree bears silent witness to the quiet tension of the air. From high above, shrouded in a dark cloak and partially hidden by the foliage, a mysterious figure observes the scene below. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath escapes Shin Hyuk-lee, his eyes widening in surprise as he senses an unseen presence. A chilling sensation washes over him, making him acutely aware of the danger lurking nearby. An unseen voice confirms his suspicions, stating, Guildmaster, we are along Shin Hyuk-lee's spear. Without hesitation, his hand tightens around the shaft of his spear, ready for whatever comes next. With a surge of power, his eyes ignite with a fierce purple glow, and a potent aura erupts around him as he prepares for battle. The tip of his spear, now charged with his formidable energy, gleams ominously in the dim light of the forest. A powerful, swirling blue-green aura erupts around Shin Hyuk-lee, his form becoming a vortex of raw energy. Meanwhile, under a moonlit sky, a white-haired figure reacts with a sharp intake of breath, his eyes widening in surprise. He mutters, recognizing the surge of power, that face. Black Lion Lee Woo-hyuk, the guildmaster of the Valhalla Guild, a confirmed leader among the Seven Stars, now faces an unexpected development. Back with the protagonist, his expression hardens, a silent acknowledgement of the unfolding situation. Woo-hyuk, still under the glow of the full moon, questions aloud, what is someone like him doing here? From the shadows, Shin Hyuk-lee's voice resonates with a challenge, so you say you want. Woo-hyuk responds with a confident smirk, I've prepared it all in cash. A thick stack of bills is clutched tightly in a hand, the crisp paper rustling with the tension of the moment. Lee Woo-hyuk, his face contorted in a grimace, blue energy crackling around his hand, defiantly challenges an unseen force, daring them to take what he possesses. Suddenly, a cloaked figure bursts forth, enveloped in a vortex of swirling blue energy, ascending rapidly through a dark, indistinct space. The mysterious entity continues its swift, upward trajectory, a blur against the void. With an intensified surge of power, the figure accelerates even further, leaving a vibrant trail of blue energy in its wake. Elsewhere, a white-haired man with crimson eyes recoils, a pained gasp escaping him, utterly bewildered by the sudden, inexplicable events unfolding. The cloaked figure suddenly materializes in a dense forest, blue energy still clinging to him, voicing his own shock at the abrupt change in surroundings. The white-haired man, still reeling from the shock, begins to ponder the possibility of other powerful beings at play. His face twists in a silent scream, the sheer terror of the unknown etched deeply into his features. A furious charge erupts through the forest as Shinhyuk, enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, closes the distance with incredible speed, while the mysterious cloaked figure moves with equal velocity. The cloaked figure, a blur of motion, dashes through the dense foliage, their dark form barely visible against the green. Watching the unfolding chaos, the white-haired man's crimson eyes widen, a mixture of shock and profound anger contorting his features. Suddenly, a powerful, purple-tinged kick slams into an unseen opponent, the force rippling through the air. The impact sends the red-haired fighter reeling backward, Shinhyuk's purple aura flaring with each precise strike. He tumbles through the air, an orange glow surrounding him as he crashes down. Yet, with surprising resilience, the red-haired fighter quickly recovers, charging back into the fray with renewed determination. Suddenly, the white-haired man appears before Shinhyuk, his voice sharp with urgency, demanding an explanation. His crimson eyes bore into the protagonist, the question of his brother's whereabouts hanging heavy in the air. His crimson eyes widen, a defensive edge in his voice as he demands to know why he is being questioned. Shinhyuk listens, his jaw set, considering the man's reaction. Before the scene shifts to a dark forest under a full moon, where a massive, ethereal white structure glows brightly in the distance. And Shinhyuk watches as a purple, circular energy wave expands from its core. With a determined expression, he stands ready for whatever comes next, as streaks of blue energy indicate rapid movement. With Shinhyuk and the mysterious cloaked figure moving together at impossible speeds, leaving trails of light in their wake. Elsewhere, Kwon Ojin unleashes a burst of purple energy from his hands, his face contorted in a frustrated cry. Back in the fray, Shinhyuk delivers a powerful punch, his fist glowing with vibrant green energy. He unleashes a torrent of power, clashing violently with his opponent in a blinding explosion of green, purple, and blue energy. The force of his attack sends the white-haired man reeling, who struggles to maintain his stance, acknowledging the overwhelming strength against him, yet refusing to yield. A flicker of confusion crosses the white-haired man's face, sensing something amiss in the midst of the chaotic battle. From the shadows, the mysterious cloaked figure watches, a silent question hanging in the air about Shinhyuk's unexpected presence. Shinhyuk, meanwhile, focuses his intent, the mana around him swirling as he reaffirms his purpose, driven by the quest for his brother. Another powerful surge of energy slams into the white-haired man, sending him flying backward with a pained cry. Shinhyuk presses his advantage, moving with relentless speed and power, his aura flaring brightly. The cloaked figure observes the one-sided battle, a note of disappointment in his voice as he questions the white-haired man's weakness and his attempt to deceive him. In the aftermath, the cloaked figure stands tall, a sword in hand, looking down at the defeated white-haired man amidst the quiet of the forest. He keeps talking about things he doesn't understand, but the white-haired man knows one thing for certain. He started this, and he has to end it now. He must fool her, no matter what, because he is certain he's being framed. A chilling realization dawns on him as he understands that someone is using the Black Lion. But before he can fully process the thought, the mysterious cloaked figure lunges forward, their blade glowing with an intense blue energy, striking with devastating force. A sweeping arc of azure energy engulfs the white-haired man, his hand recoiling violently from the impact. As he is caught within a swirling vortex of the cloaked figure's power, he coughs up blood, the pain overwhelming him, as he struggles to comprehend the situation, muttering, "This is unbelievable. I didn't do anything." Another devastating blow of blue energy slams into him, leaving him with only one word to scream: "Bullshit." The white-haired man screams in agony, his arm twisting unnaturally from the impact, blood spraying. He coughs up more blood, the pain searing through him, as the realization hits him. The Black Lion is framing me. A low grunt escapes the cloaked figure, perhaps in response to the white-haired man's desperate thoughts. As he prepares another devastating attack, "I'll be killed at this rate," the white-haired man thinks, but the cloaked figure is already unleashing a black shower of blossoms. A torrent of dark purple energy swirling around him, his eyes glowing with malevolent power. "As if this would work on me," the cloaked figure scoffs. But the white-haired man, fueled by desperation, ignites a brilliant blue aura around himself, charging forward. A blinding explosion of blue energy erupts, the force of it tearing through the air. The aftermath leaves only a violent distortion in the space. The cloaked figure, having seemingly shrugged off the white-haired man's previous attack, launches a swift projectile, which strikes him squarely in the chest. The force of the blow sends a disorienting shockwave through his body. He collapses to the ground, purple energy swirling around him as the assailant looms overhead. Elsewhere, a young man with glowing green eyes clenches his teeth, a pained gasp escaping him. The forest path remains silent, bearing witness to the aftermath. The cloaked figure turns and walks away, leaving the white-haired man bleeding on the forest floor, still surrounded by the fading purple aura. Fresh blood drips onto the earth, staining the leaves. The white-haired man clutches his chest, his crimson eyes wide with agony and disbelief. A pained sigh escapes the white-haired man, his body a wreck after using the precious holy relic, and he assumes his subordinates are in a similar state. Meanwhile, the mysterious cloaked figure rests beneath a tree, observing the aftermath of his actions. The white-haired man curses, realizing their hidden spot has been exposed, and his subordinates are dying. His face contorts in rage, demanding to know who could have done this, fearing the consequences if he returns. The cloaked figure, a ghostly visage, ponders his next move, a name echoing in his mind: Ashid Khan. The white-haired man, desperate, wonders if he needs to request help from someone powerful. With a decisive step, the cloaked figure turns and walks away, leaving the scene behind. Far above, a figure plummets through the air, falling rapidly towards the ground. It is Shinhyuk, his eyes wide with surprise as he descends. As he descends, Shinhyuk confronts the white-haired man, demanding to know why he is there. The white-haired man recoils slightly, a look of surprise flashing across his face. He stammers, a dawning horror in his voice, wondering if the chaos unfolding is somehow his fault. Shinhyuk's gaze sharpens, his response cutting through the tension as he questions the man's belief. Suddenly, an unseen force grips Shinhyuk, pulling him down through a swirling vortex of green and blue energy, an ominous voice echoing, "It would be best if you don't resist." Blue lightning crackles around him, as the unseen entity declares its intent to end him quietly. Despite the overwhelming force, Shinhyuk's resolve hardens, his body glowing with blue energy as he prepares to fight back, a luminous staff materializing in his hands. Below, the white-haired man watches the sudden turn of events, his gaze fixed upwards on the unfolding battle. Shin-hyuk Lee plummets through the air, a sudden force having sent him reeling, as a voice from above taunts him to settle down. He falls further, a faint blue energy trailing behind him. Before he can recover, a purple-haired man with glowing red eyes unleashes a torrent of dark purple energy, striking with brutal force. The impact sends Shin-hyuk Lee reeling, the purple energy exploding around him, forcing a pained cry from his lips as he acknowledges the sheer power of his opponent. The purple-haired man presses his advantage, his red eyes burning with malice, taunting his struggling foe to hold on. But Shin Hyuk Lee's expression hardens, a vibrant green and blue aura flaring around him as he prepares his own counter, a confident challenge escaping him. With a surge of power, he unleashes a blinding torrent of blue lightning. The electrical discharge fills the air, cracking and arcing with immense force. He stands over the defeated figure, confirming that no loose ends remain. A memory surfaces of a past conversation with Ahmad Khan, who had asked if his target bore any marks, to which he had replied, "When I killed him, he didn't have any marks." But the Dark Star Society he was chasing. Reflecting on the symbol he just saw, he realizes, so, what I saw was the Dark Star Society's symbol, and he served under the duality. He holds up a glowing card, revealing it to be Ahmad Khan's contact info. Looking back at the defeated figure, he muses, "That's an administrative organization, right?" Deciding against using the contact information immediately, he reasons, "Well, I won't be using this right now, since I don't need to get involved with the Dark Star Society if they're not chasing me this time." A thoughtful expression crosses his face. He considers the card again, believing, "I think I'll be able to use this." Shin Hyuk Lee studies the document in his hand, a sense of its profound importance settling over him, though its full meaning remains just out of reach. He recalls a brutal confrontation, a desperate struggle against an organization like this, a memory that still burns with the knowledge that they were the ones who took his parents. A wry laugh escapes him, acknowledging the heavenly demon's unexpected strength, and he decides to let them take the lead for now. His gaze sharpens, a quiet admission forming in his mind. This is simply too much to handle alone, at this moment. Lying on the forest floor, he reflects on his past struggles, the memory of a time when, even with help, he couldn't face a formidable opponent alone. He looks up, a new thought emerging. If a low-ranked administrative official possesses such power, what terrifying strength must the bailiff wield? His hand reaches out, as if grasping at the immense power he imagines, a strength that might rival even the legendary Great Dipper. A vision of a powerful, white-haired figure, radiating a vibrant purple aura, flashes through his mind, a silent testament to the formidable forces at play. He rises, walking away with renewed resolve, knowing that letting the truth in here would only make it harder to uncover, and he prepares to face whatever comes next. A sudden realization washes over Shin Hyuk Lee, a spark of understanding igniting within him as he exclaims. Believing there must be more to uncover, the blue aura around him shimmering with anticipation. Meanwhile, a vision flickers into existence, showing the white-haired man with a grim expression, muttering that there isn't much left. He cradles an unconscious figure, the scene fading as quickly as it appeared, leaving a lingering sense of despair. Back in his own reality, Shin Hyuk Lee is enveloped in a vibrant purple aura, the air around him crackling as the conditions for enlightenment are met. A powerful burst of energy erupts from him, and a system notification chimes, confirming that his Black Heaven's ability is absorbing stigma and has now acquired all its third enlightenment. The message continues, stating that Black Heavens has officially begun its third enlightenment. A throbbing pain radiates through him as the purple energy intensifies, his face contorted in a grimace of effort and agony. As the enlightenment process continues, the Black Heaven's ability begins to access information, using the records left within stigma. Though due to the current low stage of its enlightenment, the amount of data that can be read remains limited, a soft hum filling the air. Within a swirling, fiery vision, Shin Hyuk Lee addresses his younger brother, telling Woo Hyuk that he will explain everything in due time. A massive, shadowy dragon-like entity, emblazoned with the words, Black Heavens, looms in the inferno. Still within the chaotic, burning landscape, Shin Hyuk Lee instructs Woo Hyuk to go to Sean Young, his expression serious. Woo Hyuk, clearly confused, asks what he is talking about, only for Shin Hyuk Lee to state plainly that he likes her. A shocked what escapes Woo Hyuk's lips as Shin Hyuk Lee reiterates the name, Sean Young SSI. A flicker of realization crosses his face, a silent acknowledgement of the unfolding events. In a fiery, indistinct space, he grips his younger brother by the collar, urging him to hurry and go. But Woo Hyuk, defiant, insists, I'm going to run in if I can't think. I can fight him. With a determined shout of Hyung, Woo Hyuk charges forward, a weapon clutched in his hands, ready to face the inferno. From the swirling flames, a grotesque, green-skinned monster with glowing red eyes emerges, its form menacing and ancient. Woo Hyuk, dwarfed by the creature's immense size, bravely confronts it, but the monster's gaping maw and powerful strike send him reeling. A massive, glowing red claw lashes out, connecting with brutal force. The impact lifts him off his feet, sending him hurtling through the fiery air, his eyes wide with shock and pain. His face contorts in a desperate grimace as he struggles against the overwhelming force. He continues to fall, engulfed by the swirling embers, his struggle seemingly futile. He stands defiant, a lone figure against the colossal, multi-headed beast that looms over the scorched earth, its fiery forms writhing in the desolate landscape. As the monster unleashes a guttural roar, its maw gaping wide. A surge of power emanates from its massive body, crackling with destructive energy. Shin Hyuk Lee's face contorts in anguish, a silent scream trapped in his throat as he witnesses the unfolding horror. A desperate, "Damn it," escapes him, his hand reaching out as if to intervene. His expression hardens with fierce resolve, the thought burning in his mind. What would have happened if such a disgusting thing had been settled at the police station? Before he can act, the monstrous hand connects, sending Woo Hyuk flying through the air amidst the flames. Shin Hyuk Lee's internal monologue continues, the bitter realization settling in. He definitely would have been able to prevent this. Woo Hyuk screams in agony, his face twisted in pain from the brutal impact. A soft groan escapes him, the lingering echoes of his memories still a raw wound. These recollections, always so vivid, leave him feeling utterly wretched. Suddenly, a series of system notifications chime, confirming his inheritance of a portion of metahuman Lee Shinhyuk stigma and the acquisition of Pixis, the spear artifacts, now at level 1. More alerts follow, announcing that Black Heavens has achieved 3-star enlightenment and gained a new ability, Eternal Convergence. He stares at the floating text, a question forming on his lips about this eternal convergence. The system elaborates, explaining that eternal convergence means his representative stigma's proficiency will now influence his other stigmas. A small smile plays on his lips as he considers the implications, deciding he can simply keep pushing forward. Outside, a vibrant purple energy begins to swirl around him, coalescing into a powerful aura. He marvels at the raw power, realizing he's using Shinhyuk stigma for the very first time, its strength almost unbelievable. A determined resolve settles over him. He will harness this power, using it to protect those he holds dear. A look of concern crosses his face as he continues his internal monologue, thinking about the task at hand. Suddenly, a sharp, resonant sound echoes, accompanied by a burst of blue energy, pulling him into a vivid memory. Silhouetted figures are engulfed in a swirling purple aura, a scene of chaos and power unfolding before his mind's eye. Glowing purple feathers drift through the ethereal space, a silent testament to the magic at play. A desperate voice cuts through the vision, calling out a name with urgency. Kwon Ojin, his face etched with anguish, screams for someone to awaken. As the memory intensifies, Shin Hyuk Lee's eye glows with a vibrant purple light, reflecting the power stirring within him. He finds himself cradling an injured Kwon Ojin in a desolate field, a silent gasp escaping his lips at the painful sight. Around them, other figures lie wounded, the air thick with questions of casualties and the fate of liberty, a chilling tableau of a past catastrophe. He looks down at the disoriented man on the ground, who struggles to recall his surroundings, calling out for his team leader. Later, in a more sterile environment, the man with dark purple hair explains the location of their recent battle. Shin Hyuk Lee dismisses the suggestion of medical attention, his gaze firm. Kwon Ojin, now seated, insists he rest, clearly concerned. But he reiterates his well-being, addressing the other man as team leader. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he reveals his injuries were a deliberate act, a facade to appear as if he had struggled. Later, Shin Hyuk Lee walks away through a dark, dense forest, his footsteps echoing softly as Kwon Ojin watches him depart. A rustling sound catches his attention, and he pauses, a soft exclamation escaping him. Turning his head slightly, he questions the unseen presence, his voice laced with a subtle challenge. As the two figures stand amidst the glowing, ethereal forest, Kwon Ojin offers a simple affirmation, before Shin Hyuk Lee, with a determined glint in his eye, declares their intention to conclude their elaborate deception. Deep within a dense forest, a lone figure stands in the distance, barely visible amidst the undergrowth. Closer now, another man stands over an unconscious figure sprawled on the forest floor, their forms partially obscured by the surrounding trees. Elsewhere, Shin Hyuk turns to his companion, his expression thoughtful as he asks, "Did he say anything?" He pauses, considering the implications, before concluding, "Nothing in particular." Kwon Ojin's crimson eyes narrow as he recounts the incident. "I confirmed the man was escaping in. It was as if he was hiding something." As the dark-haired guard lifts the unconscious man onto his shoulder, Ojin continues, advising Shin Hyuk, "I think you'll be able to find Shin Hyuk if you go to the HQ." The guard then adds, "Let's take him to the stage." A moment of silence hangs in the air, the implications of the words settling in. The guard continues to carry the unconscious figure through the forest, muttering to himself, "This." A figure plummets through the darkness, a desperate cry echoing as he falls. His eyes wide with terror, he can only manage a choked, "In-in-olo," as the ground rushes up to meet him. The impact leaves him motionless, a crumpled form on the cold, hard surface. Meanwhile, Lee Shin-hyuk stands in a verdant forest, a faint sound escaping him as he observes a holographic display, his thoughts consumed by the scene. He knows with certainty that the fallen body isn't his own, but the members of the Dark Star Society are already tracking him. He finds himself unable to let go of his own death, remembering the other Lee Shin-hyuk, the one who died trying to escape. Both of them died, and both regressed on their own. A pained grunt escapes him as he realizes he is just like the other. He acknowledges the truth of his situation, a grim reality he cannot escape. Yet, a persistent question gnaws at him. Why does he still feel this overwhelming guilt? A week later, a new acquaintance greets Ojin, explaining that team leader Han had mentioned he was looking for him. The meeting takes place within the towering structure of the Valhalla Guild. Inside, Kwon Ojin apologizes to Shin Hyuk for not being able to meet him sooner. Shin Hyuk observes that feelings from the past still linger, and Ojin suggests that since he hasn't fully recovered, they should take a break for another week. He begins, explaining that the reason for this meeting is, firstly, to express his gratitude. Their hands rest on the polished table between them. Indeed, he continues, without the others' help, he would never have apprehended the enemy responsible for his brother's death, to which Kwon Ojin replies, mentioning the kidnapper's requests. Shin Hyuk listens intently, his expression unreadable. With a soft click, Kwon Ojin opens a briefcase, revealing stacks of crisp currency. His gaze is steady, a slight smirk playing on his lips. As a reward for catching Eugene, he offers everything within the case. Standing now, Shin Hyuk firmly rejects the offer, stating he won't accept it. He then challenges Kwon Ojin, suggesting there must be another reason for this meeting. He continues, his voice calm and probing, asking if it's true that Shin Hyuk is a disciple of Polaris. Then, with a slight shift in tone, he adds that he'd also heard of Shin Hyuk's recent attack by the Dark Star Society. A statement that hangs in the air as Shin Hyuk considers his words. A vision of the Valhalla Guild's true objective flashes through his mind, to unearth the very roots of the Dark Star Society and eradicate them completely. And with that, Kwon Ojin extends his offer, asking the disciple of Polaris to join them in this endeavor. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk plays on Shin Hyuk's lips as he thinks to himself how lucky he is. Kwon Ojin continues, assuring him that he already possesses the evidence of the Dark Star Society's illegal activities, promising to help Shin Hyuk achieve his revenge if he agrees to join them. With a quiet nod and a subtle smile, Shin Hyuk simply replies, okay. Kwon Ojin leans forward, his voice low and direct, asking if he knows anything about the Dark Star Society. After a brief pause, he simply prompts for more information. Ojin then offers a small, rectangular device, presenting it to Shin Hyuk. He stands, holding a microphone, ready to address the situation. The device reveals a name, Ashit Khan. Shin Hyuk's eyes glow with a purple aura as he processes the information, realizing this is the confidential data on the Dark Star Society's mysteries. Later, standing before a towering building, Shin Hyuk asks if they will now investigate the Dark Star Society through the Valhalla Guild, to which Ojin confirms that most of the information will indeed be obtained by Valhalla. Ojin then adds that he has something else he wanted to ask, prompting Shin Hyuk to inquire what it is. He presents a document to Shin Hyuk, detailing a unique request. The papers describe a spear crafted from strengthened silver alloy, equipped with a wireless function. It appears to be a sleek, compact device. A slight smirk plays on Shin Hyuk's lips as he considers the implications. Ojin then remarks that a certain little kid will undoubtedly appreciate this item. Shin Hyuk's brow furrows slightly, questioning the mention of a child. Ojin confirms he will submit the request to the Association for Manufacturing, and as for the price, he will handle it. There is no need to worry about the cost, he muses, as he intends to cover everything himself, acknowledging that such a rare item naturally commands a high price. Shin Hyuk's eyes widen slightly, processing the fact that the association will manage the entire process. He questions the other man, asking if he contributed greatly to the cooperative operation with the Metahuman Guild. Continuing, he explains that the higher-ups believe he should be kept out of such matters, implying his involvement is no longer desired. A flush spreads across Shin Hyuk's face, his expression betraying a mix of embarrassment and frustration. As Ojin places a hand on his shoulder, he urges him to calm down for now. Despite the situation, Ojin insists that worth is still worth in the end, admitting he doesn't know what kind of guild this is, but suggesting Shin Hyuk could find a better league if he needs one. Finally conceding, Ojin states he will do as Shin Hyuk pleases, adding that the innovator will also cover the cost. Shin Hyuk's eyes narrow, his voice firm as he rejects the offer. With a hand over his heart, he declares he will purchase the item with his own money. He finally arrives home, the quiet night air greeting him. Stepping inside, he calls out again, a little louder this time. The red-haired girl in the bed jolts upright, startled, demanding to know why he's back so soon, while he simply exhales in exasperation. She quickly tries to explain her surprise, claiming she was merely listening to music. Shin Hyuk eyes her skeptically, questioning how someone just listening to music could be so shocked. She retorts, suggesting he's imagining something annoying. Then, with a knowing look, she turns the tables, implying he's at that age where people enjoy certain things through audio. The door stands ajar, a silent witness to their exchange. He glances down at her phone, a soft click echoing in the room, his expression unreadable. Shin Hyuk's attention is fully captured by the screen, revealing a notification about the Yongsan auction house's list of relics set to be exhibited in December. The full message details a specific item of interest, the Dragon Demon Eyes, and invites participation in the upcoming relic auction. He scrolls through the details, the mention of the Dragon Demon Eyes standing out prominently on the list. The news blares across the screen, detailing the escalating assaults on metahuman Lee Shin Hyuk, the reports questioning his presence back in the Nandong zone. He thinks to himself, right, I started it, so I gotta end it now. I have to fool her no matter what. Great, in that case. With his resolve set, a soft sigh escapes him as he leans against a wall. Gazing out at the sprawling city, his mind replaying the news of the out-of-control assaults and his return to the Nandong zone. Later, seated across from Quan Ojin, he observes a glowing orb, confirming its status as a 3-star rank relic with instant recovery effects. And Ojin then inquires if he intends to use the powerful artifact himself. But Shinhyuk instructs him to sell it, along with the mer crystals and other items. He muses internally, surprised by the relic's true power, having expected it to be only 1 or 2-star ranked, a revelation that makes him consider joining the Dark Star Society. Quan Ojin, holding a document, begins to calculate the immense profit they could make from selling all the items. He knew he had started this, and now he had to finish it, needing to deceive her no matter what. A sharp clang echoed, as he considered the possibility of receiving 10 billion. A smile played on his lips as he greeted Quan Ojin, who seemed pleased. Ojin then explained that with the current market, he could earn at least 3 billion, and if he combined it with the mer crystals, he might even be able to buy it. Shinhyuk Lee considered the implications, wondering if he could truly make 3 billion. He then asked his team leader if he could ask for one last thing, hoping to arrive at paradise. Ojin, looking at him expectantly, simply asked what it was. Shinhyuk Lee's request was for a map of the sewers below Seoul Station. Later, on a rooftop, he stretched, letting out a soft sigh, as he prepared for whatever came next. Standing by the water, Shinhyuk Lee questions the figure beside him, asking where they decided to make their money, as the other declares, "I'm back." With a radiant smile and arms outstretched, Vega makes her grand return, her white hair flowing around her. Her presence is immediately felt as she sends Shinhyuk Lee sprawling to the ground, a soft white aura emanating from her as he cries out in surprise. She then casually places her foot on his chest, a clear display of her playful dominance. Sometime later, on a rooftop overlooking the city, Shinhyuk Lee begins to explain, "I have been." His expression a mix of annoyance and resignation. Vega, still smiling, playfully reminds him, "Oh ho ho, I told you to speak carefully, right? Haha, sorry." He then dramatizes the events of the last 3 weeks, explaining them to Vega. The change of the world is almost upon them, Vega declares, her glowing eyes fixed on Shinhyuk Lee. He reflects on his past, a regular life he no longer wishes to return to, not wanting to live in a regular society again. So, he decides, they should just be moderate, wondering if she will be alright, now that she has already become linked with him. He believes she needs more time to adjust, as he himself has many things to face so quickly. But then, a more pressing question comes to mind. Who exactly are these bastard constellations of the dark stars? Vega, in turn, asks about the specific age when all the stars were swallowed by darkness. Repeating the phrase, the constellation of the dark stars, Shinhyuk apologizes, admitting he doesn't know enough either, then questions her, "You don't?" It's not that he doesn't know everything about the birth of stars, but he simply didn't know Vega wouldn't know. He confesses that he doesn't know much about them from the beginning, especially considering how little he knew in the last 3 weeks. Determined, Shinhyuk Lee raises his spear-like weapon, a faint blue energy already gathering around it, as he declares his intent to demonstrate his power, despite not having fully recovered. With a subtle shift, he adjusts his grip, the weapon settling firmly in his hands, ready for the impending surge of power. As the power ignites within him, his eyes blaze with an intense blue light, crackling energy visibly surging around his form. He moves with impossible speed, a blur of motion leaving a vibrant trail of blue energy in his wake. The air itself hums and crackles, filled with the raw, surging force of his unleashed power. Watching the spectacle, Vega's eyes widen in a mixture of surprise and profound awe. Above, the clear blue sky stretches endlessly, bathed in the gentle glow of the sun, a stark contrast to the power below. The world around him blurs into streaks of color, as the sheer force of his ability distorts the very landscape. Finally, with a powerful surge, Shinhyuk Lee unleashes a massive, glowing blue aura, enveloping his entire form in raw, unbridled energy. As the blue energy surged around him, he moved with blinding speed, a streak of azure light tearing through the air. A sharp cry of effort escaped his lips as he focused the raw power into a devastating strike. The impact was instantaneous, a brilliant flash of crackling energy erupting at his target. This was the technique known as spear lightning. The concentrated force detonated, sending out a shockwave of glowing blue particles. From a distance, the city skyline seemed to tremble slightly, a testament to the power unleashed. The energy dissipated, leaving only the faint echo of its destructive force. A moment later, Vega turned to him, her expression a mix of awe and concern, asking, "How was it?" She stammered, "Even if you're a regressor, you can't just go around causing trouble with your powers." Shinhyuk Lee, however, remained unfazed, simply asking, "And is there a problem? Did I do something wrong?" Still contemplating his need to deceive her, Shinhyuk Lee finds himself questioned by Vega, who wonders how he manages to focus lightning in so many different places at once. He casually replies that he simply tried it, and it worked, though he admits to suffering a bit at the start. Vega listens intently, her expression thoughtful. She then asks him, referring to him as "my child," if his memories of Lyra's stigma were blurry. A surprised gasp escapes him, as he asks how she could know. Vega explains that despite his blurry memories, it seems he is subconsciously remembering the techniques. She continues, stating that there's no other explanation for how he's able to use the stigma techniques, as Shin-hyuk Lee looks up at her, a question mark hovering over his head. With a confident smirk, he declares himself a genius, all while internally reaffirming his resolve to fool her no matter what. He considers the question, wondering if his own surprise is evident, for he truly doesn't know himself. His companion, however, is taken aback, demanding to know what he is talking about. She presses further, questioning why humans have never created disciples until now, her voice echoing with a sense of urgency. He considers her words, the truth of the stigma of Lyra, a power almost beyond human capacity, weighing heavily on his mind. As he walks, a familiar frustration washes over him, tired of repeating the same conversations, yet resolute in his decision. He will fool her, no matter what. His phone rings, displaying an incoming call from team leader Kwon Ojin. Later, under a clear blue sky, a delivery is made to the Metahuman Management Association, with the requested items now in hand. A voice from a departing car offers a simple, grateful thank you. He walks along a bustling street, the rhythmic sound of his footsteps echoing softly amidst the urban hum. Later, holding a newly acquired staff-like weapon, he confirms its identity to an unseen speaker, acknowledging it as his new tool. A close inspection reveals the weapon's intricate design, surpassing even his own high expectations for its craftsmanship. He muses over its origin, learning that a kid was responsible for its creation, and feels compelled to seek out and commend the young artisan. Working diligently on the weapon, he considers its potential, realizing that by integrating its core with an electromagnetic field, it could become an exceptionally high-performance tool, and that's not even its full capability. Suddenly, a loud, jarring sound echoes from above, causing him to look up in surprise. Through an opening, he spots a small figure plummeting rapidly from the sky, descending with alarming speed. Recognizing her, he calls out, urging Vega to hold on tight, while she responds with a confused sound. Still falling, Vega's voice echoes with extreme distress, questioning his intentions as she plunges further. Still plummeting through the air, a distressed cry escapes the falling figure. Her descent continues at an alarming speed, a tiny speck against the vast expanse of the sky. Below, the towering structures of the city stretch upwards, unaware of the impending impact. Observing the rapid fall, Shin-hyuk Lee lets out a surprised exclamation, a wry smile playing on his lips as he realizes her old methods are useless now. He wonders how she could possibly be falling like this, questioning if she could still fly using Lyra's stigma. As she continues her uncontrolled descent, blue lightning crackles around her, a clear sign she's attempting a technique like thunder steps, which should be impossible for a human. Shin-hyuk Lee extends a hand, a faint blue aura emanating from him, calling out to her, asking if she intends to return home now that her business is done. He catches her midair, holding her firmly as she struggles against his grasp, noting that Vega is back, and with new equipment, but assuring her there's no need to fight him. With a sudden resolve, he declares his next destination. Let's go to Seoul Station, he calls out, before launching a devastating kick, sending a monstrous entity reeling back in a burst of red energy. The creature roars in pain and fury, its eyes and maw glowing with an ominous red light. Presenting a collection of 2 flares, smoke rounds, 6 starstones, a regeneration potion, an LP headlight, and 3 low-rank potions, Shin-hyuk Lee states the total will be $7,320. His customer, Kwon Ojin, immediately reacts with a sharp, incredulous tone, demanding to know what he'd just done. He continues, claiming the knives are dull and brittle, a transparent excuse that a system message instantly labels as a lame excuse level 3. Ojin then reveals he only has $6,000 on him, before quickly offering to buy the items for $7,000. He insists he's serious and can afford it, leaving Shin-hyuk Lee to internally question if his customer is truly not an awakened, while a thought bubble labels Ojin a dumbass. Reflecting on the negotiation, Shin-hyuk Lee, with the ethereal Vega floating beside him, muses that he should have haggled a bit lower for the $6,700 he received, having clearly seen the man's weakness when it came to money. He concludes that he needs to cut costs wherever he can. Vega asserts her importance, reminding him that she has done something significant for him, something she knew was vital to his interests. He acknowledges her words, confirming that he has already compensated her, yet a system message flashes, highlighting his continued need to cut costs for the month, despite the payment. With the transaction concluded, Shin-hyuk Lee declares their business complete and turns to leave. Deep within a dark, subterranean passage, he holds a glowing staff, confident that his objective lies somewhere beneath the winding tunnel. He questions aloud if he will truly be able to defeat the monster, reassuring himself that its strength is currently sealed. Turning to Vega, who now holds a drink, he remarks with satisfaction that things are proceeding as expected. With a monstrous silhouette looming in the background, he reiterates his certainty that the creature's power remains sealed. He knew he had started this, and now he had to finish it, needing to fool her no matter what. A faint, metallic clink echoed in the darkness, confirming his resolve. If it was truly sealed, he mused, then it might as well be a giant sand drag. On another note, he had acquired some rare boots, so that was one less thing to worry about. Yet, he lacked the courage to employ the stigma of the hunting dogs in this oppressive stench. Then, spotting something in the gloom, he called out, "My child." A disgusting vibration filled the area, causing him to react with a surprised sound. It was the same sensation he'd felt last time, deep within the cave. Was it the same phenomenon in this case? He wondered, unable to shake a growing unease. Turning to his companion, Shin Hyuk-lee expressed, "If I could, I'd like to avoid this kind of sensation," prompting Vega to ask, "Can you describe this kind of sensation?" He considered her question, a chilling thought forming in his mind. It may be that a black star is involved again. Reflecting on the unsettling phenomena, Shin Hyuk-lee considers, perhaps this is why so many mutated monsters have been appearing recently. Standing in the dark, water-filled passage, he acknowledges the inevitable. There's no choice but to fight his way through. Suddenly, a startling realization or sight causes his eyes to widen, a sharp gasp escaping him. The passage gives way to a grotesque, fleshy cavern, an ominous thrumming sound echoing through the organic walls. Within the cavern, two hulking, reddish-brown figures stand, their forms vaguely humanoid, yet undeniably monstrous. One of the creatures turns its head, letting out a guttural growl that reverberates through the chamber. Then, from the very ground beneath them, a smaller, worm-like entity bursts forth, confirming his suspicions. Observing the new threats, Shin Hyuk-lee's thoughts turn analytical, wondering if these are true mutants, given the unusual nature of their mana. The worm-like creature, now fully emerged, darts forward with surprising speed. He stares down at the small, glowing creature, a thought forming in his mind. Well, this is enough for a light warm-up. With a swift, glowing strike, his blade descends, cutting through the air with a sharp, metallic sound. He moves with blinding speed, a blur of motion as he continues his assault, focused and relentless. The small creature, now defeated, lies glowing faintly on the ground, a kanji marking its end. Suddenly, two more of the worm-like mutants are caught, suspended in midair by an unseen force, glowing intensely. With a decisive motion, he crushes them in his hand, a sharp Kong sound accompanying their demise. Blue lightning crackles around his face as he mutters, "That won't do." The smaller threats are clearly not enough to satisfy him. His entire form erupts in a powerful, crackling blue electrical aura, the sound of surging energy filling the cavern as he prepares for a true challenge. The surge of power slams into a grotesque humanoid mutant, eliciting a piercing kage as the creature recoils from the devastating impact. Right, I started it, so I gotta end it now. I have to fool her no matter what, he thinks, as a blade crackles with blue lightning, unlike the spear he usually wields. He moves deeper into the fleshy cavern, his form wreathed in a faint blue aura, confronting two grotesque, mutated creatures. One of the creatures lets out a guttural growl, its massive claw flexing. A sharp cry of pain echoes as the creature recoils from an unseen impact. From the depths of the cave, three more of the crimson-skinned mutants emerge, their eyes glowing with malevolence. He calmly observes the new arrivals, noting that the first two were merely lookouts. Another mutant screams, struck by his relentless assault. "Now then," he murmurs, his blade still humming with power, ready for the next wave. A powerful, explosive impact reverberates through the cavern. A guttural shriek tears through the cavern, signaling a new wave of threats. With his blade held ready, he faces the crimson-fleshed walls, anticipating the next attack. His stance is firm, rooted against the unsettling terrain. Two hulking, red-skinned mutants emerge from the shadows, their forms twisted and powerful. Shin Hyuk-lee's eyes ignite with a fierce blue glow as he challenges them, dismissing their newfound intelligence as irrelevant. A crackle of energy fills the air, blue lightning beginning to spark around him. The electrical discharge intensifies, surging with raw power. Arcs of brilliant blue energy lash out, charging the very atmosphere. Finally, with a blinding flash, he unleashes the full force of his blue lightning. A surge of blue lightning crackles violently around him, the raw power of his attack tearing through the air. His eyes glow with fierce determination as the blue energy continues to erupt from his form. Yet, a guttural growl echoes through the cavern as a massive, red-skinned figure with glowing eyes withstands the assault, its presence radiating an amazing performance of resilience. The force of the impact sends a shockwave through its thick, clawed arm, but it holds its ground. A concentrated burst of energy strikes its chest, causing a violent crimson flash. The creature recoils with a pained cry, its body momentarily thrown off balance by the sheer power. A sharp gasp escapes Shin Hyuk-lee, his expression shifting to one of shock and discomfort as he realizes the true nature of his opponent. The red-skinned behemoth glares back, its eyes burning with renewed fury, revealing itself to be a formidable reptilian champion. Its powerful chest heaves with a deep, guttural growl, a clear challenge to the one who dared strike it. The reptilian champion lunges, its massive clawed hand tearing through the air towards Shin Hyuk-lee, its sharp teeth bared in a silent roar. But even as the attack closes in, Shin Hyuk-lee's focus remains absolute, his glowing blue wires retracting swiftly to his hand, a silent command echoing in his mind. "Wires, return." He knows the wires alone won't be enough, his purple eyes flaring as he surges forward with blinding speed, a new resolve hardening his expression. Unleashing a devastating torrent of blue lightning, he engulfs the champion in a crackling explosion of pure energy. The creature screams as the electric force slams into its scaly hide, sending shockwaves through its body. Multiple impacts ripple across its form, each strike driving it further back. Before the champion can recover, Shin Hyuk-lee launches himself into the air, a dark, spear-like projectile forming in his hand, aimed directly at his foe. The projectile pierces the champion with brutal force, eliciting another pained shriek as it connects. He knew he had started this, and now he had to finish it, needing to outwit her no matter the cost. With that resolve, a surge of blue lightning erupted from his form, striking his opponent with a resounding crackle. The impact sent a shockwave through the air, a deep thud echoing as the champion reeled. Another burst of raw power followed, a sharp, focused strike of lightning. Closing the distance, he delivered a powerful physical blow, his glowing fist connecting squarely with the champion's form. The continuous assault left visible marks, the champion's legs showing signs of the relentless impact. He intensified his attack, a brilliant blue aura flaring around him, each crackle of energy a testament to his growing power. A confident smirk played on his lips as he thought, this fight was proving to be far too simple. Shin Hyuk resolves to finish what he started, knowing he must deceive her no matter what, and decides it's time to collect his reward. Moving through the cavern, past the defeated monsters, he spots exactly what he was looking for. A black crystal, just as he had anticipated. As he holds the shimmering artifact, a profound realization washes over him. He feels more deeply connected to this world now, having traversed dimensions for centuries. The crystal pulses with a soft glow, and Vega's translucent form appears before him, questioning his intent to give her a myth crystal, while he wonders aloud about the true extent of her hidden power in his past life. The black crystal glows intensely between them, its energy swirling. As the crystal radiates with dark power, it becomes clear that the regressor's true thoughts remain an enigma. As the shadowy figures of monstrous beings loom, a voice echoes with a chilling resolve, acknowledging that the gate holds the relic powered by the dark star's influence. With a determined breath, Shin Hyuk prepares himself, declaring his readiness to proceed, for he has no time to waste. His thoughts race, a clear objective forming in his mind. The money and power he seeks are within reach, and he knows he can acquire them. His footsteps echo softly, as he moves deeper into the unknown. A sudden realization dawns upon him, as he steps into the gaping maw of a dark cave. The path ahead is dimly lit, a narrow passage winding into the earth. He questions the nature of this place, wondering if this is truly the path he must take. His footsteps continue to resound, and he finally identifies his surroundings as a dungeon. As he presses deeper into the cavern, he considers what else this mysterious place might hold. Deep within the dungeon, a grotesque, lumpy mass of brown organic matter looms, its form indistinct in the dim light. This monstrous entity, Shin Hyuk realizes, is a creature from his own fractured memories. He stands before it, a heavy thud echoing in the cavern, his gaze fixed on the familiar horror. Yes, it is the very monster that once laid waste to Seoul and claimed his first life, and even now, its presence is truly intimidating. But a crucial detail catches his attention. It is significantly smaller, only half the size of the one etched into his memories. A fiery vision flashes through his mind, and he realizes the implications of this difference. A loud crash accompanies his thought as he spots the glowing purple core within the creature. It's a mer crystal, and it's smaller too. With a determined expression, he draws his weapon, a swift slash of air accompanying the movement, ready to test his strength against it. He observes the grotesque, squishy form of the monster, a creature he knows intimately, yet this iteration feels different. A scoff escapes him as he thinks, this is just an odd feeling, his own move, and it should be a piece of cake. With a powerful leap, he brings his glowing weapon down, striking the monster with a resounding thwack. He cries out, delivering another crushing blow, the impact echoing with a sharp crack. A final, decisive strike cuts through the air with a whoosh, seemingly ending the battle. Confident in his victory, he strikes a pose, a peace sign held high, knowing this is the strength of an awakened who has experienced countless battles and risen to the top. But before he can fully savor the moment, a massive, squishy hand erupts from the monster's form, snatching him with surprising speed as the creature roars his name, Lee Shin Hyuk. Caught completely off guard, he can only utter a surprised, huh? The monster's grip tightens around him, holding him captive. He finds himself caught, and Vega, witnessing his predicament, can only utter a disbelieving, no way, it must be a mistake. A harsh scraping sound echoes through the air as the champion begins to drag him across the rough ground. Huh, he questions, bewildered. The monster pulls him relentlessly. His body bouncing against the forest floor, the champion's immense form looming over him. A dawning realization crosses his face. As he stares up, a single word escaping his lips. What? The champion's body shifts, its rough, scaly hide scraping along. A closer look reveals the champion's true nature, its skin not merely scaly, but lined with razor-sharp, serrated edges. His confusion quickly turns to anger, as he demands, why is this piece of shit moving? With a surge of resolve, a brilliant white aura erupts around him, his eyes glowing with fierce determination as he prepares to break free. Right? I started it, so I gotta end it now. I have to fool her no matter what. Great, in that case. He finds himself trapped, metaphorically or literally, behind bars, questioning how he's supposed to overcome his current adversary. A memory surfaces, a past self or a different perspective, as a voice reminds him of his supposed foresight, accusing him of having known everything yet failing to stop it. Meanwhile, another memory, perhaps from a school setting, dismisses someone's claims as mere bluffing, a persistent annoyance from a bastard who just won't quit. His thoughts drift to the futility of wishing for a do-over, like wanting to ace an exam by turning back time, and a desperate urge to simply flee the situation washes over him. As a vision of Vega appears, her voice laced with confusion about his regressor status, he internally responds with a desperate refusal, unable to accept her words. She tries to reassure him, but he vehemently rejects her comfort, asserting that he had anticipated this very outcome, that he knew this would happen. He promises her to wait, even as her plea for salvation echoes in his mind, a desperate cry for help that he cannot ignore. He resolves to end the struggle quickly, yet a chilling realization washes over him, a stark admission of his own demise. The monstrous, scaly arm of the reptilian champion tightens its grip, pulling him further into the abyss. Shinhyuk, sword drawn, launches himself forward with a desperate cry. But before he can connect, a blur of motion sends him reeling, crying out as he's thrown violently through the air. Blood erupts from him as the sheer speed of the counterattack registers, leaving him stunned. A guttural growl escaping him as he endures the relentless assault. He's flung back further, a helpless projectile. He crashes into the ground with devastating force, the impact shaking the very earth, as the residual energy of the blow ripples outwards from the crater. And then, the monstrous hand of the reptilian champion closes around him once more, his struggle utterly futile. He grits his teeth, a silent command echoing in his mind to silence the screams, whether internal or external, before launching himself into the air, spear held high, aiming for a desperate strike. His target, the massive reptilian form of the champion, looms before him. And with a swift motion, his spear connects, piercing the creature's thick hide. But the champion's counter is immediate and brutal, sending him tumbling into a dark, viscous abyss. A sudden realization flashing across his face as he struggles to regain control. The champion's massive hand closes in, a crushing grip ready to seize him. The speed of the attack is overwhelming. And he finds himself caught, a distressed expression on his face as a strange green energy begins to emanate from his hand. Right? He started this, and he has to end it now. He resolves to fool her no matter what, even as he struggles against the massive, scaly limb of the reptilian champion, trying to push back against its immense force. A sudden burst of light blue energy erupts, pushing him back, the champion's counterattack swift and decisive. With a quick, sharp movement, the champion prepares its next strike, leaving Shinhyuk with only one desperate thought: run. The massive limb descends, crushing him with overwhelming force, pinning him against the dark, cavernous wall. As he falls into a dark abyss, a frustrated thought crosses his mind. These guys are annoying for real. He continues to plummet through the void, the world blurring around him. But his fall is abruptly halted as the champion's scaly limb catches him, its grip tightening, now glowing with an ominous green light. Intense green lightning crackles around him, forcing a pained scream from his lips, his eyes glowing with the same eerie energy. The champion's voice echoes, demanding to know where the black magic crystal is located. Shinhyuk unleashes a torrent of blue lightning, a desperate counterattack against his tormentor, crying out for the creature to perish. The electrical discharge intensifies, focused on a single point as he curses the beast. Suddenly, a system message flashes, indicating his Thunderbolt skill has advanced, leveling up from basic to level 2. A relieved sigh escapes him, a flicker of hope igniting as he realizes the potential of his newly enhanced power. Wasting no time, he follows up with a devastating punch, his fist glowing with raw power as it connects with the champion. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the creature's massive form, revealing a pulsating purple crystal embedded deep within its flesh. He continues his relentless assault, each strike fueled by a desperate will to survive. Despite the barrage of attacks, the champion remains standing, prompting a surprised question from Shinhyuk. It's still alive? The reptilian champion's massive hand crushes something with immense force, letting out a guttural roar. Held firmly within the monstrous grip, Shinhyuk Lee is dwarfed by the champion's sheer size. He struggles against the crushing pressure, a desperate grunt escaping him. His eyes flash crimson, a surge of power igniting within him as he prepares to act. With a crackle of purple lightning, a pistol materializes in his hand, charged with raw energy. He fires, a blinding burst of blue-white electricity erupting from the weapon and striking his captor. The reptilian champion cries out, its massive arm recoiling violently from the unexpected impact. Shinhyuk Lee seizes the moment, driving a powerful kick through the newly formed hole in the champion's hand, declaring his defiance. Still reeling from the previous attack, the reptilian champion lets out a guttural roar, its massive form shaking with fury. The force of its retaliation sends him flying, Shin Hyuk Lee tumbling helplessly through the air. He crashes hard against the ground, the impact forcing a pained gasp from his lips as he rolls to a stop. Above him, the champion roars once more, its fury undiminished. Before he can recover, a colossal hand descends, crushing him against the unforgiving stone. Gasping for air, he realizes the gravity of his situation. His mana reserves are dangerously low. The lightning energy he had gathered from the spear is rapidly dissipating, leaving him vulnerable. This means that at this rate, he won't be able to execute his plan. A new resolve hardens his expression as he thinks he needs a single, devastating blow, far more potent than his previous lightning attack. Shin Hyuk Lee launches a focused punch, aiming to strike his formidable opponent. But with a guttural growl, the reptilian champion's massive hand intercepts the attack, catching his fist midair and holding it fast. A powerful, grinding force emanates from the champion's grip, threatening to crush the metahuman's arm. The scaly fingers tighten further, an audible groan of effort escaping the monstrous foe. Shin Hyuk Lee cries out, his body straining against the overwhelming power, the champion's grip proving too strong to break directly. The reptilian champion's thoughts echo with a sinister intent, planning to turn the metahuman's own strength against him. But before the champion can execute his plan, Shin Hyuk Lee acts decisively, executing a swift slide that pulls him free from the crushing hold. As he gains distance, he swiftly draws a gleaming sword from his side, preparing for a new offensive. The reptilian champion's hand remains, momentarily empty, its target having vanished. He launched himself forward, a blur of motion as his blade sliced through the air, closing the distance with a powerful impact. His eyes locked onto the massive form of the reptilian champion. And a thought solidified in his mind. The nape of his neck was now exposed. Without hesitation, he brought his sword down, striking the vulnerable spot with precision. A fierce determination burned in his eyes as he resolved to end the fight with a single, all-powerful blow, believing it was possible for him alone. He knew simply channeling raw magic wouldn't suffice. A more refined approach was necessary. Like an arrow, he needed to concentrate his mana, focusing every ounce of energy into a single, piercing point. With a final, explosive surge of power, he unleashed his attack, intending to end it all in one decisive strike. The concentrated energy erupted outward, a blinding torrent of blue light. The concentrated mana attack, now a shimmering blade of pure blue lightning, strikes its target with blinding speed, impacting the reptilian champion's exposed nape and causing a massive discharge of electrical energy, which also triggers a system notification. His lightning skill has advanced to level 4, and he has acquired the new skill, Depth Charge level 1. The force of the impact continues to ripple through the air, a deafening crackle of blue lightning erupting around the monster. The intense blue energy engulfs the champion, its raw power momentarily overwhelming. Still, the creature's massive form remains upright, its scaly hide racked by the continuous electrical assault. As the blue aura around him begins to fade, Shin Hyuk Lee drops to one knee, visibly drained from the immense effort. He stares intently at his foe, a single thought echoing in his mind. Did it work? But before he can fully process the outcome, the reptilian champion, still crackling with residual lightning, lets out a furious, guttural roar, signaling its defiance. Determined to end the fight he started, and knowing he must deceive his opponent, Shin Hyuk Lee prepares for a decisive move, his body crackling with vibrant blue lightning. Closing the distance in a flash, he plunges a needle into the reptilian champion's tough, scaly hide, a voice questioning. Hey, what's this bullet hole? The champion roars in pain and fury as the substance begins to take effect, its voice booming. Unga, stop it, I said. Shin Hyuk Lee attempts to disengage, a desperate plea escaping his lips. Stop it. But the champion's retaliation is swift and brutal, a massive, spiky limb descending with crushing force, overwhelming the smaller figure as the monstrous form looms over him, leaving him to clench his fist in a mix of pain and frustration, his efforts seemingly in vain. From a distance, a young woman with dark hair watches the terrifying scene unfold, her scream echoing. Kaya, Unga, this is a monster, right? The reptilian champion stands victorious, its massive form casting a shadow over Shin Hyuk Lee, who lies defeated on the ground. A small boy lets out a terrified gasp, as a dark, blurry form looms closer, its massive, clawed hand reaching out with menacing intent. The boy screams in pure terror. Tears stream down his face as he cries out, pleading for help. But before the monster can strike, a blue blur of motion cuts through the air, intervening with impossible speed. Shin Hyuk Lee now stands ready, staff held defensively, his gaze fixed on the unseen threat. He stands protectively over the small boy, who has fallen to the ground, now safe behind him. Turning to a woman nearby, he commands, get out of here, Hyan. With Hyan now safely behind him, Shin Hyuk Lee maintains his vigilant stance, ready to face whatever comes next. Knowing he started this and must now end it, needing to fool her no matter what, he resolves to save people at all costs, despite his usual indifference to their fates. But Vega is watching him now, and he's certain she'll. He tells himself he doesn't care about her, insisting he'll be the hero who saves the world. After all, he needs her blessing. His attack definitely worked, tearing through the monstrous form with a sickening sound. Now, All that's left is to ensure it's completely destroyed. Even so, as he gasps for breath, he feels no doubt in the world he's in. In fact, delivering another crunching blow, it would be strange if he were bleeding for her, bleeding right now, but this situation is. He finds himself questioning if this intense struggle is actually exhilarating. A thrill he feels when both his grudge and his power are fully engaged, like the grim satisfaction of watching blood flow and turn to ash. Yet, he knows the temporary boost in power he gained from his own bleeding will soon vanish with the flow of his mana. In fact, all the thrill he's feeling right now might scatter away like grains of sand. He grips his weapon tighter, a fierce resolve hardening his expression. He cannot allow that to happen. Meanwhile, the monstrous champion lets out a guttural growl, its form shifting as a pulsating purple core glows ominously within its flesh. A confident smile spreads across his face, a silent declaration of his renewed resolve. With a subtle shift in his expression, he prepares to unleash his full power. His eyes glowing with a fierce purple light, he challenges his monstrous foe, daring it to face his might. Then, with a blur of motion, he lunges forward, his blade a silver streak aimed at the champion. The reptilian champion's scaly hand shoots out, attempting to intercept the lightning-fast assault. Another massive claw follows, bracing for the inevitable impact. The air crackles with raw energy, as the two forces collide in a violent explosion of speed and power. Shin Hyuk Lee moves with incredible speed, his glowing white blade a blur, his momentum carrying him forward. He grips the hilt of his sword, the weapon humming with power. His eyes narrow, acknowledging the opponent's movements. He realizes his magic is surging, growing stronger than ever before. A powerful blue electrical aura erupts around him, crackling with raw energy. His sword glows intensely, and he declares his turn to strike. As blue electricity crackles around his hand, the same potent energy surges around his leg, while a monstrous reptilian champion lets out a guttural roar. Shin Hyuk Lee stands amidst a swirling vortex of blue lightning, declaring this is only the beginning. He draws his sword, now glowing with the same fierce blue energy, unleashing a massive burst of electrical power that erupts from him. The attack, a depth charge, continues to engulf the area in shimmering blue particles, the electrical energy intensifying and focusing its destructive power. The overwhelming blue current consumes everything, leaving only his silhouette. Electrical energy surges around his lower body, crackling with raw power. As the reptilian champion roars, it moves with predatory intent, advancing on its smaller opponent. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk Lee is yanked upwards, his arms outstretched, questioning where he is being taken. A powerful electrical discharge impacts, crackling with raw energy. Shin Hyuk Lee shouts, his eyes glowing with fierce determination, ready for the next move. The reptilian champion's tail violently swings him through the air, debris scattering around them. The monstrous tail continues its brutal assault, sending him hurtling. Pushing past his limits, Shin Hyuk Lee's eyes burn with an intense blue light, a silent vow to overcome. He unleashes a massive surge of blue electrical magic, refusing to yield. He pushes past his limits, gathering every ounce of his electrical power, determined to strike one more time. A blinding surge of blue-white lightning erupts from his form, engulfing the area in a brilliant, crackling display of raw energy. The electrical discharge spreads, rippling across the ground and through the air, culminating in a massive, explosive impact that shakes the very foundations of the battlefield. As the light fades, system messages confirm the successful activation of his empty charge skill, now maxed out at advanced level 10. But even as his attack lands, the reptilian champion retaliates, its powerful tail lashing out and sending him twisting violently through the air. The champion stands firm, its scaly back a testament to its resilience, seemingly unfazed by the electrical onslaught. He braces himself, his face a mask of grim determination, as he prepares for the inevitable impact. As he regains his bearings, a hand pushes against the rough surface, and he hears a familiar voice cry out in concern, "My child." Before he can even fully respond, Vega. A wry smile touches his lips as he reassures her, "See, I told you to trust me, didn't I?" Though his trembling stance betrays his true condition, admitting, "To be honest, I wasn't completely okay." Vega, clearly unimpressed, retorts, "Humph. You said you'd be done in no time, but it took so long, didn't it? Do you know how worried I was?" Later, walking alone and engrossed in his phone, he informs someone, "Here, I don't think I can go with you," dismissing their concerns with a quiet, "Enough of that." Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise, a grateful exclamation bursting forth, "Hyuk, thank you. Thank you so much." A crowd has gathered, phones raised, eager voices urging, "Pictures. Quickly, take some pictures." A confident smirk plays on Shin Hyuk Lee's lips as he acknowledges his own responsibility, knowing he must see through what he started. He resolves to deceive her, no matter the cost, just as an official-looking man approaches him, introducing himself as a member of the association and stating he needs to report something. The man then asks if he might inquire about the identity of the person he belongs to. Walking away, Shin Hyuk Lee muses on the situation, realizing that now that he is no longer with Hyan, both of them are free to return to their normal lives. This newfound freedom, however, also means he has to deal with other people, like the association employee who is still speaking in the distance, marveling at his incredible abilities. Perhaps a touch of modesty would serve him well. Later, Vega appears beside him, playfully dismissing his concerns, before asking if he's enjoying the view. She then declares him her hero and idol, her pride and joy. His eyes widen in a mixture of surprise and annoyance at her pronouncement. He stares, bewildered, as Vega's voice rings out, questioning if his gratitude is merely lip service. He feels himself teetering on the edge of sanity, the chaos of the morning pushing him to his limits. Meanwhile, the association employee, looking utterly overwhelmed, informs him that the internet is now flooded with articles about him, specifically addressing him as Mr. Shin-hyuk. The employee continues, explaining that since this morning alone, they've received inquiries from 16 guilds, with 8 of them already sending donations to the association. Shin-hyuk Lee, seated on a couch across from the employee's desk, can only ask if all this happened in a single day, to which the employee responds with a strained laugh, reminding him that he was the cause of the entire incident. The employee then adds that through this incident, the fact that he is Polaris's apostle has also spread far and wide. The employee leans forward, his face etched with palpable stress, the weight of the situation clearly bearing down on him. He continues, reminding Shin-hyuk Lee that they had initially announced they would keep his status as Polaris's apostle a secret, but Shin-hyuk Lee simply offers a dry, sarcastic hee-hee, that's great in response. Internally, Shin-hyuk Lee reflects that his previous actions were merely a makeshift measure to buy himself time until he could gain enough power. Now, he realizes, is the opportune moment to capitalize on his title as Polaris's apostle, though he trails off, considering the implications. He stares, taken aback by the employee's words, as the man explains that the articles identified him as the one who saved the people. The employee, sensing his confusion, suggests he's probably curious how this happened, adding that he himself avoids the internet. Shin-hyuk Lee's surprise deepens upon hearing his actions described as a truly divine move. He questions the nature of these rumors, wondering if they're based on something he said during the child's rescue. The employee offers a tablet, inviting him to see for himself. On the screen, a news article details how his words during the child's rescue became a hot topic. The memory flashes back to the moment where he declared he wasn't rescuing the child for them, but because he didn't want them to die. Then, in a gesture of unexpected kindness, he had draped his coat over the fallen child. The employee's voice continues, recounting how he had then turned away, even revealing himself as an awakened. He muses, for God's sake, was this from a dark novel? The employee continues, explaining, anyhow, because of that, asking for money got a great reaction. Kind of in the lines of, I'm going to prove. I'm only saying you're not worthy of money. Shin-hyuk Lee interjects, I'm always the one who's earning the money, so the phrase prove myself is kind of odd. The employee nods, acknowledging, I see. I get what you're trying to say. He then adds, also, this incident recently caused a stir in paradise as well. Standing now, the employee looks down at him, a new gravity settling over their discussion. A system message flashes, declaring, I'm not a regressor, while also listing Shin-hyuk's name among others. An official explains that a recent incident, involving a monster emerging from the city, has caused a stir even in paradise. Shin-hyuk Lee repeats the word, paradise, his expression thoughtful. He resolves to handle the immediate situation before delving deeper into his thoughts. The official gestures towards several glowing crystals, urging them to get straight to the point. He then inquires about the potential worth of these collected items. Shin-hyuk Lee considers the question, a quiet, escaping him. The official continues, revealing that while the number of regressor mutants has sharply declined, there has been a significant increase in other mutants, leading to a tenfold rise in available MYKRH, or life energy. He considers the situation, acknowledging that he started this, and now he must see it through to the end, determined to outweed her no matter what. Holding up a shimmering crystal, the employee explains that while these 2 crystals are of good quality, they are still difficult to sell due to the fluctuating value of MYKRH crystals, especially in such large quantities. Shin-hyuk Lee, however, insists on selling them as soon as possible, preferably within a few days. The employee pauses, then asks if he truly understands the implications of such a quick sale, as it would mean a significant loss in potential profit. Shin-hyuk Lee confirms his understanding, stating that he is aware of the potential loss. The employee then calculates the approximate value, explaining that even with the quick sale, they could still fetch around 300 million won for the 2 crystals. Shin-hyuk Lee, looking somewhat apologetic, then reveals his true predicament. He needs 200 million won to pay off his debts, and the remaining 100 million would be for himself. The employee, surprised by the revelation, questions the amount, asking if he truly means he's taking a 200 million won loss. Shin-hyuk Lee's internal thoughts confirm his desperation, realizing this is the only way to deal with the person named to ensure. A memory flashes, a primal, wolf-like hunger for wealth, as the thought echoes. He has always been obsessed with money. The association employee looks at Shin-hyuk Lee, his expression neutral, asking if he can truly commit to the deal. Can you do it? Shin-hyuk Lee responds with a confident nod, assuring him that the 300 million will be sold by noon tomorrow. He then requests a document to finalize the agreement, asking for something to sign. The employee presents a small box, explaining it contains what was ordered last time. He then adds, and one more thing. The employee holds up a certificate, identifying it as for the association's special commissioners. A card is shown, detailing that these individuals are located in a special place within the association, a restricted area. Even with the association's power weakened, these special commissioners still retain their full rights, their authority undiminished. Shin Hyuk Lee finds himself reflecting on the recent developments, acknowledging that his new role within the association is quite unexpected, especially given how recently he joined. The association employee, chuckling lightly, interprets this as a sign of immense trust from the organization. With a final pleasantry, the employee bids him farewell, promising to meet again soon. As they both depart the building, their paths diverge on the bustling city street. Shin Hyuk Lee gazes up at the sky, his hand reaching towards the distant light, a silent aspiration reflecting in his eyes. He considers the resources he's already secured for the day, and the promise of even more tomorrow, though the sheer volume of it all seems a bit overwhelming. With a determined expression, his hand glowing faintly, he realizes he just needs one more step to reach his personal paradise, a path he must forge himself, for he is not a regressor. A gentle breeze rustles through open curtains, carrying a soft, whirring sound into the quiet room. Meanwhile, on a nearby smartphone screen, news reports detail how the association's affiliated Awakened Hunters are now receiving significant attention following an incident that occurred yesterday afternoon around 4 p.m. A young woman with long, vibrant red hair lies in bed, engrossed in the article, which further confirms that the top ranker, known as Lightning, was involved in saving the world. She rustles, sitting up in bed as she continues to scroll, her gaze fixed on the screen. Her expression remains unreadable as she processes the information. The news then shifts to an announcement. The list of items to be auctioned 2 days from now at twilight has been confirmed. Among the relics to be displayed are the Katana Blade of Dawn and the Twilight, with the S-rank relic Dragon Devon Eyes also making an appearance after a very long time. An unseen voice echoes with resolve, thinking, right, I started it, so I gotta end it now. I have to fool her no matter what. Great, in that case. A soft metallic clink sounds as a woman with long red hair stirs in her bed, a quiet thought passing through her mind. Her hand reaches out, a soft tap sounding as she grasps her phone from the nightstand. Suddenly, a figure with flowing white hair and glowing yellow eyes appears, her voice calm as she asks, "Are you finally awake?" The red-haired woman gasps in shock. "Hey, Kayak, Vega, I thought you left with Ojin." Vega holds up a shimmering necklace, explaining, "He left his necklace behind." The blue pendant glows softly, as Vega adds, "A few hours a day is fine. I guess there's something." The red-haired woman's expression turns serious, as she states, "I wanted to ask you." Vega looks away, a hint of annoyance in her eyes, muttering, "I think my child is obsessed with money." The red-haired woman persists. "Do you know the reason?" She explains that it's a place called Paradise. Vega questions the name, which is officially known as the Ganghwa Island Special Controlled Region. The red-haired woman clarifies that it's the only place left safe from the chaos, free of monsters. It's revealed that Ojin is diligently saving up to acquire a residence permit there, a permit that costs a staggering 1 billion. She expresses her belief that once they manage to get in, they will finally be safe. She further explains that this region is managed by the Black Swan Guild, a different UMA major guild, and then mentions Ojin's own guild, Heaven's Wing. Vega then muses on the rarity of such a secure location, wondering where else could possibly offer that level of safety. She then confirms her understanding, asking if Ojin is indeed saving money specifically to gain entry into that secure region. "Do you know why his dream was to live like a kid?" the red-haired woman asks, her long hair flowing as she sits, lost in thought. Her eyes narrow slightly, recalling the past. He just wanted to live in a place where he wouldn't be hurt, starve, or go cold. Really simple, huh? She murmurs, her hand covering her mouth in distress. But to us, that simple happiness felt like miles away. The young boy sits alone on his bed, head bowed. Vega listens silently, her own gaze distant. The red-haired woman continues her tale, explaining that when they were young, Shinhyuk and Osin were constantly beaten by the crewman's daughter, Hyunji, but Shinhyuk always took the brunt of it. The adult man in the flashback confirms that he was actually Hyunji's main target. Osin lies defeated on the ground, his small form crumpled. With a mischievous grin, the man suddenly shouts that there's a fire in the kitchen and they need to run away. Shinhyuk and Osin immediately flee, following the man's urgent command. The man laughs heartily, revealing that the fire was a lie, a trick to embarrass the crewman, which they successfully pulled off. His casual demeanor underscores the playful nature of the deception. Back in the present, the red-haired woman ponders if that's why Shinhyuk began hitting Osin a lot more. Vega listens intently, as a small image of young Shinhyuk and Osin together highlights the complex history between them. A younger Shinhyuk walks away, his thoughts consumed by a difficult decision, knowing he started something and now must see it through. He resolves to fool Osin, no matter what, believing that Osin is destined for paradise. He continues his solitary walk, his back to the viewer as he processes his resolve. Later, sitting alone, his thoughts solidify into a grim determination. concluding that this path is the only way forward. Back in the present, the red-haired woman gazes out a window, reflecting on the past, and how Shinhyek's actions led to Osun's separation from him. Her posture remains still. Ojin is determined to reach paradise. A place that requires passing rigorous tests and various checks for entry. But even with money, she knows she wouldn't pass. She wouldn't pass the test even if she had the money. A blind cripple like her, she laments, would never be allowed to enter paradise. Her companion asks what she plans to do then, to which Ojin can only respond with a quiet, questioning sound. Despite her current state, Ojin recalls her past as a diviner just 2 years prior, and a fierce determination ignites within her as she vows to reach paradise somehow. As she reached out, a memory surfaced, a question echoing in her mind. What had truly happened to her? It was the day she lost her sight, a brutal battle where she had slain thousands of monsters, including a formidable 9-star beast she couldn't even perceive, a day she was cursed. The monstrous form of the 9-star creature loomed over her, its red eyes burning, a terrifying image from her past. Even as she fought, a faint, golden glow emanated from her hand, a fleeting sign of her power. She recalled the aftermath, the devastating consequence of that battle. Her mana, too, had been sealed away. Sitting on the edge of her bed, she pondered the nature of the promise she had made, wondering what kind of commitment it truly was. Her hand reached out again, a gesture of longing or perhaps resignation, as she considered the promise itself. Ultimately, she concluded, it was more like a one-sided demand. Later, seated with a dark-haired man, he questioned her fate, asking if she was prepared to lose her right to live in paradise. She finally concedes, agreeing to live with him until her debt is settled. The man reminds her of her obligation, stating that she is indebted to him for saving her life 3 years prior. Haben retorts, assuring him that once she has the money, she can go wherever she pleases. He simply responds, accepting her terms. A moment of self-reflection washes over Haben, as she admits to herself that she had been difficult. Later, holding up a simple shirt, she ponders the challenge ahead, wondering how someone who isn't even an awakened could possibly earn $1 billion. Her thoughts drift back to her earlier behavior, realizing her harsh words were merely a facade. As she walks away, a deeper truth begins to surface about her reluctance. He acknowledges his responsibility, knowing he started it all and must now bring it to an end. He recalls a time when he didn't expect Ojin to awaken, as Polaris disappeared. Now, with Ojin serious enough to stand on his own, he feels a new resolve. Meanwhile, Song Haben sits on the floor, contemplating the immense sum of $1 billion, wondering if her anxieties are merely paranoia. A soft click echoes as a door opens. Her focus shifts to the prosthetic leg before her. As she carefully attaches it, a voice from the past, or perhaps a lingering thought, urges her to take care of Ojin. She stands before a mirror, her reflection revealing the prosthetic now fully in place. Vega's voice echoes with a chilling certainty, her words a stark reminder of the path ahead. She declares her business concluded, before turning to leave. But not before a final, pointed warning, urging caution. Haben simply turns and walks away, the soft click of her steps echoing on the pavement. Her mind already calculating, she knows this task is hers alone, a simple matter of earning enough to settle her debts. With a long coat swaying behind her, she continues her journey. Reaching her destination, she extends a hand towards the door. The door slides open with a soft chime, revealing the interior. Inside, she addresses an employee, inquiring about her account. She reviews her account balance, a staggering sum of over 321 million won, confirming what she already suspected. Her expression remains thoughtful, the immense figure not surprising her in the least. The glowing orb on the desk seems to mock her, a reminder that some things, like the fabled dragon demon eyes, are now beyond her reach. Acknowledging the truth, she reaches for the orb, prompting the employee to inquire if anything is amiss. Her touch causes the orb to pulse with a soft light. Her mind drifts back to when she first arrived in this world, a time when her only concern was survival, not the accumulation of wealth. She recalls the desolate landscapes and the monstrous threats that once defined her existence. It was only 2 months ago that she realized the vast fortune she had amassed, almost without conscious effort. And beyond the sheer monetary value, there was something else, something more profound. Lying in a hospital bed, Song Haben recalls how most of the money she earned had been consumed by medical bills. Meanwhile, in a different, desolate space, Shinhyek's tattered form reaches out, his hands grasping at empty air. Back at the association, an employee asks if she wishes to pay all at once, to which Haben simply replies, yes, please. A staff strikes the ground with a sharp tack. Shinhyek's crimson eyes glow with a pained realization, the number echoing in his mind. 300 million. 300 million. He thinks of the immense sum, the only thread of hope he had worked so tirelessly to secure. His hand reaches desperately upward, as if to grasp a fading connection, muttering, I guess the thread of hope is gone. But, observing something just out of sight, Song Haben mutters about a bastard who still consumes only calorie bread. Her expression remains thoughtful, a hint of concern in her eyes. Meanwhile, quick, rhythmic footsteps echo, approaching rapidly. A soft thud accompanies the arrival of a figure, drawing Haben's attention with a questioning HM. Shin Hyuk bursts into view, his voice laced with frustration, demanding to know why she left without a word. A jolt of emotion runs through him, his face contorted in a desperate plea. He grabs her shoulders, panting heavily, and questions her about Ojin. Despite his intensity, Haben simply laughs, asking what he was looking for. His expression shifts to one of grave seriousness as he shushes her, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. Despite the previous tension, Song Haben's expression brightens, a mischievous smile playing on her lips as she declares it perfect timing. For they have somewhere important to go. The serene outdoor setting quickly gives way to a bustling urban landscape. As they arrive at a grand department store. Inside, Shin Hyuk looks utterly bewildered, while Haben, with a confident gesture, asks if they can get him 5 new outfits. His expression remains a mix of shock and confusion as she beams with delight. A look of utter horror spreads across his face as the reality of the situation dawns on him. He loudly protests the exorbitant prices of department store clothing, but Haben simply covers her ears, playfully feigning deafness to his complaints. Turning to her with a serious, exasperated expression, Shin Hyuk demands to know what has gotten into her. As the previous conversation hung in the air, a sudden, bright idea seemed to spark within Song Haben, illuminating the space around them. With a playful tone, she declared her intention for them to go on a date. Her eyes closed in pure delight, a wide, satisfied smile spreading across her face at the thought. Opening her eyes once more, Haben's expression remained one of cheerful mischief, clearly pleased with her sudden proposal. A voice questions what has gotten into him, remarking that he always seemed to wear the same clothes while eating calorie-rich foods. As they walk together, Shin Hyuk Lee responds, asking how she even knows what he wears. He then casually mentions that he canceled his savings account, having accumulated a significant amount of interest, which is why he's treating her. Song Haben looks at him, a thought crossing her mind, wondering why he's truly saying such things. Shin Hyuk Lee extends his hand, suggesting they simply do as he says for the day. With his arm around her, he agrees, telling her not to regret it later, while she playfully expresses some expectations. His eyes widen in shock as she mentions the high cost of Korean beef, while she urges him to hurry along. As they continue their walk, Song Haben thinks to herself that he still has to go ahead of her. A delicious aroma wafts through the air, drawing the attention of Shin Hyuk Lee and Song Haben to a Korean beef restaurant. As Haben turns to him with a bright smile, she begins to suggest they go inside. Shin Hyuk Lee, however, glances at the establishment next door, noticing a crab restaurant. They continue walking past the enticing crab sign, the decision still hanging in the air. Later, while on the phone, Haben's true preference slips out, admitting that while Korean barbecue is fine, she really feels like having crab. Shin Hyuk Lee looks at her, perplexed, reminding her of her usual aversion to all kinds of seafood. Despite his confusion, they ultimately indulge in a feast of crab dishes, a table laden with the very seafood she claimed to dislike. Still at the restaurant, he struggles with his meal, finding it difficult to extract the meat from the crab. Observing his efforts, she suggests he simply ask for help, then playfully tells him to be quiet. As he continues to work on the crab, he muses aloud about her apparent lack of knowledge regarding crab preparation. With a satisfied expression, he simply tells her to eat. She turns her head away, a hint of embarrassment coloring her expression. Smiling at her reaction, he encourages her to enjoy the meal, noting how good it tastes. Later, as they prepare to leave, he reflects that her earlier melancholy has lifted, then thanks her for the meal and offers to get them coffee. She responds with a huff, insisting she could have paid but accepting his offer for more, wanting lots. As he walks away, a faint blue aura shimmering around him, an unseen voice calls out, questioning if he is Kwon Ojin. He finds himself surrounded by a group of young people, their eyes wide with recognition, as one of them exclaims, "Huh? Ah, it's me. You look much better in real life." Their collective excitement swells as they shriek, "Kaya? It's him. It's him. The regressor. That's so cool. I'm a huge fan. Can he really be a regressor?" Shin Hyuk Lee's thoughts drift to the inevitable, acknowledging that he did expect people to recognize him at some point, but his immediate instinct is to simply get rid of them. A wave of discomfort washes over him, as he mutters, "I feel really uncomfortable when I'm around people who know I don't exist. Stop annoying me and scram, guys." The young women exchange shocked glances, one whispering, "Oh, did you just hear him? He told us to scram off?" Yet, their awe quickly overrides his bluntness, as they once again erupt in excited cries, "Kya, it really is him." Undeterred, the blonde fan thrusts a t-shirt forward, boldly asking, "Can you sign right here on my t-shirt?" The fabric stretches taut. With a sigh of resignation, he takes the pen, thinking, "Not like signing something costs me money." As the crowd continued to gather around him, a sharp, commanding voice cut through the air, demanding attention. The red-haired woman's gaze swept over the onlookers, her tone laced with an undeniable challenge as she questioned their presence. Before anyone could react, she had already closed the distance, grabbing Shin Hyuk Lee by the collar with a possessive grip, his expression one of resigned plea. Turning her fierce attention to the two women who had been speaking to him, she challenged their right to even address him, her words sharp and dismissive. With a definitive declaration that left no room for argument, Song Haben asserted her relationship, effectively shutting down any further advances. Her grip tightening on his arm, she pulled Shin-hyuk Lee closer, a clear message sent to all present. A confident smirk played on her lips, her eyes holding a fierce, possessive glint. Her posture remained unyielding, a silent testament to her resolve. The two women, taken aback by the sudden, aggressive display, could only stare in wide-eyed surprise. The two women, left behind, wonder aloud about the strange encounter, questioning why she was so peculiar. Meanwhile, Song Habin pulls Shin-hyuk Lee along, their footsteps echoing as they quickly depart the scene. He thinks to himself, how dare they? As Song Habin smiles sweetly, still holding his arm, Shin-hyuk Lee can only manage a resigned, Nuna, you're so. She asks him what he's going to do for her, then firmly tells him not to talk to strangers, adding, all right. Shin-hyuk Lee tries to protest, but Habin, why? His thoughts drift to the cost of this charade, concluding, it takes money. Song Habin, now on the phone, declares they have time to go to karaoke, adding that other people don't bother them there. Later, they are seen together in a private karaoke room, the screen glowing brightly as they sit side by side. Still in the public eye, she beams, microphone in hand, her declaration echoing through the venue. Meanwhile, he sits alone on a plush couch, his gaze averted, a clear discomfort etched across his features. Soon after, their footsteps fall in unison, leading them away from the bright lights and into the evening. As the sky deepens to a rich indigo, one observes that it's already dark, remarking on how quickly time flies, while the other suggests they should head home. They continue their walk along the paved street, the city lights beginning to twinkle around them. Passing by a modern building, they move further into the quiet of the night. As they walk, she glances back over her shoulder, a subtle, knowing look directed at her companion. Song Habin calls out to Ojin, a soft sound escaping her lips as she looks toward him. Turning to face her, Shin-hyuk Lee asks how much money she has managed to save up. Her hand gently gripping his arm, Song Habin confirms she has accumulated everything. A surprised grunt escapes Shin-hyuk Lee, his eyes widening at her words. He presses for clarification, inquiring if she truly means the entire 10 billion. With a knowing look, he then states that she won't be able to refuse his proposition. A confident smile plays on his lips as Shin-hyuk Lee confirms his own substantial savings, accumulated over time. Song Habin looks down, her expression shadowed and unreadable. Then, her head lifts, and in the darkness, her eyes glow with an intense, crimson light. As the red glow faded from her eyes, a desperate plea escaped him. A silent ellipsis hanging in the air as he begged her not to leave. She turned her head slightly, her expression serene under the warm, fading light of the setting sun. Before uttering a single, unexpected name, Ojin. A soft, almost wistful smile touched her lips as she offered a final, cryptic request. Don't forget about me, all right? His face contorted in confusion, the words echoing in his mind, leaving him to ponder the impossible question under the glow of a street lamp. Why would I forget about you? As night fully descended, the two figures walked side by side, their paths diverging into the illuminated city streets. I have to step out for a bit, but I'll be right back. As one character departs, more attention was being drawn to the February Yongsan auction, specifically for the legendary Dragon Demon Eyes. An extremely rare holy relic, a 6-star item far exceeding its grade, it possessed the power to undo any curses. The thought of such power lingers. As Song Habin muses, perhaps if she could just get her hands on it, she could finally break free from the 1,000-year curse. Yet, she knows, there's no way she could buy that with just 200 million, the price surely far exceeding her current funds. Still, she considers, maybe there aren't many competitors today, as even 6-star holy relics have sold for less in the past. Cursing isn't as common these days, so perhaps no one else will need that item. If that's the case, she might be able to buy the Dragon Demon Eyes for cheap. With a determined thought, she decides to go for it, knowing she has nothing to lose if it means undoing her curse. The possibility of reaching paradise flickers in her mind. A fleeting vision of herself standing with a tall, unknown figure crosses her mind, bathed in a soft, golden glow. She smiles, a spark of hope in her eyes, believing she can survive with just a little luck, that miracles truly happen. And so, the stage is set for the February Yongsan auction, where her fate might finally change. At the entrance to the Yongsan auction, a staff member greets an arriving attendee, inquiring about their participation and requesting they fill out a form. With a pen in hand, the necessary paperwork is completed. The staff member looks at Song Habin, a hint of recognition in his eyes, asking, "You?" Soon after, the same staff member stands at a grand podium, announcing to the assembled crowd that admissions will now begin. A prominent sign details the auction's strict rules, no recording or photographing devices, and a 5-minute countdown to the start, urging all forms be completed. Song Habin, still finding her way, asks about her seat, receiving directions to the right, her voice a quiet query in the bustling hall. The unspoken truth of such gatherings is that even those with hidden agendas or disabilities attend. Seated in the opulent hall, Song Habin becomes the subject of hushed whispers from other attendees, who question why she is alone and lament her cursed status, their words carrying across the room. She remains still, absorbing the cruel remarks in silence. A single tear escapes her closed eye, but her resolve hardens as she reaffirms her purpose, to break the curse of the dragon demon eyes. The December Yongsen auction officially begins, filling the grand hall with an expectant hush. From the podium, the auctioneer announces the first item of the day, the ancient dragon's burner, heralded as one of the finest holy relics. The bidding opens at 10 million, with an immediate purchase price set at a staggering 1 billion, and the numbers begin to climb rapidly. 100 million, then 180 million. The figures echo through the hall as bidders vie for the relic. The price quickly reaches 670 million, a testament to the item's immense value. The auctioneer's voice booms, asking if anyone else will challenge the current bid, as the tension in the room becomes almost unbearable. From her seat, Song Habin, number 187, watches the escalating bids with a grim expression, realizing that even a 4-star holy relic represents the entirety of her accumulated wealth. A wave of concern washes over her as she considers her own objective, the cash-tinted dragon demon eyes, which are also a highly sought-after item. The dragon demon eye couldn't possibly be less popular, she thought, knowing many would desire it. As the auction continued, bidder numbers flashed across the screens, indicating the intense competition. Then, the auctioneer's voice boomed, announcing the next item. He paused for dramatic effect, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Continuing his introduction, he explained that it had been a long time since such an item had appeared. Finally, the item was unveiled, a holy relic capable of undoing any curse, radiating a soft, golden glow. It was a 6-star holy relic, the legendary dragon demon eye. As the revelation settled, Song Habin's eyes widened, her gaze fixed on the glowing orb, realizing the immense power it held. Another bidder, his expression grim, declared his intent to acquire the dragon demon eye, no matter the cost. The auction hall buzzed with anticipation, the dragon demon eye now prominently displayed, its mystical aura captivating all who beheld it. Song Habin's gaze remained fixed on the relic, a slight frown creasing her brow as she considered the implications of its power. If it truly possessed the ability to undo any curse, then perhaps she could acquire it. The auctioneer, a seasoned professional, held the glowing orb aloft, his voice resonating through the hall as he prepared to commence the bidding. With a flourish, he declared the starting price, a staggering 100 million. A collective gasp rippled through the assembled bidders, the sheer magnitude of the sum momentarily silencing the room. From another section of the hall, a voice cut through the quiet, questioning the exorbitant price. Habin's eyes widened slightly, realizing that the competition was far more serious than she had anticipated. Despite the initial shock, the bidding quickly resumed, with the first official offer of 100 million echoing through the grand hall. As the auctioneer's voice echoes, asking if anyone dares to bid higher, Song Habin clasps her hands, a silent plea escaping her lips. She prays, eyes closed tight, that no one will challenge the current bid. But the hammer falls, and the auctioneer declares a new bid of 2 billion. Her hopes shatter further as the price rapidly climbs to 2.5 billion, then 3.2 billion. The bids continue to soar, reaching 3.28 billion, leaving her utterly defeated. A bitter, hollow laugh escapes her as she realizes she never truly stood a chance. A choked cry escapes her, her mind reeling with questions. Why? What did she do wrong to deserve this? She reflects on a life filled with hardship, abandoned by parents she never knew, a life she describes as utterly miserable. All she ever wished for was a small miracle, just once, for something good to happen to her. Overwhelmed by the auction's outcome, Song Habin stands frozen, her world crumbling around her. All she had ever truly desired was simply to be with Ojin. Clinging to him in a memory or a dream, she wonders if that simple wish was truly too much to ask. Tears stream down her face as she silently pleads for some divine intervention, a god to appear and change her fate. Her despair is rooted in the loss of the dragon demon eye, the relic that held all her hopes. As she sits, lost in her sorrow, a voice cuts through the auction hall's murmurs, asking her identity. The man introduces himself as Choi Joo-hyuk from the Starlight Guild, confirming her participation in the dragon demon eye bidding. He extends a hand, offering a staggering sum, not 5, but 10 billion to help her acquire the relic. Hesitantly, her own hand begins to reach out, towards the unexpected lifeline. As the offer hangs in the air, Choi Joo-hyuk clarifies his terms, proposing a friendship for 5 years, but with a clear expectation of something more in return. His hand, holding the symbol of his immense wealth, remains steady, his expression unreadable as he awaits her response. Habin's mind races, the implications of his words sinking in, knowing full well that his idea of not much would involve far more than just dinner and drinks. He continues, his voice smooth and confident, assuring her that she already understands the true nature of their arrangement once the 5 years conclude. Her eyes widen in a mixture of shock and dawning horror, the full weight of his proposition settling upon her. A wave of revulsion washes over her, her internal thoughts echoing her profound disgust. Yet, Joo-hyuk presses on, his smile unwavering, emphasizing the staggering sum of 6 billion he's willing to provide, a sum that could change everything for her. Despite her revulsion, the sheer magnitude of the money and what it could achieve causes her hand to tremble as it reaches out, a desperate, maybe forming in her mind. Her outstretched hand, glowing faintly with resolve, is driven by the faint, yet powerful, image of Kwon Ojin, the true object of her desires. A sudden, sharp sound echoes through the grand hall, interrupting the quiet anticipation as a figure steps through a brightly lit doorway. Meanwhile, in a more private setting, two men sit across from each other, one casually handling a pair of scissors. Back in the hall, a white-haired man stares in disbelief, utterly bewildered by the unexpected intrusion. An outstretched hand attempts to block the newcomer, insisting that entry is forbidden while the auction is underway. But the man simply holds up an official identification card, prompting a confused query about the presence of a special commissioner. With a determined stride, the man from Seoul Station continues forward, his presence recalling events from just a few days prior. Far from the commotion, Song Habin remains lost in her thoughts, a quiet ache settling in her mind as she considers the burden of her choices. Back at the auction, the white-haired man, still flustered, attempts to regain control, apologizing for the disturbance while questioning the newcomer's purpose. Ignoring the protests, Shin-hyuk Lee confidently approaches the podium, preparing to address the assembled crowd. He acknowledges his responsibility, knowing he must see through what he started, and resolved to deceive her no matter the cost. With a soft thud, a heavy briefcase is placed down. Then, with a rustle, stacks of cash begin to spill out, cascading onto the floor. More money follows, filling a cart to the brim, a veritable mountain of currency. As the money continues to rain down around him, Shin-hyuk Lee sits calmly, his expression resolute amidst the stunned onlookers. His gaze is sharp, conveying a silent message. This entire display is a calculated move, paid for entirely in cash. Shin-hyuk Lee makes a grand entrance, striding confidently down a plush red carpet. A golden, intricately carved box, shimmering with an ethereal glow, is presented. On a brightly lit stage, an auctioneer's voice booms, announcing, 10 billion. We've got 10 billion. He confirms the sale, exclaiming, that's the immediate purchasing price. The dragon demon eye has been bought. Now in a private setting, Shin-hyuk Lee declares his intention, I'll take it right now. As he stands, in the audience below, Song Habin and others observe the proceedings. She confronts him directly, her voice laced with surprise and suspicion. Why are you here? Footsteps echo softly across the plush carpet. As Song Habin, seated among the auction attendees with Kwon Ojin and Choi Joo-hyuk, turns her head to look back. A hand reaches out. And Shin-hyuk Lee, his expression tightening, demands to know who dares to barge into the auction and confront him, telling them to leave. Standing before him, the taller Kwon Ojin remains unmoving, with Choi Joo-hyuk observing from a slight distance. The younger man's eyes widen slightly as Kwon Ojin calmly instructs him to repeat his words. But Kwon Ojin, holding a phone to his ear, questions his audacity to give orders, reminding him of his status as a special commissioner. Song Habin then interjects, clarifying that he is merely one of the auctioneers who came to buy the dragon demon eye. He knows he started this, and now he has to finish it, determined to outwit her no matter the cost. As the thought solidifies, a familiar face flashes in his mind, prompting him to wonder if someone like him was among the special commissioners. He looks kind of familiar. A sudden jolt of recognition hits him, as he recalls seeing that face in an article, leading to a dawning, terrifying realization. Wait, that means... The full weight of the situation crashes down on him, leaving him utterly distraught. As a vibrant blue aura flares around him, a voice echoes, asking if he is the lightning wolf, the disciple of prayer, a question that seems to ignite something within him. The blue energy intensifies around his form, and he confirms the old title, before quickly trying to de-escalate the situation, asking if they are from the Starlight Lake Guild and suggesting a misunderstanding. He thinks there must have been a misunderstanding. As he speaks, Kwon Ojin reaches out, taking Shin-hyuk Lee's hand firmly in his own, while Song Habin watches with a knowing smile. He grapples with the sudden realization, his mind racing, wondering if this entire situation is merely a misunderstanding, and resolves to seek clarification. Meanwhile, the other man considers the implications, his thoughts echoing the sentiment. If even the guild master believes this. As he processes this, a firm grip closes around his hand, prompting him to immediately bow in a desperate apology, pleading that he was unaware of the other's association and begging for silence before his guild master. He remains in a deep bow, while the other man simply watches him, his expression unreadable. Then, a sudden shift in his demeanor. The words of gratitude and compliance abruptly turn into a sharp, defiant command to leave him alone. His eyes now glow with an intense blue light as he repeats the harsh dismissal, his voice laced with a newfound authority. Turning his back, he walks away, a final, resolute thought echoing in his mind. He will never allow himself to be seen by this person again. Having made his defiant statement, Shin-hyuk Lee turns his back on the group, walking away with a determined stride. Meanwhile, Song Habin calls out, Ojin, wait for you. As he reaches for her hand, Kwon Ojin simply states, let's go. He catches up to Shin-hyuk Lee, grabbing his arm firmly, while Choi Joo-hyuk watches on, and having questions. I want to know why you're so fast. Hey. Later, the city lights twinkle under the night sky, revealing a sprawling complex of modern buildings and manicured gardens. A stark contrast to the earlier confrontation. Inside one of these buildings, Ojin stands with Habin, who, with a sigh, begins to speak. Ojin, you Her voice rising in concern, she presses him. What about your residence rights? Still reeling from the implications of his words, Song Habin clutches at Kwon Ojin, her voice laced with disbelief as she questions his actions. He turns his head away, offering only a brief, almost dismissive, "Give me a second," as a faint, ethereal sound accompanies his movement. Habin's concern deepens, her voice trembling as she calls out his name, only for Ojin's distant reply to echo, promising that it'll be over soon. Suddenly, a strange, golden light begins to emanate from her eye, its intricate patterns swirling within her iris. The light intensifies, radiating outwards in shimmering waves, a powerful magical aura bursting forth from her very being. Overwhelmed by the sudden surge of power, Habin instinctively covers her face, trembling as the energy courses through her. She collapses into Ojin's embrace, letting out a pained cry, as he holds her close beneath the sky, filled with shimmering stars. Looking down at her with a calm, reassuring expression, Ojin repeats his promise. "It's okay. It'll be over soon." His words hang in the air, a silent testament to the mysterious process unfolding. Still caught in the throes of the mysterious manifestation, Song Habin's eyes burn with an intense golden light, her expression a mix of awe and pain. Through the ethereal glow, Kwon Ojin's voice cuts, calmly asking if she perceives the view of paradise. A faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. As the world around them transforms, it becomes a breathtaking expanse of sparkling starlight, filtering through verdant leaves. Overwhelmed by the celestial vision, a pained gasp escapes her lips, as a lone street lamp casts its glow against the cosmic backdrop. The shimmering, star-dusted sky stretches endlessly above, the ethereal beauty of the cosmos surrounding her. Until, with her hair now tied back, she gazes upward into the vast, sparkling night. Tears stream down her face, her golden eyes still burning brightly, as the profound experience brings her to the brink of emotional collapse. Overwhelmed by the profound experience, Habin's golden eyes stream with tears, a choked sound escaping her lips. Meanwhile, Ojin's hand reaches out, his voice calm as he instructs her, "Give me your right foot." He kneels before her, gently taking hold of her leg, revealing the intricate mechanics of her prosthetic limb. A faint smile plays on his lips as he looks up at her. While she continues to weep, her golden eyes still glowing with an otherworldly light. Distraught, she questions him, "Why would you do something you can't control?" His voice rings with conviction, cutting through her despair. "It was a precious moment. You worked so hard for it." But his words only seem to intensify her anguish, as she lets out a raw, guttural scream. Still reeling from her overwhelming magical manifestation, Song Habin confronts Kwon Ojin, her voice trembling as she reminds him of a past promise. She looks up at him, her face etched with pain, as he recalls her earlier desire for a comfortable life, a stark contrast to her current anguish. Her voice rises, accusing him of breaking his word, of promising to stay with her until they had enough money. Now standing under the night sky, the tension between them is palpable, her distress growing with each passing moment. Kwon Ojin offers a faint, almost unsettling smile, his expression unreadable. But Habin's anguish intensifies, her eyes glowing with raw power, as she struggles to articulate her pain. Ojin reaches out, his hands seemingly trying to calm her, but his words are a strange, almost nonsensical distraction. Overwhelmed, Habin collapses to the ground, screaming for Ojin to get away, her emotional outburst reaching a fever pitch as he turns and walks away. A voice filled with accusation cuts through the air, reminding him, "You said there was a bug in the kitchen." Shin-hyuk, with a slight smirk, responds casually, "Oh, that?" A soft scoff escapes him, a clear sign of his underlying deception. Habin turns her head, her expression unreadable, as she processes his dismissive tone. Shin-hyuk's smirk widens into a full, unsettling grin, his eyes glinting with a mischievous, almost cruel, amusement. He leans in slightly, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. It was a lie. His smile remains fixed, but his eyes now glow with an intense, ethereal blue, reflecting the city lights behind him as he reveals his true, manipulative nature. A sudden burst of uncontrolled power erupts around Song Habin, her body wreathed in a vibrant, crackling flame as she lets out a startled cry. The intense heat washes over Shin-hyuk, who recoils with a pained gasp, his face contorted in discomfort. He desperately calls out, "Turn the heat off. Hurry." But the fiery aura around Habin only intensifies as she continues to cook, unaware of the chaos she's causing. The result is a completely charred meal, burned beyond recognition. Later, sitting in a more relaxed setting, Shin-hyuk reflects on the incident, muttering about their living arrangements. He sighs, acknowledging that Habin has only just begun physical therapy, and there's no way she can properly control her powers yet. Turning to her, he asks, "How's your eye? You almost burned it." Shin-hyuk, still looking at Habin with concern, asks if her right eye can see better, wondering if it's because he placed the dragon demon eye there. He hopes it's not some kind of side effect, while Habin reassures him that she's fine. Shin-hyuk, however, can't shake his unease, muttering that it feels more like a blessing than a side effect. As he ponders this, a vision of Kwon Ojin, also known as Vega, appears, explaining that the corpse and the dragon demon eye are being purified. Haben, hearing the word blessing, questions what Vega means, as the vision continues to explain the process of purification. The ethereal figure continues, stating that they're not sure how the corpse came to be, but it's becoming a blessing. A close-up of Haben's eye reveals a vibrant, golden glow within her iris, as the vision of Kwon Ojin elaborates on the transformation. He concludes that once the dragon demon eye returns to its original state, she will be able to fully control its power. Back in the present, Shin-hyuk acknowledges that Haben's eye isn't a side effect of astrological phenomena, but still expresses concern that its powerful energy might fall behind her. He knows that no one truly understands the stigma associated with the dragon demon eye, as there are only 20 in the entire world. He wouldn't have given her such a powerful stigma if it weren't for her. With that in mind, he decides to focus on her physical therapy for now. But she tells him not to push himself. He thinks to himself that he has to recover as fast as possible to support her. Knowing how much she hates being indebted to people, wondering why she would try to help him. He stares ahead, his mind consumed by a single, haunting question. Why, he wonders, was he unable to save her before his regression? The memory of carrying her, fragile and vulnerable, burns in his mind, a stark reminder of his past failures. Could it be that he was the one who ended the world? He stands resolute, spear in hand, ready to face any consequence, but the weight of his past still presses down. It's almost unbelievable that he's the one who regressed, the one who now holds knowledge of the future. A fleeting image of Haben cradling another unconscious woman crosses his mind, as if asking, now that the past has already been undone, what will you do? Snapping back to the present, Haben's voice cuts through his thoughts, reminding him, I told you I'd help, didn't I? He can only respond with a bewildered, what? With a slight smirk, he clarifies, we'll need your help, actually. Haben simply offers a dismissive humph. Haben agrees to his request, stating she will do whatever he needs, provided it remains within her capabilities. Her expression shifts slightly, a hint of skepticism or amusement playing on her lips as she questions his sincerity. The city outside stretches into the distance, a sprawling testament to the world they inhabit. Having made his decision to avoid contact for a while, Shin-hyuk confirms his intention to seclude himself for approximately 3 months during a phone call. On the other end, a man in a business suit reacts with clear surprise, his voice laced with disbelief as he repeats, sorry? 3 months. He explains that Shin-hyuk's timing is inconvenient, with hundreds of clients eagerly awaiting an audience. Shin-hyuk's internal thoughts reveal his true motivation. He is disappearing precisely to avoid such demands, recognizing that everyone views him with a certain expectation. Shadowy, grasping hands symbolize the relentless pressure, as he feels treated like a mere possession. Still on the phone, he reaffirms his resolve, declaring his need to become stronger, to defend himself and those who would try to kill him. The voice on the other end agrees, suggesting it would be wise for him to seclude himself for a time. As the call continues, the screen displays Team Manager Han, and the voice warns that avoiding attention will be difficult, no matter where he goes. A slight smirk plays on his lips, a soft ho escaping him. Soon after, he arrives at a magnificent, glowing edifice, known simply as the Sanctum. Inside, he stands before a regal figure, a white-haired woman seated upon an ornate throne. She greets him, asking what he would like to learn first. He considers her words, realizing that merely verbal instruction won't be enough for him. Looking down, a thoughtful expression on his face, he concludes, so I thought. He looks directly at the regal woman, proposing, Vega, I would like to spar with you. Her golden eyes narrow slightly. As he reacts with a surprised, that's not possible. Why? She explains the vast difference in their abilities, stating, you might end up dead because of the difference in our power. Her concern is evident as she adds, can't you control your strength? Even at my weakest, it'll be too risky. He processes her words, a thought crossing his mind. A relationship with her isn't so casual. Then, a realization, wait a moment. Vega offers an alternative, stating, I can't spar with you myself, but my servant spirit can. She clarifies the nature of the summoned being, explaining, it's a kind of summoned being that possesses a part of my soul. With a powerful surge of magic, she commands, come, my servant, Liraro, and a glowing, ethereal portal opens before them. Within the grand, ethereal chamber, a low hum of magic resonates, filling the air with shimmering particles. As the light intensifies, Vega stands bathed in a brilliant, otherworldly glow, her form radiating immense power. From the swirling magical energy, a massive, clawed paw descends, followed by the imposing figure of a wolf-like spirit. Liraro, the servant spirit, fully materializes, his powerful form exuding an aura of ancient strength. His golden eyes fix on his summoner as he asks, you called, Lady Vega? Shin-hyuk watches the imposing spirit, a slight smile playing on his lips, standing ready for the challenge. Vega greets her spirit warmly. It's been so long, Liraro. Shin-hyuk's smile widens, his anticipation clear as he prepares for the spar. Vega then reassures Liraro. Don't worry, Liraro. He's a regressor from the future. Shin-hyuk resolves to end what he started, determined to deceive Vega no matter the cost. Knowing this is his great opportunity. The spirit, Lioraro, recognizes the title Unheavenly Star, sensing a familiar power despite the passage of time. Shinhyuk, with a confident smirk, knows that his true capabilities will become apparent soon enough. Vega's voice echoes, calling Lioraro to spar with him, a challenge the spirit quietly deems him unqualified for. With a crackle of energy around his legs, Shinhyuk respectfully accepts, deferring to Lady Vega's wish. Lioraro's voice rumbles, accepting the challenge. His form surges with a vibrant blue aura, fur bristling with raw power. Particles of energy shimmer in the air, a prelude to the impending confrontation. Shinhyuk considers the impossibility of outright defeating the spirit, but believes he can at least discern Lioraro's true nature. Shinhyuk steels himself, knowing he must end what he started and fool her no matter what. A powerful, blue-tinged aura erupts from Lioraro, who lunges forward with incredible speed, a blur of motion and raw force. The attack continues its trajectory, the impact sending shockwaves across the ground, causing the very air to ripple. Shinhyuk is thrown back, landing hard on the patterned floor, his sword still clutched in his hand. Lioraro looms over him, his voice a low growl, questioning what happened, and if that is truly all he can muster. The powerful spirit stands victorious over the fallen Shinhyuk.